Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having a beautiful, warm day. It's cold as dick today. We are getting, quote, heavy snow. So it's time for the dick to come deep for the Northeast United States. And I'm not looking forward to it because that means I got some heavy shoveling to do probably tomorrow morning when I wake up. Although I feel like it's almost an opportunity for a Carla to learn how to shovel snow properly. So I look forward to it. It'll be a team bonding activity. But yeah, on another day, another first, my dog absolutely got John Chi got. Yo, Dookie, what up, my boy? Gambling is good. Gambling is good as long as it's expendable income. Mojo, Kirito, Grandpa name's John, Wubby, Foop. How are you guys? Dusty again, damn it. I know. Z, good morning, Tuna. What up, gang? How are you guys today? Cypher, oh my god. Who the fuck are you people? Where are you all coming from? Ah! Oh my god, you're everywhere! Jesus. Hold on, let me get one big simultaneous exclamation gamble all real quick to start the day. We gotta see who the winners and who the losers are of the day. We just gotta get it out there early. We just gotta hit that shit hard. Cody, good morning. Happy birthday, my boy Arn. Good day, sir. How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful day. So, Tander, welcome in. Good morning, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful one. We got another day of scooting our asses around the world and killing time, and then tomorrow it is the big end of the world event as we hecking know it. So this is our last day of calm, our last day of peace, our last day of me not scrambling to sense a disturbance in the void. Football, you got a tummy ache? You need belly rubs, bud? You okay? What's up? You feeling okay today? You can talk about it here. It's safe space. Like if you're not doing okay, we got you. You can vent. Steven not been giving you the good food anymore? Cause like he can definitely afford it. He could definitely get you the good food, Fubo. Don't settle for anything less. You should be getting the wet food packets, the cans, honestly, and there should be a poor person opening the cans for you and hand feeding it you. Or hand feeding you it on a golden spoon. Football, you should be treated as good as possible. God, I hope the disturbance gets settled soon. Should I get the $100 edition or not? Depends. How much do you like $50? Honest question. Like, are you so well off that $50 is literally nothing to you? Fubo is fine, just ate more server hamsters. Oh god, which fucking server hamsters? No, is dynamic gridding cooked? Fubo, which hamsters? Fubo, why? Elvis Wesley, yo, what's up? Thank you for the follow. Much love, dude. Welcome in. So, Cody, biggest difference with the $100 pack versus the $50 pack, right? If you wait till the 11th. You'll be able to hop in tomorrow for the end of the world event. Then you'll be able to test the build on the private test realm. Big ass fucking mountain. Then you'll be able to test the build on the private test realm for the following 10 days before the 11th comes out. You gain no progression from that whatsoever. You gain quite literally nothing other than the knowledge and the familiarity and maybe like a sneak peek into what the PTR is looking like. So with that being said, I will be there very heavily, parsing out, you know, quest loops and all of that stuff for the people that aren't over there. So in the event that you have the $50 and then you just want to get in early, it's not a bad idea if you're trying to hit the ground running. However, if you hop in before December 11th, you get 2 titles. You get Cultist of the Eternal Fire, or like Knight of the White Flame, I believe they're called. I'm just going off memory. I don't have the article pulled up. I restarted my PCs last night to update them. Fupo would be so proud of me. I did updates on both of my PCs, Fupo. Next, I'm gonna clean them soon. Yeah, we're up tremendous. I asked for an air compressor for Christmas, so maybe by Christmas they get cleaned, because it's been a while. I'm making so much progress, and I posted a YouTube video today. Dusty's on the up and up of being a human being again. Holy cannoli, it's like I've snapped out of it. You want to know what's crazy? I also did sit-ups today. I know, I've been doing more stretching. I've been doing some body weight stuff, sit-ups, push-ups. I did a plank directly after doing sit-ups, and then basically like checkpoint sit-ups where I'm like stomping along the way. So I'm dead, dude. I'm fucking dead. Are you okay? I feel great for some reason. I don't know. It's like, I really like winter. Most people really hate winter, but Carla has never seen winters before. So we've been getting up and like going for walks every morning. And like, as soon as I wake up, I'm just going into the cold and going for a walk. And I think we're feeling good because of it. We're up tremendous. Now, also, I'm really excited about the 11th. I'm really excited about where stream's going. Like, I'm pumped, dude. I'm pumped. Yo, your boy, what up? I laughed so hard. Someone commented, upload more, you lazy bum. They're not wrong. I'm gonna be real. My biggest reason for not uploading on YouTube more is because YouTube comments are usually really mean, and I don't like YouTube comments very much, so I just live stream all the time. I also would rather sit here and talk to you guys for 10 hours a day than sit here for 2 hours by myself just speaking into the fucking camera. So like, before I recorded this video, Carla was talking to me because we're planning out the video and stuff, and she was basically like, hey, I need you to do me a favor when you're recording this video. And I was like, what's up? She's like, can you please not stare directly into your fucking camera? Because apparently all of the rest of my videos, I just fucking grill you guys. I stare into your soul when I'm recording. Apparently it is not natural. You also had a fat rip, your eyes were straight water too. When are my eyes not noticeably doinked? Yeah, I don't like recording, dog. Yo, Timo, Ebert, what over on YouTube? What up, guys? How are you today? Are you setting stone with to ask Steven, or do you say can put anywhere? I have a community questions thread in my Discord, so I'm gonna be closing the questions. I'll probably do it when SHOL wipes. I might extend it a little bit to spread the word. But yeah, for those that don't know, I am interviewing Steven Sharif soon, CEO of Intrepid, creative director of Ashes, the Sandaled one himself. So if you guys have any like questions that you want in, put them in my Discord. I don't think my custom link works. So if you guys have boost my Discord, and then discord.gg/DustyWhy. There should be a link somewhere that I can make Nin get it. Nin, guards. Oh God, there's not a mod in here, and there's not Nin. Nin's basically like, Nin's like the court jester. Not quite mod, but like, you know, the level underneath it. Nin usually gets Discord links and stuff for me. Oh, fuck. Chat, who wants to earn a gold star for the day? I need someone to grab a link to my Discord. My custom link got borked. Link Discord to chat? Bro, my Discord link's borked. I need the boosties. Hold on. I will get a link. God fucking damn it. We're down so horrendous. I need somebody. Hold on, I'm posting it right now. Yours? Yeah. And then I need somebody to also run over and maybe post it in YouTube chat real quick, because YouTube chat also wants it. But yeah, in the Discord, you'll see Steven interview questions. If you guys do have questions for him, please try to get them in relatively soon. I'm gonna give it till the end of SHOL, which is gonna be tomorrow evening. So basically, when I log off stream tomorrow, I will be archiving the questions thread, and then that'll give me a little bit of time to sort through, because I do only have 1 hour with him, I do believe, is the block. So I want to try to make it super informational. I want it to be an action-packed hour as much as humanly possible. And there are a lot of questions that have already been answered in some way, shape, or form. So my advice is first scour Ash's wiki to see if there is any information on the questions that you're looking to ask. Because if it's on the wiki, I will probably not ask it, simply because it's going to... There we go, Sid Z! Oh, I appreciate you. Wait, does discord.gg/DustyWhy work again? Can somebody confirm discord.gg/DustyWhy is cooking? Z, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yo, Storza, what up, dude? Haven't played since Rogue release. Is the summoner available to play now or 12-11? The summoner is going to be available on the PTR. It has been on the private test realm for a little bit. The private test realm comes back up on December 2nd. So there's like an end of the world event tomorrow where there is going to be a boost NPC. Now, the boost NPC does have class change scrolls to summoner on the PTR, or did previously. So there's always a non-zero chance they just whip out Summoner if the class change scrolls are also in on this version of the build. However, I don't quite know yet if Summoner's going to be available on the 1st tomorrow for the End of the World event. However, the 2nd through the 10th, the private test realm is up for, you know, an early look, the last round of testing, getting your first time user experience loops down, your questing loops that you want to hit at the start, figuring out where you want to mob grind, what you want to play. Very frequently, they'll have different focus tests for those that haven't done private test realm testing before in Ashes. It is visually NDA'd, so you can't share direct visuals, but you can very frequently, you know, if their focus test is late game, they will put in boost NPCs for us so you don't have to level. You can make whatever class, boost it, gear it instantly. Now, that's not always in if they want an emphasis on the like first time user experience testing or the early game, which is probably going to be pretty heavy in this upcoming week, I would have to guess, because there are still quest continuity issues in the Riverlands first time user experience as well as the Anvils right now. So I'm assuming, and this is just me assuming, that they're going to try to get a lot of those continuity issues taken care of before the 11th. So I would have to assume that we're going to see those from the 2nd to the 10th very heavily with an emphasis on testing those. Good for me, because I'm trying to get the entire guild an Omega questing loop to start that's going to get us ahead as fuck. That's where I lean with it. So as soon as PTR comes back up, I will be over there. I'll be testing like mad. Obviously, this server dies tomorrow on the 1st. So on the 2nd, back to the PTR. I can't show my screen, but I would still be... I'd still be here streaming. I just run a VOD. It'll be one of these VODs probably, or the 1v1 tourney day. And then from there, I'd just be vibing, yapping about what we're doing. We've been out and talk with a classic WoW streamer who's passionate about MMOs, about the current affair and feelings towards Ash. Current affair is crazy. Current affair is wild. It's like a Coldplay concert up in this bitch. Showback, that guy who says Bond guy all the time. I know who Showback is. Yeah, I know who Showback is. Obviously, like, I'm not like longtime Showback follower or anything, but he played with Arrowly for Guild Wars 2, and I love my boy Arrow. So I was like, oh wait, where do I recognize this guy from? And then I went into his stream and like, I've seen his content a lot, but I never made the connection of like, that guy Showback, and then I was like, oh, okay, no, I know that Showback. So yeah, no, Showback's dope. Went over to his channel after some gamer drama happened and showed on my YouTube feed after Asmongold made a video about it. But anyways, thought I'd ask you. I mean, I'm always down to yap to people. I did also, if he's ever bored, like, feel free to throw him my last YouTube video, because that's more of an up-to-date kind of summary of my thoughts. We just posted it today, went up before stream, so, yo, Death, thank you for the follow, much love. So if he does reacts or anything like that, and he's ever looking for shit, feel free to send him that, but it literally just went up today. It's like a 9-minute summary of what I would like people to have for their expectations as they come in for December 11th, and honestly, I'm largely advocating for most people to take breaks or not hop in until the game is better for literally most people. But if you're crazy like me, it could be a lot of fun. So is Arrow trying Ashes on December 11th? Arrow shits on Ashes and then will inevitably come try Ashes. You let him say whatever the hell you want. But Arrow came into my chat when I first started streaming Ashes. And he said, Dusty, do I have to use a melee weapon in this game? And I said, you have to have one equipped, but you don't have to use it very much. And he said, I'm not playing this dog shit. And then he came over and played this dog shit. And then he had a lot of fun and he was posting clips. He was fighting a Griffin at like level 10 and went into the UI hide mode and was talking about how cinematic the game was. And he was fucking vibing. Then he fought the launcher boss. Ash's launcher has had some optimization issues for certain builds. And apparently it was mostly for Arrowly's build, or they just really didn't want him streaming over here. Maybe they just thought he was short or something. But for whatever reason, the launcher did not agree with his PC. It was just like something that you ate that makes your tummy upset every time you eat it, but you keep eating it. So yeah, there were some compatibility issues there. But I would expect Arrow will be back at some point. And honestly, people are going to say Ashes is dog shit now because comparatively to any real, like, polished, put out MMO, Ashes is probably going to seem pretty dog shit for most players. Like, if your expectation is to have completed gameplay loops and log in and immediately have something to do where, you know, you go into a menu and you queue into something and you get an arena match or you get a battleground or something like that, like, that's not Ashes right now. So a lot of people are probably going to look at Ashes and say, oh, okay, well, I see where it's going to go, but it's not there for me yet. I think that's the best case scenario. Honestly, not the best case scenario. Best case scenario is somebody is just mentally unstable like me and then plays thousands of hours of this playtest. Happy to be here, boys. Happy to be here. Only seeing that Aeon 2 is kind of a disaster. It's not a disaster if you're rich and really like big anime boobas. Like, if you make way more money than me and also have, you know, a thirst for big jiggly titties, then Aeon 2 is probably right up your alley. Where wins meet if you like MMO interaction but really don't want to play an MMO and then just want to go after stun locks and menus the entire day. Yeah, other than that, there's not much. There's not much in the current scene. Maybe Arc Raiders again. Maybe people double back there. They fix some exploits there. It's not an MMO. Yeah, where wins meet? Yeah, it was very much peddled as an MMO. Can you answer the question? That's your name, please. Kill me, DustyWhy. No, my name. It's my name comes from very early on in my, in my life. I started gaming, and I was always gaming with my older brothers and their friends, and I had no concept of like risk because kids never have concept of risk. Like, kids will jump off of shit that they probably will get hurt off of and somehow not get hurt. And me growing up in gaming, as much as I was sports, with no concept of risk, I developed very aggressive play styles where I essentially like to dub key all the time. So I started tanking in WoW when I was like 10 years old. And I was raid leading within a year of that for like alt groups and stuff. And our runs would be going smooth, and then I would just pull too much, and then I would wipe our entire raid out of fucking nowhere. And Dusty pulls were born. So then I played Dota 2ski, and the Dusty Initiate was born. Dusty Initiate was when I would see a big juicy alt for myself, and I would take that big juicy alt and then call my entire team in to bail me out, and then I would run away while they all die. Banger initiates. For me, I got many good clips out of it. Teammates didn't really like those. Fortnite, I'd just be dub keying people. I'd just run around ADHD, end up in a 1v3 fight. And in all of those games, somewhere along the line, I mean, even to New World and Ashes now, somebody always ends up screaming at the top of their lungs, DustyWhy, when I am making a decision at some point. Whether it's PvE, PvP, at some point in time, you will see me doing something, and it will come to your head. You will wonder why I am doing what I'm doing, why I'm playing like I have no fucking frontal lobe. And it's because I don't. I'm basically lobotomized in terms of the in-game S key factor. If I turn my back on a fight, I can only die. Because if you're running away, you can only get shot in the back. That's not very advantageous. If I'm about to die, just push harder, so that way I can try to at least trade a kill. So, sort of fun with all the exploration, but the UI has so many menus. Got an email for them for feedback. I went on a 5-page dissertation on what they need to change. No, that's actually crazy. The dissertation is wild. Yeah, you know me. I'm a big combat fluidity person. And, Foob, let me tell you what. When I watched Where Winds Meet, and I saw a lot of the attack chains, and then the other character just going, and then getting like CC locked for 32 seconds while their HP just went 100 to 0. It wasn't even like it was going in and hitting a wombo combo. It was the equivalent of Dune combat, like PvP stagger, before they fixed it, but in 1v1 target lock MMO form. And like, I saw the combat, I saw the animation locks, I saw the stun durations and how debilitating the CC and the anti-locks were, and I was like, nope, I'm not even gonna get involved, man. I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it. I would lose my fucking mind. Dark Forge, thank you for the follow, much love. am an enjoyer of a good CC wombo combo, but there's gotta be some fluidity within your CC wombo combos instead of, in my opinion, just hitting somebody once, they're stunned, and then it's and then a million instances of damage, and they're stunned more, and then and then they're dead again. Like, I just, there's gotta be like more fluidity to it for me. I'm also just not like an Eastern MMO combat enjoyer very much. I don't know, I've tried a few, and it's never really been my vibe, personally. But to each their own. That's what threw me off right away. Look, garbage. I mean, I didn't mind how it was looking. I personally got very concerned when everybody was trying to say this is an MMO, this is an MMO, this is an MMO, because it clearly was not a fucking MMO. No part of it was designed to be an MMO. It's got multiplayer elements to it, but it wasn't designed to be an MMO, nor were the developers of the game advertising it as an MMO, yet everybody and their dad wanted to say it was an MMO. I don't mind. Do whatever. People called the Dune game an MMO for a while. Shit, even the developers called that one an MMO, so maybe the term MMO is changing. Maybe it just means a game where you can interact with more people. Maybe we have the Call of Duty MMO soon based on where they're going with Skibbity Toilet Raid Boss. Also, Fupo, I have feedback that I would like passed on to Intrepid. I swear to God, if we ever get a raid boss that is us on a platform around the boss and a big boss in the middle that's arbitrarily tanky that just slams the ground, my live stream after that boss is developed will be me yossing myself off a bridge. Please do not ruin all of my hope for this game, Intrepid Studios. I will get a GoPro with a gimbal so you guys have a perfect angle. But my God, if we get, I call it a Belial raid boss, because my first interaction with one of them was Diablo 3, Belial, the Lord of fucking dog shit boss mechanics. He just smacked. If it actually has feedback, send me a TM. I just don't want a raid boss that sits in the middle of an area with a platform around it in a big raw and then slams the ground. You know what I mean? As a gamer, can we stop those? I need raid bosses that aren't just an upper half of a torso coming out of the ground and going raw, raw, raw. I swear to God. I swear to God, Fupo. That's my one dying wish. Don't do an Assassin's Creed. Don't do a nearly every fucking game now that's just like, oh, we need a boss at the end of this. What do we do? How about really big torso, no legs, slamming the ground with extra stuff? A boss fight directed by Michael fucking Bay. Rocks for hands. And then wait, those rocks detach as part of the fight and then roll around the platform. Whoa! Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. I swear to God, if we see those, I will go play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I swear to God. First one was Rag. Was the first one Rag? Nah, surely there were dog shit boss fight mechanics before Rag, right? And it's not even like Rag was that dog shit because at least dumb people could go into the lava. Like, there were elements of death with Rag, so that's cool. There were some environmentals, but first one I can think of is a wall boss from Final Fantasy VII. I wonder how my brother would feel about this right now. My brother AMC is a huge Final Fantasy VII enjoyer. Final Fantasy VII was something that, I don't know, didn't hit for me as much as like 10 did, probably because I was younger at the time of like first interacting with Final Fantasies. So like I saw everything from 1 to everything out, but I don't know, 7, I need to go back and replay, especially the remasters. I've always been 10 biased because I was such a young lad when I saw Final Fantasy for the first time, and 10 was like a cinematic experience for me at the time. 10's also good. I know 7's way more well-loved than 10. I'll need to go back and maybe give it a remaster play at some point when I'm bored. I haven't console gamed in so long. Just play Kingdom Hearts. Why? Why that over a 7 remaster run? Because, like, if I have an appreciation for 7, Love how in Final Fantasy the main character gets more and more feminine as the series progresses. Listen, Titus still had some masculinity. And then you go to 10-2. Can we just not discuss Final Fantasy X-2 at any point? Because, like, I'm gonna be real. As a huge Final Fantasy X enjoyer, I played 10-2, and the entire time I was just going, what is this? What the fuck is this? It was like the Assassin's Creed franchise when they eventually just dropped a game that lost everyone. For me, it was Black Flag. I don't know why, but Black Flag did not resonate with me. I loved Assassin's Creed up until that point. I played Black Flag and I was just like, nope, it's just not the same. So I feel like over time they eventually hit themselves with that. It was so fucking tragic. But 10-2 was my falling off point. And then my brother tried to get me into 14 for a little bit. He was really big into 14. And then I was like, nope, this also isn't vibing. He played 11 for a while. God, like, he tried to sell me on it heavy, and it just never really hit for me. Dos Bongiorno, my boy, how are you? I hope you're having a beautiful fucking day, dog. What you getting up to today? After 10, I took down the Sports Illustrated swimsuit models and put up posters of Riku. That's fucking legendary. Zop likes the quirk. Zop likes somebody that's going to hide his shit. AKA thieve it. 10 was great. 10-2 was square reaching out a female audience at a time. Was a wave of that around then? Yeah, that's fair. I just feel like, I don't know. I was a huge fan of 10. It wasn't even the main characters. It was just like the gameplay itself. I didn't even care because like I already knew all the characters. The characters were fine. I didn't mind that. It was like, it was the new combat stuff that I guess really didn't stick for me. Do you finish 10-2? God, no. No. That shit, I gave it, how long did I give 10-2? I probably gave it a week of casual dropping in to hook me. It was a very small amount that did. Yeah, I went back to it for multiple gameplay sessions. And it just didn't hook me, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go do something else, doc. I'm gonna go do literally anything the fuck else. Final Fantasy X was one. Yeah, I mean, I was a masterpiece, honestly. And then the remaster came out, and it was beautiful. It was good. I think a lot of people finished 10-2. Yeah! Yeah! A lot of people hit their ending point, just not a lot of people completed 10-2. Yo, pro video on YouTube. Yo, Daniel, I appreciate it, dog. Much love, much love. Showback said to just add him or message him, and he's down. Word. Okay. I have a few things that are on the immediate schedule. So, I don't... Oh, it's Master Chief. Oh, what up, Master Daniel? How are you, dude? Yo, wait, why is your Govy over on YouTube? Bro, I get so scared. What are you doing with Showback? I don't know. He wanted to yap about Ashes. So, I don't really know. I don't really do a lot of, like, just chillin' yapping with other people content in terms of stream to, like, drama farm. But I'd be very likely to just shoot him my thoughts in DMs and stuff. I try not to make, like, too much out of it, but tread lightly. I've probably dealt with every question that he could ask, possibly. Like, I really don't mind. Ashes is genuinely not in a spot right now where it's going to be for everybody, nor will it ever be, really. So I don't necessarily mind too much. If somebody has their hesitancies around Ashes, then it's fine. It's not a big deal. I don't fault somebody for not fucking with Ashes right now. I don't fault somebody for not wanting to spend 50 bucks or 100 bucks previously. That's their own thing. I don't mind. It's been turn-based games. Anyone remember Parasite Eve on PS1? Yes. Yes. I used to watch my brother play a lot of Parasite Eve, actually. I did not play it, but I watched him play a shitload. Have you seen the loot drama he's been getting called out for? Yeah, wait, is he stealing a bunch of loot and shit? What's going on over there? I feel like I saw a video of it, like, come across my feed, but I didn't watch it because I don't care about WoW stuff. Like, I'm I'm like the worst content creator when it comes to watching other content creators' content and stuff. So I don't stay too tuned into the drama, but I'm always down for some good WoW drama. Cause that shit solely exists off of drama farming, bro. If WoW didn't have drama, WoW would have died 17 years ago. It was so fucking sick. It was fun to watch. Honestly, it was nice. Are you speed leveling in AOC this reset? Or just cruising? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be degen pumping. Now I will also be forced to do a 24-hour leveling sesh at the start, day 1, if we hit that bad boy up top. That's a goal for the 24-hour. Otherwise, we'll just be pumping until people start to fall asleep. We'll have a reasonable sleep schedule. But yeah, it'll still be a pump. I mean, I'm probably not worried about like world first pace because in my opinion, world first does not necessarily immediately mean that you're going to have the largest advantage over world 20th group. So I'm not too worried about it. My largest goal is to just get and stay very ahead and then play at a pace where I can continue playing for, you know, a few weeks consistently at that rate without having to take a huge break. Because a lot of people will grind really hard and then they'll take a few days off after their grind and then everybody just catches up to them. So personally, I'd rather kind of just do, you know, big stream at the front, get really far ahead, and then like 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, and then just stay super far ahead and snowball. That's kind of my goal with it. So there's definitely going to be an emphasis on pumping early though. Absolutely. First mover advantage has its limits. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much that you can do before the server infrastructure is up too. I think that's the big thing now. Keep in mind, mob grinding and just getting drops is invaluable at that point because before server infrastructure is up for crafting, if I can get groups into Carfin, if I can get groups into Forge, if I can get into those POI grinds, I mean, shit, even Steel Bloom or an island grind in the Yopics, and I can make something happen out there. There is so much that we can do before server infrastructure, but the highest point of scaling obviously comes when server infrastructure is in place. Also, Showback is known for deleting characters, I guess, so there's a good chance he's not going to play the character he got the shield on. What do you mean deleting characters? Wait, what? Just like randomly nuking his own characters? Huh. Quirky. Apparently it's an RP thing. Okay, I respect it. He deleted the shield already. What the fuck? Should you just take shit and then delete it? Huh. Yo, Raven, thank you for the follow. Much love. Yeah, no, like I said, I stream so much so consistently that I have so little time to actually watch other content. So he levels like 4 tunes with different names, then deletes the one whose name he doesn't want anymore. What the fuck? Why? Alright, I mean, fuck it, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. Whatever works, man. Some more guilds coming, it looks like. Foop. Where are we hearing this? What are the words? What are the words? This clip of dude's reaction is so funny. Hold on, let me pull it up. Showback and ninja'd me. Wait, what is this? Jesus fucking Christ.
Just typical streamer trash, bro. In this video, this spaz Showbeck here ninjas me.
Typical streamer trash. No, ITW, thank you for the follow. Much love.
He's about to message him. Watch this. It's all
wait, what is this?
Ignorance. What you're about to see is the most shameful streamer behavior. Simp streamer worship behavior.
Streamer worship behavior.
I wanted to debate the guy. I wanted to make my point. He wouldn't unmute, so he couldn't make my point. They kicked me because I was standing up for myself because I won the roll.
Well, don't take the streamer's stuff. Don't roll against the streamer.
Spec. And because he rolled main
yeah, respect
spec,
the content.
Even though he's DPS, he rolls for the shield. He gives him.
Well, he's gonna need the shield at some point.
They ninja me.
Bro, roll that out, dude. Just
look. He's messaging the fucking guy. He knows these guys.
Is Burnt Peanut raid leading this?
Right. Bro, roll that out, dude. Just
look. He's I outroll him. They ninja me.
Bro, roll that out, dude. Just
look. He's messaging.
Is that Burnt Peanut?
The fucking guy. He knows these guys. They're little streamer simps, right?
The fuck?
For the bunkai.
It's a pug.
Dude,
Everybody in
bunkai,
here
right
is
now.
random. We're all under the consensus opinion that it's all fair game.
For the
Nobody's
bunkai
making
is
secret
crazy.
team-ups going on here. This greasy
For the
weasel
this
here
greasy
is
weasel.
doing secret talks, telling guys.
This is fire.
Watch this willful
This is
ignorance
fire.
from the master looter. He gives him my shield. I should be rocking that thing, taking it to Skolomance right now.
Oh my
right
God!
now,
Wait,
roll,
I
roll,
love
I think
the
we got
body language here from this
It is
man.
bullshit. Roll it.
I love the
Immediately roll
body
it,
language.
you
He's
know?
so tense.
Look
He's
at this,
so
dude.
tense.
You know, you're a little guy out there. You're a little tiny guy. Fuck you. Hey, you're a little tiny guy. Prepare to get fucked.
Yo,
Don't ever go anywhere near these sick.
wait, this is massive. Move your camera up. I can't get through the rest of it. I can't get through the rest of it. Wait until this guy learns about tank and streamer prio being combined into one. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that's so good. Dude, there's a reason why I played Pally Tank in WoW. I could literally look at a piece of gear and then just take it. Now, hear me out. He could either be invited to the raid in the first place, or it could be Dusty raid, where you're like, yo, Dusty, why are you the only plate user in this entire raid? And then I'm like, Dust, I'm gonna need you on IEA, dog. We don't have a Sunder tonight. Also, you're the only one with a kick because I brought no rogues. That's the alternative. Bro, the number of groups that I led that people would message me and they'd be like, yo, Dusty, I am also plate wearer and weapon user. And I'd be like, oh, sorry, dog, we full on those, thank you. And then I posted, I'd be like, need 3 DPS, casters only, please. Can't ninja the gear if nobody else gets let in. Listen, you just gotta learn from the master. That's what I'm saying. You can't steal shit if there's nobody to steal from. Then it just goes to you by default. Would you nuke your tune today for 1,000 subs? Yeah, I'd just level the rest of the fucking day and then I'd just boost a character tomorrow. Yeah, for 1,000 subs, why the fuck wouldn't I? I would probably... Actually, I will say, for 1,000 gifties, the amount that Twitch gets on that is disgusting. I hate cinematic settings. Chat, I swear to God, if I crash one more time today, y'all are going back to low settings. This is your guys' fucking fault. Every time I run on cinematic, I get crashes. And every time I run on low, somebody comes in and they're like, Dusty, your game looks like dog shit. We gotta be somewhere in between, boys. And y'all are getting put on low. We need the immersion. I need you to immerse my nuts in your fucking mouth. My immersion is at risk here. Jesus fucking Christ. I am down horrendous. Sea Game's ready for Steam release. Oh, say, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you. I'm gonna be real. When I'm running on my settings, I usually do not crash at all. I have many 8+ hour days in Ashes without a single crash. When I'm on cinematic exclusively, it causes me to crash. I don't know why, but there's also a reason I don't run cinematic. I try to run around on cinematic when I'm just yapping because the game looks prettier. But then you also get to see my desktop a few times throughout the day. So yeah, I'm a huge advocate to not run on cinematic. I don't think it's worth it. My settings that I personally run most of the time are very built around not crashing. You have any OC going on in GPU, MSI Afterburner? Nope. Everything's legit. John J, thank you for the gifting. Caravan, thank you for the 9 months, boys. We got a hype train going. Oh my goodness gracious. Holy shit, we're up tremendous. John G with another gifty. Oh my God, why is everybody going crazy right now? John G's fucking targeting people. John G's a fucking sniper on the roof. Just pew, pew, pew. John G, I appreciate you. Hilsey, I appreciate you. Caravan, I appreciate you. Boys, we got a hype train that has been delivered. It's on the tracks. Choo, choo. I appreciate y'all. Also, turn down global illumination to high. My global illumination is medium. Yes, I've learned that global illumination is an absolute bitch. Have they announced when we see dual archetypes? Secondary archetypes. MV Poggers, much love. Thank you for the follow. Secondary archetypes. Those are going to be worked on for the next milestone update, according to Steven. Date for the next milestone update. I don't know. Speculatory on my end. keep in mind, my speculation fucking sucks. I'm the worst guesser in human history, but I feel like we're going to be waiting probably like 3+ months, 3 to 4 months, somewhere in there for the next milestone update, especially if they're trying to bring in 2 secondaries. That's going to be tank and cleric. That'll be available for every primary class, so you'll be able to go X, tank, or cleric to start. Then they'll add in more secondaries for every archetype, every primary archetype. Like they'll bring in fighter secondary, rogue secondary, all those as it just continues to progress, and every primary class gets availability to those. So they're going to chunk in 8 classes at a time with 16 classes planned for the first update as of right now. But yeah, that's going to be a little bit down the road still. I would hope to see that March-ish, maybe April if it's slower. We do also have another pending rework for the archetype, like the character power scaling. That's going to be bringing in ranks to our passive and active abilities here. So instead of just having the I select or deselect the ability, that's actually going to bring in an element of I select or deselect ability, then also invest my rank points where I would like to put those rank points to further specialize my class in something else. So everyone going to go cleric secondary, TTK going to go crazy. Well, keep in mind, every secondary is going to have multiple instances of or multiple schools of specialization. So it'll have these 4 different schools of specialization, and you'll be able to augment your primary abilities with more than just, oh, I'm cleric, I heal. Oh, I'm tank, I have more tank. That's where I tend yo, shadows makes the game look so much fucking different. Oh my god. No shadows is night and day. It's also wild how people will be like, wow, Dusty, this looks so sick. And then I'll run like this, and people go, damn, that looks like dog shit. Bro, it's just atmospheric fog. If I run like this, nobody will think anything is bad. Oh my god, Hosty coming up with the 11 months on the T3 as well. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, boys. The hype train is fucking cruising. AoE tank mage. Oh, AoE tank mage for leveling is gonna go sicko mode. I swear to god, yes. That'll be quite nice. I think tank fighter is also gonna have a whole shitload of damage potential to put out. I think tank fighter is going to pump numbers. I think it's probably gonna be the most annoying disruptory type class, which is what I'm really aiming for. And like I mentioned before, I want to put a lot of my ranks into my damagey type abilities. I want to get slams in. I want to get trips in, pulverizes in, you know, all that stuff. I want to tempo, and I want to play aggro as a result of that. So, favorite old MMOs popping out of nowhere. I'm so happy. What's your favorite old MMO, and why is it popping out of nowhere? Also, Emu, my day is phenomenal. I hope you're also having a great day. Nin Moin, hope you're having a good day too, dude. Today is the last day of enjoying SHOL before the event. I think Glow asked what the event was gonna be. Typically in the past, Guild Wars 1, isn't Guild Wars 1 getting like a remaster or some bullshit? I feel like somebody was yapping about Guild Wars 1 recently in chat, if I remember correctly. There's something, it's getting a reborn, which I think people are thinking means remastered. Right. Yeah, I heard somebody rambling about that a little bit. You've heard the story about how I hacked my brother's Guild Wars 1 account, right? And like traded myself all of his plat. The Guild Wars 1 servers never went down. So, what's the remastered? You can still play the OG version. Right, right. Here's event link for the SHOL one for the person asking before. Word, okay, cool. Is there a description of it, or does it just say the darkness is coming? Is it just their generic, ooh, spooky? Because Elf to send off. Wait a second. Oh shit. Hold on. The event notification went away. The pop-up disappeared. Alpha 2 SHOL pre-wipe send-off. It is a day of endings and new beginnings. Come join us for a fun pre-wipe event on SHOL Realm. On the SHOL Realm, as we say goodbye to our characters before welcoming in many more new ones. You can expect monsters, mayhem, games, and revelry. Games? What games? I play game. I like games. I'm actually a large enjoyer of games. Revelry. Yes, yes, we will revel. I know what that means. I'm familiar with those words. It definitely makes sense. Revel will probably be my Wordle word tomorrow. I try to, like, Carlo always gives me my word to start off of, and then I have to figure it out from there. So I try to do it like hard mode type shit. Revelry will be fire. It's just a fun event. Will be some GM in the community team doing some stuff. Yeah. So previously what they've been in the past, for the phase 2 end and the phase 2.5 end, it was just kind of this apocalyptic spawn event. So they would have a whole lot of mobs go in various areas. They'd like direct us around the world and do like a little exploratory event where everybody zergs up and runs around the world, and then we try to fight back against the, you know, the apocalypse, so to say. You don't get anything for doing it, but it's just fun. You run around with a bunch of people. They have boost NPCs out, so if you want to play a different archetype, if you want to gear out in a different way and you don't have the gear, then like, you know, you can actually get set up. It's quite nice. So for anybody that hasn't played at all this phase, maybe nice to hop into, although you would have to download the client for that. Steam, you'll have to update your client anyway, so it's not going to be a big deal in the long term. But the PTR is going to be the 2nd through the 10th. That's where we're going to get our final look at the build before the 11th, our final round of testing in to see if we can find any more bugs. But with that being said, I'd recommend probably the PTR if you currently have access. That's going to be your most valid information. It's going to be your most up-to-date information. Part of the reason why I'm not doing leveling loops right now is because if you familiarize yourself with the first-time user experience right now, I got bad news for you, buddy. You're going to be cooked as soon as the 11th rolls around. It's night and day different. Let's say some changes today. They have TTK. Is the class was sustained or just better? I think you're sleeping on how much throughput damage a mage can do in ideal scenarios, though. Like, I understand in small scale, everyone's freaking out about the self-sustain, but you also have bards and clerics that are sustaining the fuck out of you in PvP when you're in a group. So yes, rogue and fighter absolutely got buffed. Ranger and mage got brought down a little bit, but I also feel like ranger and mage were so far ahead of melee previously that there's now an active decision between the two. A ranger root and a summoner silence can set up a mage pretty well. You know what else can set up a mage? A tank and a fighter going in and taking that frontal like aggro off of people. Not that you're physically aggroing people, right? But if I'm running at your backline and I'm the first one in and I'm the furthest one in and I'm eating your cleric's ass, just bending them over, just then you're gonna probably pay attention to me instead of the dude that's throwing snowballs out of his fucking hands, because I'm literally gonna be bending your cleric over. So I can open up space. I'm between fighter and rogue, but fighter always look cool. Reminds me of bruiser. Loki, I think fighter can play like a bruiser. I feel like tank can also play like a bruiser, although tank is a little bit less bruisery, and in large scale it's more of a disruptor than a bruiser in terms of new world stuff. So do you think there's enough content to support a global early access? I mean, the game's already globally available. It's not like anybody's banned from getting it right now. You can just go to the Ashes website and you could have got it back in phase 1, phase 2. There's a lot of content that you can do, providing player base is healthy, providing you're in a community. Solo content will continue to get better as it goes. The largest thing about Ashes right now to keep in mind is that Ashes has a lot of systems that are live or die by population. And with this server wiping in 2 days and then the new server coming up 10 days after that, you're not going to see anybody. I'm shocked that I saw Ronin running around, but Ronin's also always here. So like, running around the world right now, I'd be shocked if we saw 50 unique players over the course of the day if I was just running around the map full time. And I'll probably go do some dungeon content. I'll probably see if I can PvP a little bit before the end of the day. Just, you know, show off some of the content that there actually is to do. But as of right now, for the remainder of the time up to the 11th, the population isn't going to be able to facilitate a lot of the systems in the most fun way. So you have the settlement growth and the development of the towns, and then you have the buildings that need to be placed in the towns. You need to get town funds through gold and tax revenue, and then you have to get actual materials for that as well. I'm sick, I need to rest. Can I give you stuff to give away? Yeah, I got you. I got you. You should rest, brother. The 11th is coming very, very soon. Man's out here sick, just giving stuff away. That's so funny. Yeah, I was just saying, I was shocked that I saw another person. How many people have you actually seen today? Because I feel like it's Halloween, being ready to give out a bunch of candy to people, and then nobody shows up to take the candy. And then we're just like, man, this is sad. Dude, I hope you feel better, though. But yeah, so you have the settlement system. You have the citizenship that's associated with that. You have your different forms of PvP from... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why? How do you have so many Protector's Prides? What the fuck? So do I need to get these processed? All right, I need an animal husbandrist up in this bitch. Does anybody know an animal husbandrist that is still playing the game? Just random question. Cause I can get these processed. I had around 200. Excuse me, what? You had 200 Protector's Prides? Like 200 individual Protector's Prides. Because those are an ungodly amount of money. This is the Ronin loop, can confirm. Animals, yes. The fuck? What in the goddamn hell do you mean? That's actually Insano style. My god. Not mounts. No, I know, but even the animals were still selling for a good amount. That's still much more than gold cap in just fucking animals, dog. I know. All right, noted. I will not be trying to compete for Protector's Prizes. That's out of the realm of possibility. All right, understood. I turned my Lego mats into Lego Initiate weapons and found noobs to give them to. Honestly, might not be a bad idea. Just craft some shit up. The excavation tool needs to be the same color of the map. Yes, sounds good. All right, hold on. I have some Lego kits. I don't know if I have any lower rarity kits, but nah, I just have Lego kits. All right. Where's brother at? What rarity do you need? Oh. Did he log off? No! Brother went to run a map and he raged. Oh, that's so sad. Chat, we couldn't save him in time. He jumped. Yo, Ronin. Thank you for the raid, dog. I hope you feel better. We will find new players to give all of these goodies to, and I need an animal husbandrist in here fucking stat. Because we got some refining to do. I hope you feel better, dog. I hope you had a good day. Raiders, if you haven't been here before, welcome in. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator, so I'm quite literally always here yapping, chilling, hanging out. Today, the goal is to find some new players to help run around and find some prospective players to also yap Ashes about. It's the last day before the wipe of SHOL, so tomorrow there will be a big apocalyptic event. And today, I'm enjoying the calm before the storm. Because once the 11th hits, I'm cooked. I got no free time anymore. Also, once the 2nd hits, I'm just doing leveling loops for the next 10 days. I'm gonna be honest, that's straight up my plan. I want to do leveling loop after leveling loop after leveling loop after leveling loop and not fucking stop at all. That's not, excuse me. Bro, I wasn't even gonna fight you. What the hell is this? Brother, rude as hell. Oh my god. So I've got big plans. I've got a lot of my time spoken for very, very soon. What would be the difference between going tank rogue versus rogue tank? Would rogue tank just be a tanky DPS but not a true tank? Yeah, so like rogue tank would still play off of the rogue primary abilities, and then you would augment your rogue abilities with tank. So no matter what combo you go, it's always going to have the primary abilities from your primary archetype, your base archetype. So tank anything will always have this initial skill tree, and then we expand on what's possible with our skill tree through augmenting those abilities with the secondary and also having the ranks that'll be coming in. So you'll have a couple forms of customizing your skill progression. But secondaries are meant to just be some additional on top of what you're actually trying to build out. So if you're playing a fighter and you feel like for what you're trying to accomplish, you need a little bit more self-sustain, then you could look to... Just completed a commission. I've got 3 completed commissions. Okay, word. If you need a little bit more self-sustain as a fighter, you may go fighter cleric. If you want a little bit more base tankiness, so you can not take damage in the first place and then rely on those supports, then you can go fighter tank. If you want some maybe movement or some evasiveness, some in out, then maybe a fighter rogue. There are, hey, get the fuck over here. Take this shit, come here. Yeah, you stop. I have something good for you. Here, free candy. I have this, and then you can't use that. You get good mount though. Congratulations. Oh wait, hold on. I also have those. Dope. All right, he's up tremendous. This guy is truly blessed on this fine day. I don't even know, is he a fizz? Oh yeah, he's a fighter. That axe is fucking best. Wait, that's you. Why do I know everybody that's playing right now? Well, do you need this stuff? Do you need this? I do? All right, yeah, take it. What else do you need? I got you. I thought you were just a random. Hold on. I probably got more shit. Just learning fighter? Word. All right, take that shit. Hold on, let me open these crates and see if I got anything out of them. I don't think I'm gonna get any items out of these, but if I do, I got you. It's probably just gonna be glint and shit. It's the fastest land mount of the game at the moment. Yeah, that's faster than my mount. I just think my mount's drippier personally. I like the flail runner very much. I have a skin that I'm not using because the flail runner is just so fucking dwippy. And it's only 5% slower. So, not in a game you good. Bro, I gotta find somebody that's an actual new player. God damn, like, well, obviously we're gonna have new players here too, but I gotta find someone that doesn't know. I gotta find an organic interaction today. It's like everyone's just a paid actor. I'm like dude, I'm living in this very, very, very strange world of Vera right now. It's like a super small town. You know everybody, and even when you think it's somebody new, it's just the same person in a goddamn different shirt. It's wild. Can in good faith tell people to buy now when it's cheaper than 11 days? Cheaper in 11 days? No. No, God no. I put in my YouTube video that I would recommend most people don't buy right now and just wait the 11 days. Like, if you really want to spend 50 bucks in between now and then, you can do a slash gift 10 at any point, and you'll probably get more value out of that slash gift 10 than you would out of playing Ashes in that time. Now, the only exception is if you really don't care about money, and then you can do a slash gift 100 while also picking up your pack, and that will give you 2 titles in addition to making me smile and getting a firm thank you. So, there are possibilities. But I would genuinely recommend most players just chill the fuck out until the 11th. We are still waiting on more changes on the PTR, so the PTR is always going to feel a little bit fragmented, a little bit messy along the way. So I learned there's a gift 1000. The gift 1000 got turned off because apparently Twitch wasn't happy with how it was allocating the gifted subs, because go figure, like 100 people have 1,000 viewers in their channel at one time. So who would have fucking thought? 200 mags? Yeah, people made a big hubbub and hullabaloo too because they were like, well, why would anybody gift 1,000 subs when they could just donate it instead because the Twitch splits on 1,000 subs are so bad? Not realizing that every streamer that has 20,000 subs that's just getting 100 gifties from a bunch of different people is also going through Twitch splits and rev splits. But nobody wants to talk about that side of it. There were a lot of people that were like, I wouldn't even let somebody gift me 1,000 subs. Motherfucker, yes you would. Yes you would. Do not lie to me. If you're a streamer, unless you're like Asmongold XQC Trainwrecks Rich, you fucking would. You little lion rat. Gonna watch your YouTube video if it's not done well. Gonna send Carla stinky fish guts to put in your shoes. In my shoes? What the fuck do you mean in my shoes?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
What do you mean? Yo, Persio. Thank you for the follow. Much love. Can we talk about that video? What video? My video? Where I advocate that most players don't really hop in? Yeah, feel free. A lot of people have been yapping about it. It's actually way more well received than I thought it would be. Considering I'm taking a very neutral stance of if you want to pop in, and if you don't want to pop in, just chill. Yeah, I think it's a crazy stance. Does Twitch frown on streamers with donations or donation buttons or something? I know it was much more prominent in the past. Nah, so like donations are still a thing, but the convenience of the gifted sub feature has always been seen as like a community growth thing too, because people gift subs with the notification system, and so there's like a gift sub badge or like a sub gifter badge, and then people get a notification for the channel when they get gifted a sub, so people like bring it in. People will think that it brings people in, which it does, and then there's a chance that people will get the notification and they'll renew it. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. What the fuck is that? Why are you making such a bad financial decision? Oh, I'm gonna fucking vomit. Oh, Kendo, what the fuck is that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Kando's back. Oh, Kendo off the fucking top ropes. Oh, Kendo with 100 gifties. My stomach's in knots. I'm literally gonna throw up. Oh my fucking god, Kendo. Holy shit, Kendo, thank you. Thank you so much, Kendo. Jesus fucking Christ. Chat! I need the Dusty W booties immediately. I need the Girthquake. I need everybody to drop that shit down one time for the one time. Kando, thank you for the 100 fucking gifties. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Well, I'm gonna be honest. If anybody asked a question before those gifties went out, I am going to immediately need you to repost your question because that shit is gone and I am not scrolling up that far. I don't know if I can scroll up that far. Kando, thank you. Jesus Christ, I'm actually gonna fucking vomit. Holy shit. What did I miss? Kando just came in with a fucking nuclear missile. An intercontinental ballistic missile directly to the fucking dome of the Twitch chat. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, my heart rate just tripled. Holy shit. Oh my God. Gotchi, how do you dodge 100 gifted subs? Just think you look so constipated? I don't like recording. Bro, I'm trying to look less forced when I'm recording. Yeah, it's not my strong point, because, like, I'm trying to figure out how to look natural when I'm not actually talking to anybody. Because when I'm interacting with chat, it's easier. I look at this monitor, and then it makes sense. But if I'm, like, ignoring the camera the entire time, it's going to look like I'm reading a script, and I don't like looking like I'm reading a script. Only problem is, if you look at my earlier videos, I look directly at the camera like this, and I go, yes, these are all of the changes coming to Ashes of Creation. This is why they're good. This is why they're bad. Yes. Yes, indeed. Bruh, stare into your soul. There's a reason I don't like posting YouTube content is because I like doing this more. I always say, like, I just prefer to be over here. I'd rather spend 10 hours streaming than 2 hours recording. I hate that shit. Dude, it's so awkward. It's so... Try less stare into the cam. Well, so that's what Carla told me to work on, and now I'm like, where do I look? I'm like... Yeah, so the Harbinger system is going to bring in some endgame repeatable content. The Harbinger system will continue to get improved over time, yes indeed. The first-time user experience with the Destiny system is going to add some linearization to players, so that way players will be able to have some form of guidance in the long term. And it will help new players
is absolutely S tier.
Have some form of knowledge of where to go and what to do with some reward scaling. Nim, thank you for the follow. Much love. Caught a stray. Bro, shots going out like crazy. Oh my God. Counterpoint, most good shorts are taken natural from stream interactions with chat. Yeah, I'm much more of a yapper than a recorder. Like, some people are very recording based. I'm not much of a recorder. I just like yapping, and I don't have... Like, this is basically why I don't post a lot of shorts, because scrubbing VODs takes a lot of fucking time. Like, if people are clipping stuff and then just sending it up, that's great, but I don't have that level of, like, the, you know, the team in place. So I don't have a VOD scrubber that's just going through and scrubbing VODs, getting clips, and then being like, this is a short with this title, it needs this edit, or does not need this edit. That's basically the next evolution that I'm looking to get eventually. The plan is post YouTube long form, build up YouTube rev off YouTube long form plus multi-stream, then rev split somebody to scrub VODs. That's all how it works. That's the facilitator, baby. Once your YouTube makes enough money for you to rev split somebody enticingly, then you're so up. But if I'm like, yeah, I'll give you roughly $12.50 to scrub VODs over the course of a month, that's not gonna be really intriguing to you. My YouTube does not make money. Like, I'm partnered and everything on YouTube. I'm all set up. I'm monetized. It's just you need a whole lot of views for that shit. You need a whole lot of views. Yo, Giorgio, what about I'm coming to New York? The fuck? What are you coming to New York for? And when? Goddamn, New York's like... New York's a few hours from Maine, but it's really not bad. I actually was in New York relatively recently. Carla and I went down for a day and just hung out. Technically, we stayed in New Jersey, but my most honest advice is that New York smells like actual shit. Like, it smells like pee and poop, unironically. It is, in my opinion, the worst smelling city that I have been to. Now, disclaimer, I have not been to LA. I have not. I'll be in the sea. Wait, what are you doing in the sea? What do you do for work? Wait, that's fucking fire. You're right, I went to watch other class videos and the combat looks fun. Just not a tank player, I'm a mage player. Yeah, everybody's just got to find what class they vibe with. I think that's the biggest thing. There are so many unique, diverse kits in Ashes. And keep in mind, what is good can be bad after one patch. What is bad can be good after one patch. A lot of people were trying to stick out fighter when it was looking very bleak for fighters. And now fighters are in a much better spot with the upcoming time to kill changes. And as a result, a bunch of fighters are now very, very, very excited. So the TTK is always going to get refined. It's always going to get tweaked. Fighter could start feeling slightly worse. Fighter could feel even better in the long term. Mage could feel worse. Mage could end up being the absolute Thanos snap destructor of doom. Like tank, but I hate the responsibility. Well, that's why you PvP as a tank. It's all of the fun with none of the responsibility, because if somebody dies, it's their own fault. Yeah, that's easy. Like, PvE tanking is what it is. I've been PvE tanking since I was 10 years old. That's fucking fine. I have more experience PvE tanking than pretty much anything else in my life other than basketball. But all I have to do, I love intercepting low levels and just giving them an ungodly amount of shield. It's 10% of my max HP, so they're getting 700 HP as a shield. I just make them invincible. We're so up. Don't worry, you won't die. I got you. I got you. Dude, he's so tanky now. Everything's perfect. Druid PvP tanking? Nah, bro, I play Paladin everywhere. I mean, not in Ashes. I won't play Paladin in Ashes. Unless it just becomes ungodly good at a certain point, but in WoW, it was Pally all over the place, dog. I love that shit. I love that shit. Waiting to see if it comes out on Steam. What you waiting to see if it comes out on Steam? Are you waiting to see Ashes, or? Hey, look, the camera's fine in the video. I'm just awkward when I'm recording, bro. I'll be real. I'm just awkward when I record. There's nothing like other than that. I don't like recording. Ashes on Steam? Oh, word. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gonna come to Steam. There's nothing that's gonna stop it at this point. Do you ever play Ascension WoW? I did not. No, I never got into like custom servers or anything like that. Just going fighter secondary, putting noobs in the dirt. I just want to slap chop people. Like what I'm thinking with fighter secondary, right? People already think it's super annoying to get isolated, grappled, tripped, damage spikes, walls. What if I'm just doing more damage on top of that? What if as soon as I grapple you and trip you, you're getting hit for double the amount of damage now? What if I'm putting out plague in addition to stagger or wound, not plague?
Farm him,
like
farm
it's
him, reaped.
It's gonna be so insane
idiot.
style. You're the idiot. I refuse. I refuse. Kind of gonna go blind in the game to make it more fun. That's what I did phase 2. Phase 2 was my first phase where I very much like, you know, played as an everyday player. So basically, I came in and I wasn't using Ash's Codex very heavily. I was doing wiki dives so I could understand systems, but I was avoiding Codex, which is that website that gives you kind of like all of the item sourcing. It has an interactive map for all of your spawn points. It's got mob spawns, gatherable spawns, pretty much everything that you could want in terms of an interactive. But that took out a lot of the, I guess, just like primary knowledge acquisition, in my opinion. And how I retain information best isn't just like looking at it on a website and reading it. I do really well when I'm actually out there figuring it out for myself and interacting with the systems hands-on. So I came in blind with the full intent of, I'm gonna start a community over here. I came over from New World at the time, had a few friends that came with me, and we were just like, all right, fuck it, let's make our own guild, let's do it our own way and see what's up. Because when I came over, there was a huge... You think there's a problem now with the exploiting accusations? Brother, you don't know how it used to be. You don't know how bad it used to be. Every guild at the top was constantly just being accused of this dupe, that dupe, this exploit, that exploit, and because Intrepid was much lighter on punishing those things, it was usually true. So I said we're gonna come in with a community and we were gonna do it our way and play towards launch, where we weren't gonna be playing around the dupes, the exploits, the bug hunting, and all of that. And we tried to play as efficiently as we could in the way that we would want to play the game in the long term. And it's worked very well for us. But phase 2, I acknowledge we were not going to have a lot of momentum. People weren't going to take us seriously. I was going to come in and say that we wanted to focus on top-end PvP, and everyone was going to go Dusty. You can't include casual players and also PvP on the top end. That's impossible. You only can recruit the established players, only the heavy hitters. Well, we're doing pretty well for ourselves now, so we're going to stick it out. But for me, it was about getting the organic experience learning the world under my own thought processes, understanding this area is more populated, this area has these mobs, this area is a dead area, this is a point of interest that I want to go grind. These are good points of interest, these are bad points of interest. And as a result, my phase 2 leveling took me 125, 150 hours. My phase 2.5 leveling took me like a week. My phase 3 leveling took me less than that. And my phase 3.5, this new server that's coming up, will take me even less than that. So, yo, Rickers, thank you for the follow. Much love. It's a long time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now keep in mind, I was also exploring, though. I would run down to the desert at, like, level 18, and I would just peep where mobs were. I found shardling farms. I would run around in groups of, like, 2 people, because keep in mind, at the time, people in the Ashes community didn't know me as, like, the Ashes guy. I wasn't here long enough to have that rapport. People thought I was just gonna come in and leave, and I had lost a lot of viewers. So it wasn't like I could just snap my fingers and have a full group of people that wanted to go do Forge. I was hanging out with like 2 people and we were finding some mobs that we could kill. So I would run around the map just exploring. I'd do non-elite mob grinds. I would find a pack of like 3 mobs that I could kill. I would spend an entire stream in one fucking place. So there has definitely been a lot of evolution to it. This is gonna be the first phase where, you know, I really feel confident being able to discern what's good in our starting loop, what's bad in our starting loop. Obviously, there's going to be more extrapolation and change on that once people discover other, you know, other little quests that we can throw in. Tuesday is going to be a huge opportunity to test the new first-time user experience that's coming in. Hopefully, they've got a lot of the bridge, I believe they call them corridor quests, that are going to be coming in. So there are a few continuity issues with the questing experience as of the last version of the PTR, but that's their highest prio right now. So that'll get better. For leveling and Ashes, questing or mob grinding mostly. Questing teeters out around like level 10 to 12-ish right now, but they're building out the questing experience. So essentially your narrative starts at the start of a book. So we're still in that, you know, the start of the book, so to say, and they're writing the rest of the book right now, from the world building to the NPC interactions to the questing objectives to keep it from becoming the same thing over and over again. So we have a very massive world with a ton of lore in every single area of the world. Every point of interest has its own lore. Every, you know, little area that you go to can have hidden tidbits of information, small Easter eggs. What is the lore of this random ass tower? Well, if you dig deep enough and once the narrative expands there, you can probably find it. How did this little corruption circle get here? Eventually, we'll probably figure that out through narratives. So questing right now basically starts in your new player areas. So you've got the Riverlands Divine Gate here, or you've got the Anvils up on this side. And then through the first time user experience, it starts you in those areas at what's called the Divine Gate. And then in the Anvils, you can choose to come out of the mountain either to the bonfire side or the hammer rest side. Just 2 different questing hubs. Problem with the Anvils is after this, shoop, cut the head off it. This is where your questing ends. So they're going to build it down so they have more questing hubs, more questing narrative, and then eventually trickle you down into the tropics, into other parts of the world. Same thing here. Questing through the start here will bring you from the Divine Gate right in the middle here to Lionhold or to Samia's Hope. And then from there, you'll probably work over to Second Sword Outpost if you know where to go. And then, boop, most of your questing progression, especially in a semi-linear fashion, is gone. So that's going to continue to get better. It has got a lot better in the time that I've been here. When I first started playing, 90% or more of quests were completely incompletable, were completely broken, bugged, borked in some way. There are still some quests that are broken, bugged, or borked, but it's much more likely that you will interact with quests functioning properly than you will encounter quests that are not functioning properly at this point in time, which I think is a huge first step. As they, again, just build out more questing hubs, work into the higher level parts of the world, questing will continue to have more validity to it, but as of most players' plans right now, you'll usually go through the first time user experience questing, and then the efficient route is going to be mob grinding your way up. But you'll also notice that I get character experience from cutting down these trees. So I have experienced debt, which means that I've died a couple times recently. I've got to farm off 88k XP before I can gain XP again. Now, I'm max level, so it doesn't really matter. But you also get some stat dampening, so you don't want to let that accumulate too much. It can go up to 20% of your max stats, so maintaining that can be good. But you can just chop down trees, and then you can level your character off of this. I am getting character XP just from sitting here yapping and chatting with you guys. You can level your character from gathering, processing, crafting, killing mobs, doing quests. There are like town boards that are within the settlements. Once those settlements actually get up, there are neutral town boards that you can get quests from called commissions as well. So there is actually a lot that you can do. It's just not all of it's going to be the most linear, efficient, and fleshed out 1-2 max level right now with questing. How much is the game right now? Right now, 100 USD, but it's going to go down to under half price, the 11th to the 25th. I would highly recommend waiting for the 11th and then hopping in on the 11th if you are looking to get in. We have brand new servers starting up then. This server is going to get wiped, so you'll have a brand new start. You'll have a huge patch that's coming in, brand new state of the economy that's way less fucked than this state of the economy is. So it's just a huge, you know, huge batch of bug fixes. Everything from UI changes to progression changes to combat changes. You fucking name it. So many of our players had bags full of high-end dead corals for leveling alts. Ooh, wait, that's tech. That's tech. So you just go out in dead coral and then you process the dead coral like mad? How fast do you think that was comparatively to anything else? Yeah, the turbo processing goes fucking massive. Absolutely massive. But yeah, on the 11th, it goes down to $42.50. And then from there, on the 26th, it'll go back up to $50, but it'll be $50 from here on out. Also, Z over on YouTube, what up, dog? What do you think the average online player will be like? Average online player, probably pretty casual at this point in time. There's obviously a very sweaty player base that is about Ashes, that wants to optimize, that wants to min-max as much as they possibly can right now, and wants to scale up and be in power. But I think the average player is probably going to be more of a dad gamer. Like, the average MMO player is not someone who's putting in 8 to 12 hours a day every day. The average MMO gamer is someone who's putting in... Is it Blastoise? No fucking shot, he's got a Blastoise. Nah, it's so drippy. It's so drippy. The Blastoise skin goes so hard. This might be one of the coolest mount skins in Ashes, I think. It's just a giant telescope turtle. It goes so fucking hard. God damn. It's so dwippy. 250 Lego Dead Coral gamble was close to 1 mil. What? God damn. That's fucking insano-style. Now, do you think that people just dead coral farm on launch? Cause like, if it works, it works. If you're not con, you're not con. Dead coral farm on launch might be valid. Oh no. Dusty, are you older than me? I'm 64 years old. I just use CeraVe on my face day and night, and then I walk every morning. So, don't let longevity get to you, my goat. Don't let it bring you down. All right, everyone, I'm super hyped. The economy needed a reset, and it's going to seem so many of my friends are going to hop in. Tuna, that's massive, by the way. I'm very happy that you're bringing friends to cats, because we always need more and more and more people. I can show you what he looks like without his wig. The wig is fucking crazy. It's wig plus extensions. Yes, yes, exactly. We're truly down horrendous here. I've been using many products to keep this lion mane, and if I tip my head too far down, we're rough. Cluster is gone. Cluster spawns are gone? Or static cluster is gone? Because cluster spawn should still be in. Unless it's tweaking. But clusters were intended, it was just the static clusters. Maybe they fucked up the static clusters and then had to pull those. Or maybe they fucked up non-staticking the cluster, then had to pull those. Wait, so clusters are gone on the PTR? Is PTR accessible for anyone that has the alpha when it's open? Yeah, if you have your alpha testing pack, then you do have the PTR. Respawn with same rarity is gone. Oh yeah, the statics. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But theoretically, you'd also be able to find more random rarity throughout. But yeah, clusters with full static rarity and respawning the same rarity so you can just sit on a Lego spawn. Yeah, that was intended to be cooked for a while, so. Question for the early access. Shank, what up, my dudes? How's the speed on leveling for crafting? Am I able to somewhat keep up with mob grinding? Obviously, it won't be as fast, but is it pointlessly slow? It's pretty slow. Especially if you're trying to craft specifically and not just gather your way up. It'll be quite slow. Is that a turtle with a freaking cannon on it? Technically, it's a telescope, but I think a cannon would be a whole hell of a lot cooler. Although, is it a telescope? Yeah, it's technically a telescope. Lame. Lame. Hold on, can you actually see the reflection of the skybox in it? Oh yeah, you can actually see the reflection of the skybox in it, look. as I move around. It's like a real-time reflection. That's neat. That's neat. But yeah, I like this mount skin. I like this mount skin a whole lot. There are many like it. Actually, there are none like it. There are literally none like it. And this one is not mine, so I'm double sad. Gathering processing will only get, will be the only way you get XP. Crafting isn't much. Yeah, crafting's not much, and crafting's also ungodly expensive. I wouldn't recommend first character trying to craft your way up. Is that a skin? Yeah, it's a mount skin. And one of the coolest that I am the most jealous of. Dude, it's so drippy. I make do with gathering. The thing with gathering too is you're still gonna, keep in mind, be at a net slower pace, substantially slower than somebody that is mob grinding. But you'll also get rich as fuck along the way. If you're gathering with the intent to time like marketplace jumps and crafting pushes, you will set yourself up to make a whole lot of money. So you essentially have the element with ashes of, on the 11th, do you want to play to be the strongest person on the 14th? Or do you want to play to be the strongest person 3 months after the 14th? Because you can win early and lose late, and you can lose early and win late. Some people will be able to win early, win late, and just translate that the entire time. But for a lot of players, it's going to be one or the other. And I think too many people get baited into the, I need to have item level 23 heroic plus weapons. I need to have item level 26. And then I need to have item level 29. Like, I'm probably going to save for level 26 crafts. Try to find, honestly, I might even skip 26, but 26 is a really good with the glory bound stuff. So I'll probably try to find item level 26 mats for weapons. Get those in high rarity once item level 26 crafting goes down. Farm up, you know, drops for item level 23, or potentially get POI drops for 29s from Forge, from Carfin, if those are dropping at all, just the off chance. Streamer loot that bitch to myself, and then we move on. But there are multiple plays that could be made, econ-wise, that we all got to keep in mind. Someone who did this, it's slow and you need to love gathering and not get bored. You most likely get bored before you hit level 25. Yeah, 1000%. I would personally recommend, if you're trying to go the gathering route, I'm going to be working on, when the PTR launches on the 2nd and then through the 10th, I'm going to be working on our, like, questing first time user experience loop so we can get everybody ahead of the curve and we can get people out to a very fast start. So I would personally recommend starting loop, get your first few levels, pump the first day, and mob grind as high as you can tolerate. And then go back to gather, maybe like day 2, day 3. Because that gathering, oh, who's pulling up with a drippy ass mount? Oh, we got another cool one. That's the Moonstrider. God damn. Wait, Carve, this is your skin? August of 22. Man, what was I doing in August of 2022 and why was it not buying a fucking Ashes pack? It's so drippy. But yeah, so basically, I'd recommend grinding a little bit, getting a level advantage over your competition, and of course, early gathering is going to level your character faster, but that's also because your experience needed is substantially lower. So gathering is still going to give you solid XP. It's not going to be nearly as fast as mob grinding, but it is still something. And you can also econ off of that. So, long story short, run the progression route, quests, econ, get some money, get ahead, double back, gather once you hit, I'd say maybe like level 10, level 12, because you're gonna have to kill mobs to be able to gather anyways. Like, you can go to areas that don't have a lot of mobs and kind of zigzag, but a lot of the areas that you're looking at will have some form of mob aggro that you have to worry about. And if you're level 1 trying to fight through that, it's gonna suck. Now, if you're level 1 leaving Lionhold, then we have some fucking problems. Because I'm pretty sure you get level 2 just by existing. Level 2 is essentially write your name on this paper for me. And then we go from there. I think that's it. What do we think on how long people stick with it? How long before the player count drops significantly? Ash's player count on the 11th? I'd say It depends heavily on the econ. Keep in mind, if the econ is fucked earlier, then people will leave earlier. If the econ is sustainable and people feel like they can progress and that progression on the top end is organic and that they can play the game in an intended, route of progression, which you can if things aren't borked, in a good state of circumstances, maybe like month and a half, which will give them enough time in ideal circumstances to be able to say, hey, we have new content coming. Here is what's planned for the new content, and basically excite the people that are leaving around that time. But also, that's if things are going well. Retention-wise, I don't expect it to immediately be evergreen where there's just a fucking straight line with no drop-off, right? That's unrealistic even for the most popular finished polished games. There is going to be player fall off 1,000%. My prediction on the chart is Thursday player numbers will be higher than they have been, of course. Carf, thank you for the prime. Much love. I appreciate that, dude. Thursday player numbers will be higher than they have been, of course, because they can't get much lower than this. We'll see a large pop on each server, both of the two servers. I don't think there will be a demand for a third server, is my prediction. I don't think it's going to be that popular. I think if Thursday deployment goes well, Friday night peak will surpass Thursday peak, and then Saturday will surpass Friday, and then Sunday will have a lower peak than Saturday, and then the week will even out a little bit, and then if the game is still going well for people at that point, the playtests, they're still having fun, then I think second weekend could be a higher peak than first weekend, but I don't think third weekend will be a higher peak than second weekend. I think second weekend you'll start to have some people fall off and trickle off as the world spreads out more, as PvP comes more into play, as the discrepancy between the top end and everybody else comes about. That's typically where you'll start to see the oppressive gameplay come in. So I'm thinking it's probably going to be 2 weeks-ish for our first round of players leaving. But I'm confident that first 2 weekends specifically, we could see like basically growth between those two. But again, that's if the reception is solid. Which I do think the reception of 1 to 10 especially is going to be way better now than it was even at the start of these servers. They have made significant progress on it. It's also very important that they get more of the transitionary quests in, the bridge quests, the corridor quests, whatever you may be calling them. Those quests that are essentially like, hey, you've completed Messina, thank you for the follow. Those quests that are basically like, hey, you've completed this questing hub, you've completed this pinnacle quest, you're done here. Now let's go to this other area where you can then follow through with more quests. Right now, that non-linearity is going to cook people, even from the transition from Lionhold to Second Sword Outpost to the harbor, following through off-road to Jova. People are going to hit a point where they turn in a quest and then they're like, so that's it? Where do I go next? So that's my biggest thing with questing that I'd love to see, just long-term, more continuity. So people who are playing the Founders right now, when it comes on December 11th, this game wiping everything reset. So everyone who's playing now is essentially going to have to restart too. Exactly. They are wiping every single thing. Technically, the wipe's going to be on the 1st, and then we have 10 days of private test realm testing before the patch comes in on the 11th. That also is going to have no advantage for the people that are starting on the 11th, other than, I guess, the knowledge that you gain. But I'll also be educating everybody about what's going on the 11th, or in between now and the 11th if you're not playing the private test realm. So, no character advantage. You can just get some practice, some knowledge on the way, but there will be a wipe, and even after the December 11th deployment, there will still probably be wipes along the way. Like, definitely will be wipes at some point. My hope is that we can get maybe 6 months before another wipe, but that's also a very optimistic approach on it. Are there multiple starting areas, or does everyone get funneled to the same spot? Now there are 2 starting areas. I would say at this point in time, right now, 1.5. The Anvils is a far superior one. Sorry, Jesus Christ. The Riverlands is the far superior one. The Anvils is very inferior right now. Jesus Christ. I'm circling the Riverlands. So the Anvils needs a lot more work. They've been prioritizing work on both of these areas for the first time user experience changes for the 11th to hopefully make the Anvils better. They've assigned a point of interest team to try to get more points of interest out here. They're looking at the questing hubs, the continuity there. Same thing with the Riverlands. However, the Riverlands is, as you can tell, much more developed than the Anvils is at this point in time. So the Riverlands was the first OG area. It's the best area right now. So from there, I would expect to see most people in the Riverlands, primarily because the opportunity cost is huge there. You compete with more players, but the payout is also exponentially higher. In the Anvils, you may have less optimal XP, but in the event that you have less competition out there, your XP could actually be better. Do you pick which starting areas you want? Yes, you get to pick. Yep, you just pick it in your character creator. They'll also have a background tab. The background tab right now is just a bonus thing. It doesn't actually impact your character. It will in the long term, however, though, unless they just maybe improve the backgrounds and add something to them. But it's our price tag that comes on the 11th. Yeah, it's going to be $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th, and then it goes back up to $50 after the 25th, so the 26th to be announced. That'll go up to $50 USD. So comes down to half price, under half price if you get it on the sale from the 11th to the 25th. And that's the full access until the game launches. No matter how long that goes, short that goes, whatever it may be. I have had my pack for way longer, so I have the $375 pack. I paid a little bit more, but also I got a lot more playtime out of it. Is $100 Founders worth the price tag? Depends on how much you like $50. I always say, like, for me, you can see my sub count. I don't make a lot of money. If I were not already playing Ashes, I would recommend not hopping in right now because you're going to basically play the end of the world event tomorrow where GMs and stuff will be here and boost NPCs, so that'll be great. And then you have 10 days of private test realm testing to check out the patch before it comes in. And then on the 11th, we go on to our brand new server and the patch goes live. So in addition to that, the $50 would also get you 2 titles in game. So there will be a Cultist of the Eternal Fire and then a Knight of the White Flame title. So you can either be a Cultist or a White Knight. And those will give the in-game titles. And then those will also change your dye on your cloak and give your cloak a unique appearance based on which title you have equipped. So there are a couple bonuses, but it's basically, do you want the title and the 10 days of testing, or do you want $50? So I recommend for most players waiting until the 11th. It's going to be a more fun hop-in point. It's going to have more players. You're going to have the MMO-like launch. Whereas the private test realm, they're usually something along the lines of, hey, we want to focus test this today. Go, my sheep. And then we just bat, and then we go test, and we try to find bugs. So PTR is a lot different of an experience. I really enjoy the PTR because they do often have boost NPCs in, so we can theory craft and, you know, test stuff there. So there is a lot to do over there, but also I kind of relay everything along the way. So it all just breaks down to, again, how much you like that $50 and how much you really want 2 titles. If you're someone that thinks you might play it in the long term and stay with Ashes, then the titles could be really cool if the game does launch and survive. Oh, also $15 in the in-game store with the $100 pack. So you get another $15 in like kickbacks too. The in-game store is going to be coming in on the 11th with transmogs. So this is a mount transmog that you're looking at here, the big ass Blastoise. My mount is a mount that you can get through the animal husbandry system, which is a trade skill in game. So there are cool mounts both through skins and through fucking bird. The fuck is this? Fucking rat with wings. I swear to fucking Christ. My bad. My bad. But yeah, so there are cool mounts that you can acquire through both like in-game systems and progression, as well as mount skins that go over your mount and just keep the mount stats. So there will also be armor skins, weapon skins, just general, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no power scaling skins. Transmogs only. So that's what's going to be coming in on the 11th. If you have the $100 pack, then you would get $15 in that in-game store. The 2 titles, and then your first month of sub time when the game launches. Early access has no sub. The full launch of the game will be no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 a month sub to play. Only that $15 a month sub. Either pack right now includes your first month of sub time. So the $50 or the $100, first month of sub time. $100 also includes 15 doubloons in the in-game store that you can get skins with, and then those 2 titles. So if you have questions, I can double back on anything. There's a lot of information all at once. There's genuinely a lot. I'm just gonna burn a hole in my wallet, and I'm so here for it. Then you must not RIP all of your money. TwitchCon is gonna be a banger next year, and we got such a good deal on everything. Do you mean impressive gameplay? What's that mean? How are the old players compared to the new ones? The server progress, etc. I mean, players with more knowledge and communities with more knowledge and more people are always going to be very far ahead of the curve, right? Especially the casual curve. So, like my community, for example, we have now multiple phases where we have leveled, where we have PvP'd, where we have gathered, refined, crafted. We have an entire crafting core that's established with all of our guild crafters that'll be providing all of the, all of the crafting, a lot of the gathering, the refining. We have the entire structure in place for our entire guild to have many, many, many different roles and many things in place that allow us to fight in PvP on the top end. So old players, not necessarily UNC players, but existing communities that have put a lot of time and effort into that information acquisition over time, into the repetition side of things, both PvE and PvP. Every time you level, you figure out things you do differently. Every time you PvP, you die and you figure out something that you would do differently. So with those repetitions, with that kind of like forged in fire mentality that a lot of the older communities have, especially coming in knowing Ash is janky as shit, everyone does tend to improve phase to phase. There are some people that improve faster than others, but new players can also hop in either as a brand new community and have a lot of success if they do embrace the learning mentality, or new players can also join an established community like the one that I run and can come in with a lot of established leadership in place. I'm basically just the front man. We have an entire council that works hard in very specific roles, and then officers underneath the council that also helps the council execute what they need to on a daily basis. So we have PvP, logistics, we have gathering, refining, crafting. We'll have nightly guild events, which we ran previously this phase as well. 7 nights a week we do something, multiple nights of PvP scrims a week. So if you're in the right community and you're in a community that is putting a lot of the knowledge and information out there, you can genuinely bridge the gap so fast. It's like playing basketball and starting in 2024 versus starting in 1992. You're going to have a different bag, a different move set, a different knowledge, and a different approach from starting now versus starting way back in the day when people were just learning how to crossover. So you're entering at a higher level of knowledge, a better point of polish in the game. So you'll definitely notice, oh wow, I don't actually know shit. Because it's an MMO. It's an MMO loop. I kill things and I hit stuff to get more power. But all of the forms of power, all of the min-maxing of where that power and that econ scaling and those materials and everything along the way can come from, all of the different choices and gearing and progression is a lot. Are there any profession, craftable items, gear, etc. That are only usable by the crafter or people of the same profession tier and level? There is artisan gear that improves your like crafting capabilities, and some artisan gear will have, well actually all artisan gear has combat stats on it. So like this novice fisherman shirt, don't make fun of my artisan gear or lack of, this has max health on it. The higher you go up into your levels, the more stats you get on this, both for artisan and for combat stats. So some things have power, some things have health, some things have crit, some things have, different artisan stats, and these require that tier of artisan skill. So if I want to have like a Grandmaster Metalworker shirt for power in the long term, I'll have to be Grandmaster Metalworking to actually be able to equip that. In terms of adventuring stuff like WoW, where I was jewel crafting so I could make my own, make different gems and shit like that, enchanting so you can self-enchant rings and amulets, like it's nothing along those lines. Everything is intended to be very player-to-player community based and not a whole lot of that like individuality, so to say. So there's not much of a you're restricted in just this. However, you will absolutely notice a point in time where you're like, damn, I really wish I had a crafter for this right now, and I do not have a crafter for this right now. That's the largest inconvenience with it. How does the PvP work? Can anyone attack you at any time? Yeah, so basically if I wanted to right now, I could hop off of my mount and I could attack Mr. Isty. But upon that attack, I would flag up for PvP. If I proceeded to kill him, no, it's okay, I won't. If I proceeded to kill him 100-0, right? So like, I'm flagged up for PvP right now. If I proceed to kill him and he doesn't hit me back, then he wouldn't have flagged up and I would go corrupt. We'll get into that in a sec. But since he's flagged up now, we're both purple, I could kill him right now and we wouldn't drop any of our equipment. We would only drop things from materials upon death. So if he were to kill me right now, I would drop a percentage of my materials tab only on my ashes, and then a percentage will just disappear into the void forever. So he can loot a percentage of my mats upon killing me successfully. If I were to kill him, I'd get a percentage of his. Gear and items are safe. Now, say he never flagged up for PvP, or I look at this level 5 and I just say, you, sir, you need to die. It's bullion time. I would then turn red and corrupt. When I corrupt, I show all the... Are you going to corrupt? He has PvP protection. He has the Asmon gold rule. He's good. He's good. He's safe. Jesus fucking Christ. We're about to see violence. So in the event that corruption happens, you turn red instead of purple. And upon turning red, you can no longer unequip pieces of your gear. You can no longer go into towns, trade with players. You're basically an outlaw and a criminal. So people can attack you without flagging up for PvP. And the only way to farm off your corruption and go back to normal is either killing a whole lot of mobs or dying as of right now. That'll change in the future. But with the corruption system, it's meant to be a net loss. So if we see somebody corrupted on the map, I'm going to chase them down and I'm going to try to kill them. When I kill them, they will drop pieces of their equipped items. So all of this shiny shit that I've got right now would just, some of it would go down the drain. And if I don't have somebody right there to loot my shit when I die, guess what? Somebody else is going to take my shit. And then I'm about to be down some items. So that's going to be very, very, very unfortunate. Nin can tell you a couple stories on corruption, and most corruption happens accidentally because the punishing is so hard. With that, Nin was in a PvP fight a couple phases ago and tab targeted to a low level. So like I'm fighting Isti, and then I tab target over to this guy and target this guy by accident. And basically... wouldn't be a tab, it'd be like an accidental target acquisition. But basically, Nin sent out abilities, and it killed the low level. Nin corrupted, and then because Nin corrupted, Nin went to drown Ninself, and discovered if you drown yourself in a certain depth of water, you can't grab your ashes and actually retrieve them. And when Nin died... Nin dropped a best in slot necklace that you could only get from a quest loop, so it was a one-off per character. Yo, Nightcore, thank you for the follow. Much love. So you could only get one of these necklaces per character, and Nin lost the necklace. It was absolutely tragic. We had to have other people go through the questing process and get more of those necks and hand them out. Dude, it's so bad. But corruption happens accidentally more than it happens intentionally. I would say the one instance where you're likely to get corrupted on and should always be prepared for it is if you have a crate on your back. So I can make a crate and I can waddle that crate on my back town to town, and the further I waddle that, I can sell that for more. There are diminishing returns on the same route. So if I make a crate and I go from Winstead all the way up to Kaltorum, and then I go Kaltorum back, and then I go Winstead to Kaltorum, every 200 crates that are completed on one route bring in a rate of diminishing returns that then lowers the price of that crate, the payout of that crate. So if I'm running the same route over and over and over again, like people had to with this server, because Kaltorum was the only far away leveled settlement, excuse me, no settlements were leveled other than KT and the Anvils. No settlements in the tropics were leveled. No settlements in the Junedark, and one settlement in the desert, but the desert's really close. So most people would go up, and they would go all the way through, up to KT, and then follow this route. So as people were coming through this mountain pass right here, or this mountain pass, there would be people that were lurking up here on these high grounds that would see people coming, and then they would drop down on them, and it would be like a group of people. They'd drop down on the person with the crate, and then they would kill them and corrupt, and then one of the people that was in the group would kill the person that corrupted, get their gear and give it back, and then they would take the crate. So you are always liable to run into bandits and tomfools and hooligans. Will it happen every time you step out of the goddamn town? No. A lot of people very much overstate how much PvP there truly is. There are other systems of PvP outside of the open world system, but so many people that don't actually play Ashes will tell you up and down that you are going to get corrupted on and that you're going to lose all of your gear. So, honestly, that seems like an abusive system to circumvent corruption like that. I think the cool thing to come of it, like, while it is a very, I'll call it a clever use of the system, like, I think it's fair game. There were actually anti-corruption squads that formed up in the Anvils to go look for the people that were corrupting and then kill the people that were corrupting as they corrupted. Because you could basically, like, bait the trap. Like, we could have a low level that was going through with a crate on their back, and it was just a super low tier common crate. and they would jump the lower level, kill the lower level, and then we could jump them, or whoever was out on the anti-corruption squad could jump the person that corrupts. Because really all you have to do is wait for the person to corrupt, and then they have to die eventually, and when they die, they will drop gear. Now, there is always the element of, I'm in a corruption set, I don't care if I lose the gear, but, if you're in a corruption set and it's bad gear, then people will probably be able to kill you in PvP in the first place. So, there are areas that aren't PvP. Not really. PvP is available everywhere through the corruption system, through the open world flagging system. There's no protection even in towns. There are guards in town, but you can still be hit in a town. So you have to be careful if you have materials on you at any point in time, even if you're in a town. There are lawless areas. So the ocean is all lawless. This open ocean area is fully traversable. All lawless area. These islands that are out in the ocean, all lawless islands as well. So those opt you into PvP. There are rotating lawless battlegrounds that go throughout each biome, each area here. Jesus Christ. And as they go throughout, you can go to those. You can receive like a PvP, like combatant status. You can also get some buffs. However, those are a little more rudimentary. In the December 11th update, we have the Harbinger system that's coming in, which is an open world corrupted area. So basically the Tropics Harbinger originates here and then expands out from here. So you'll see a red area on the map here, and that spawns in open world events, difficult open world events. If that event is successfully completed, then the Harbinger will stay that size and can even, you know, basically be reduced. But if the open world event is failed, then that will continue to expand in size. You'll see breakoffs of it that transform the world into force flag lawless PvP, also corrupt the mobs, the materials, the entire outworld, like the entire open world area. So it's a full transformation of it. That's in for the December 11th update. That's going to be an endgame PvP mode. Instant stuff is kind of planned, but Ashes is meant to be a very lightly instanced game. It is fully emphasized open world content. Friction over everything, player to player strife over everything, fighting over mob grind spots, fighting over material spots, fighting over world bosses, dungeons, everything in between. That's all kind of in Ash's core loop, is that player to player friction, which is why, in my opinion, you always have the opportunity cost to evaluate with an area of, do I want to go here where it's going to be the best possible spot, where there will naturally be more people, or do I want to go from a less ideal spot that will have less competition, where I will net more experience, I'll run into less PvP, or maybe you want to run into more PvP. It's all down to like what you want to do as a player, but you can definitely put yourself into positions where you will either see more or less PvP as a result. From there, they'll have instanced arenas that come in. That'll give you 1v1s. They've talked about 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s, and possibly a larger team mode. I want to say they scrapped one of those as well. But their balance point is around 8v8s. I think 5s and 3s would be really fun. I don't really give a shit about 1v1 arenas because we can just duel each other. I don't care much on that side of things. But arenas will be huge replayable content. Are Nakuans coming soon? Oh, Nakuans are already in. Yeah, I'm a Nakua right now. So Nakuan Booba Dwarves have the flip. The men do not have the flip. So Nakuans came in at the start of this phase. The next patch is going to bring in the Renkai, which is the second to last race to be added. That's like your big brawlic orc. And then you'll have your Tlnar as the final race. Tlnar are furries and scalies that just stayed underground and had an orgy when the apocalypse ended. They didn't want to go back outside. That is actually their lore. Everybody went back to the overworld because the apocalypse was done. And then the Tlnar stayed in the underrealm and just fucked and populated their own race. That is unironically their lore. I wish I was kidding. But that's what you're in. Are the racials or just cosmetics? As of right now, race and backgrounds are just cosmetics. There will be impacts from race and background, but they don't want to predicate race class combinations, is what they've said. They kind of want to leave that a little bit more open to what the user wants to play. So you don't have like a gnome caster because gnomes have higher int, or if you're using a sword or a mace, you have more mace proficiency because you're a human, right? Like, they won't have stuff tied like that. But there will be some flavor elements tied with your racial choice. We don't exactly know what they are. They've talked about possibly trade skill stuff before, but nobody really knows where they're leaning on that. Backgrounds will augment some of your active abilities. So a background choice could either be a cosmetic or a slightly functional change to some of your ability sets as well that could keep it fresh and unique. So there will be some depth coming in with that as well, but as of right now, no. From my understanding, the players farm materials and build bases. So basically, less on the side of base building and that freeform building in the world, more on the side of all of these regions, right? All of the border areas that you see, these are individual towns called settlements. So there are, as of right now, 4 different tiers of settlements in the game. A 5th tier will be coming at some point in time. Through a system called vassaling, settlements are linked up into these regions that you see if I hover over one settlement. So with vassaling, not every town can become the highest level town. The full structure right now is there's one tier 4 at the top. That tier 4 has 2 tier 3s underneath it, which are over in Jova and Miraleth. And then each tier 3 has 1 tier 2 underneath that. So you have 1 at the top and then 2 and 2. So basically at tier 3, settlements become, you know, electable, so to say. They can have a mayor, mayoral run, and then somebody gets voted in, and then the town can start fundraising money materials in a more dedicated manner, so you can then try to put up buildings in the towns. So that's where a lot of the world building comes from right now. In the long term, the housing system is going to give more individual world building too. Housing system not functional yet. So with the buildings, different tiers of towns have different amounts of building spots. No building spots in a T2. And then I used to know the numbers. I want to say it got changed recently. It did get changed recently. I want to say it's like 6 and 12 or some bullshit. But the numbers are not important unless you're a mayor. Either way, right off the top of my head, I could count, but I don't want to count right now. So as you go up in levels for your settlement, you get more building plots. Are you corrupted? Did you just corrupt on that, man? What did I just witness? What the fuck? So as towns go up in higher levels, right? You get more building plots where you can then place down more buildings that impact the server crafting infrastructure. You can't have higher level gathering tools until you put down buildings. You can't have higher level processing until you put down buildings. You can't craft things until you put down buildings and upgrade those buildings. So there is a lot that is dependent on the server infrastructure and progress as a whole. Why the fuck is Pock here? What the helly? Where the fuck did Pock come from? Brother literally came out of nowhere. But yeah, so there will be a lot that's tied into the citizenship and the world building through that. In the long term, there will also be systems that could lead to a settlement denaturing over time if it's ignored, or dying through a siege where it would be completely laid waste to. So sieges are a huge player versus player game mode, but eventually you're going to have a living, evolving tile set for the map where you'll see these regions pop up. You'll see these regions break down. So are the areas broken out between guilds? Less so guilds. I mean, you'll have like an outward guild that is kind of the face of the settlement, but it's impossible for a guild by themselves to level a settlement in this current state. Guilds will obviously continue to expand and communities will continue to expand. But for example, Kaltorum is like our guild's area. But even then, there's no benefit to the guild for actually running a settlement. You don't get tax revenue directly to your guild. There is a settlement bank where all of the tax revenue goes to the town only. So it's actually a detriment to a guild right now to run a settlement unless you're looking specifically to get like a flyer for being a mayor, or maybe you're looking to have some control over what gets crafted when. But other than that, you're sacrificing genuinely so much personal and guild progression to progress a settlement. So this phase, you'll notice Kaltorum is the only settlement leveled in the Riverlands. In the Anvils. My God, I'm dyslexic today. That was a huge push from our community and many other communities to actually level these settlements, or this settlement. Now, outside of that, nothing. What the hell? Nothing in the world is physically leveled. Nothing. Other than the Riverlands. It's Riverlands, and then it's just Kaltor. This took a whole shitload of time and investment. So this is kind of like our guild's area, but it's also no benefit to our guild. It took material investment, it took time investment, it took gold investment that could have gone to progressing our guild from a PvP standpoint. So our plan for this next phase, we're still going to be involved in like the settlement progression, but instead of having people prioritize, let's build up the settlement, we're going to say, let's build up your character. before the settlement. We had so many people that were like level 6 that were out there running crates and shit, getting killed by birds because the birds were higher level than them. So there's a little bit different of an approach for our players this phase, knowing what we know now and having that evolution over time. So that's kind of where we're at with it. But the settlements are, in the long term, you'll definitely see communities hanging out in certain areas, especially since there's not fast travel. So as the full map comes in, you'll be like, oh, the Riverlands, that's where all these sweaties hang out. Yo, Morgana, thank you for the follow, much love. But you'll be like, oh, the sweaties hang out in the Riverlands. I better go across the world to avoid them. Yes, indeed. And then the sweaties will be bound to the Riverlands primarily as their primary hub, but they'll be able to venture out, of course. You can go anywhere in the world, but there's no fast travel, so you're not going to see a huge Zerg just pop up where you're living one day. So... yo, Hardgore, how are you? First, nice YouTube fit, I appreciate that. Second, what do you think? What settlements are going to be leveled this phase? Again, only Winstead and Jova because of POIZY. Yeah, I mean, depending on what they change with points of interest and what they change with first-time user experiences, Jova typically is a front runner early, up to like T3, and then Winstead will catch Jova as people get into Highwayman Hills, into Citadel of Steelbloom. Because, like, Jova has Lionhold, Jova has outside Lionhold. You've got Church, you've got Halls, you've got Second Sword, you got Darrigal. You have a lot of true early game here and some mid game in Jova. So Jova's going to start hot. And then Jova's going to fall behind to Winstead, because as people level to, you know, the point of doing Highwayman Hills, and then also prog into the point of doing Steelbloom, that's just going to generate an ungodly amount of settlement XP, because these two areas alone will be at capacity all the time. You'll have the Coralock grind, but Coralock doesn't really have the highest mob density, so I don't consider that a huge impact. But it's primarily just, where are people going to be spending their time? Where are they going to be gathering, refining, crafting? Where will they be existing? Because if you're gathering, refining, crafting, you're going to be chopping down trees in that area, mining stuff in that area, generating experience opportunities. You're going to be generating tax revenue through your fees that you're paying there for the settlement. So Winstead is probably my prediction for getting there first. Then it's just a matter of what gets vassaled. Really, the craziest thing would be if Jova hit T3 before Winstead and then vassaled Winstead, and then Miraleth or something ended up pushing up before Jova did. I think that would be the craziest set of affairs. If Winstead gets vassaled before it actually activates, and then it can't actually get to T3, T4, that would probably be a big element. All right, well, ads are on chat. I'm gonna pee real quick. Doss, let the people know when ads I'm going pee. I'll be right back. One sec, chat. sign. Are you losing? Oh god. Doss, it's a gamble all sign, dog. It's a gamble all sign. Think he'll wash his hands? Yeah, I always wash my hands when I pee. Totally. Anyways, I have clean hands, I will say. All right, ad should be done. We got a pee. We got a new glass of water. We got a bong rip to celebrate making it, do another 420 day. It's just a beautiful day, boys. So, Envisionus asked, what identifies you as a team to separate you from the others, or is it every man for themselves? So, in our community, we have an element of everybody being able to play their role and contribute towards like the total output. Yeah, of course, dude, of course. I had to pee anyways. You bailed me out. So, am I? I swear to God. Notice how I didn't crash until I changed to cinematic settings, by the way, chat. Something on cinematic is just not fucking vibing with my build. I don't know what it is. I never crash unless I'm on cinematic, but I've been trying to run on cinematic to make it pretty for you guys. I run on low and medium for frames most of the time. So anyways, in terms of our community, we have multiple guilds in the community. We have our top end community that's focused around competitive PvP. We have a casual community that's focused around people just coming in and playing as they want to. Within the casual side, it provides people groups to play with where you can, just find like-minded individuals. But in Ashes, there's also a little bit of a specialization system to it, where unless you're trying to have a shitload of alts, you do have to specialize in certain gathering, refining, or crafting skills along the way, your trade skills. So you could, in theory, just have a shitload of alts and do it all yourself, but that's going to be a massive time and monetary investment, and also probably a mental investment, because that's gonna drain your mental. It'd probably drain mine. So what we have on our end is a structure where even if you're a gatherer, you can come in and you can have a community that will buy your stuff that you can always provide to, and they will help you level, they'll help you progress, they'll help you get gear and get the pieces that you need and get you into the content that you want to be in, while you're also able to econ and make money and support something that is a little bit of that, it's like we all got our different tribes, so to say. We all got our different like groups that we're with. And when you feel like you're a part of that community, it almost adds a deeper level to things, at least for me. So from my perspective, just to bring you into like my loop and what really made my gameplay, even as, streamer man, team gameplay. I was one of the first people in the guild to hit level 25. We had a couple groups that got up quite quickly. Once our groups got up, it was a mix of let's try to gear grind and mob grind and get ahead and get everything we need squared away. But for me, it was also let me go back and level as many people as I physically can. So what I would do as a tank is sit outside of the group and I would just tank mobs for people, and I would let them get like the tags, let them get the kill credit, and from that they were able to get XP way faster than they would as a group if I were A, in their group, or B, if they didn't have me and they had to kill the mobs organically. So I spent weeks going back to power level over 50 people in our community from 20 to 25, that home stretch of things. And some people I was pulling up all the way from like level 13 because I was going back to different mob grinds. So while I wasn't necessarily econing, I wasn't necessarily spending all my time in the most efficient way in terms of gathering, refining, crafting, going back to level more people up means that we then have more people as a community that are able to gather, refine, craft on a high end, PvP on a high end, show up to the gear grinds, and that's me sacrificing my time to enable the guild as a whole. The same way a gatherer may go out and gather for us, and they may sell us materials cheaper than market price, so we can buy them and they can still make enough to get done what they need to get done. It's that like ecosystem support. Our crafters will, if they get a super exclusive recipe, charge crafting fees outside of the guild. They're not doing that in the guild because it's all that in-guild benefit. So as everything starts to click in, especially once you get used to the element of Ashes where right now it's empty. If I want to go to Forge, I can do Forge. If I want to go to Carfin, I can do Carfin. If I want to go to Oakenbane, I can do Oakenbane. I promise you on the 11th, for anybody that is here right now, mark my words, every area of this world is going to be populated as shit unless you get so far ahead of the curve that you don't have anybody to worry about, and even then it's going to be populated as shit. I got news for you guys. It's going to be rough. So, enjoy this piece while you can get it. Because once we scale up, and once other communities scale up, every part of this world is going to have raids. Every part of this world is going to have groups. It's not going to be an element of, oh, look at all of these daffodils and snowdrops going unpicked. Look at all of this basalt going unpicked. It's legitimately going to all be gone. The world is going to be bare. Trees will be chopped. Basalt will be mopped. Granite, it's all gone. It's all gone. You're not getting it. You will not be able to get shit, gathering-wise. You'll go to a mob grind. That mob grind is going to be filled with groups, and you're either going to have to say, let's contest this group, let's PvP this group, or let's leave and go somewhere else. So, there's an element with Ashes where once you get scaled up, and if you're ahead of the curve scaled up, you can then roll that into walking into an area and commanding force there. You just push everybody else out. If you want to raid somewhere, you walk up with 1 or 2 raids of people, and you have so many people that you can't be contested, and if somebody pulls up to contest you, you pull up with more people. That's kind of the fun of Ashes. It feels like you're always at a point where your community could be doing more, could be bigger, could be better. Whether it's spending time getting PvP reps for people and just running through scrims, or getting people comfortable in a group, or it's spending time chopping trees and shit. Oh, it's so nice. Love to join your company at 11, but I'm from EU. We have Cats UA. We have an EU guild that will be kicking up and active again for the 11th. And even without the full EU guild over here on NA servers, we still have a very large EU player base in our Cats, main community too. Because people will always play some weird hours, and there's always that level of, carryover to a certain extent. Am I crashing again? I swear to God, I will turn my settings to fucking low right now. You stop being a bitch. That is very mean of you. Love how we're all still compelled to hit every willow and braidwood. I mean, I gotta have some content. YouTube comments get mad if I'm not doing anything the entire VOD. Because people on YouTube will just skip through, like, not the live watchers, but like the VOD watchers. They'll just skip through and they'll try to find, like, action-y looking stuff, not realizing, the state of circumstances and stuff. So they're trying to find, like, some arena gameplay or some boss fighting or something. And so if I don't have anything on the screen, it's like, I gotta be doing something for the YouTubers, or they get very angry. They have to have that stimulation. That's the big thing. As long as I'm doing something, and it looks like the game is being played. Can confirm it's completely different in the VOD? Yeah, absolutely. People will click through the VOD, and then there's like running around, running around, running around, running around. And people aren't going through listening to 9 hours of yaps when they're watching a VOD. They're going through trying to find fun-looking stuff that they would want to do in moments that would grab their attention, and then if they find a point in that long VOD that grabs their attention, they'll watch more of the VOD. But if I'm just running around the world doing nothing, bro, I know how ADHD works. I sit in someone's stream for a minute, and I'm like, all right, you're boring, and then I leave. It's so hard for me. So, I totally get that side of things. Are we gonna be sad to see the shadow tech disappear? Me? No, not at all. I hated the shadow tech. I only used it because you were so far behind if you didn't use it. Like, I'm somebody where, unless I am completely at detriment, not using this thing that is also at 0 risk of getting me in trouble, but I know is bugged, then I will avoid it by all costs. But with the shadow shit, it was like if you were doing anything other than shadow gathering or visual gathering, you were simply behind the curve. And it became an element of, like, so common that people were like, well, it's skill-based for me to identify the visuals. And everybody, when it was working with trees and rocks, was fine with it. And then once the shadow tech came out, so for people that are curious, this is fixed, by the way, in the next build of the game. But any of my new players, look at these 3 things. One of these things is high rarity. So, how this works is whenever a daffodil or snowdrop spawns in these patches, if it is uncommon to legendary with no chance of being common, it spawns with a secondary shadow and like an internal shadow. It's that very dark shadow. These can be common to legendary. Now, again, this is fixed for December 11th, but this is part of the reason why the servers were wiped. And this isn't even the bad part of it. They have genuinely fixed so much and improved so much. So this has a 0% chance to actually be common. And once I loot this, you'll see that it's probably uncommon or higher. Pops into the inventory, bottom left, uncommon. These have a chance to be uncommon or higher, but also have a chance to be common, and with common being the most available thing, you're more likely than not to see common. Same thing over here. You're also more likely than not to see common. And again, you can pull out higher rarity things, but it's always pretty much going to be common. Uncommon. So you can pull out higher rarities, like I mentioned. But if you are gathering based on the shadow tech, you are eliminating the potential to find commons at any point in time. So with limited bag space, limited durability on your gathering tools before they break, and limited time in the day, it was a game breaker. It was so efficient. Now, it wasn't good. There are also some issues with spawn tech where you can have what are called clusters of gatherable nodes. Basically takes one node and replicates it. So those would be gathered and then those would spawn in on a respawn timer as the same rarity. That's also fixed for the December 11th patch, which is huge. So now it is a truly random gathering system. You don't have to worry about identifying shadows. Alex, thank you for the follow. Much love. You don't have to worry about identifying shadows. You don't have to worry about going like this next to a tree to see if you get that gathering reticle that's actually filled in or not from a larger distance. You don't need to turn your back to trees to see if the interact prompt stays to determine the rarity. You don't have to turn your settings on high to see if an oak is more bald than other oaks. You don't have to look for shadows. You don't have to look for moss on rocks. Yes, those were all actual gathering indicators, by the way, that have all been fixed for December 11th. All of those things that I just said were active in this server, were indicators of gatherable rarity that would cut out any chance to actually find common. They've been fixed. Welcome to Ashes, boys. What are the biggest upgrades coming December 11th? Depends on who you ask. I mean, largest upgrades are relative to every, whoever you ask. And with the upgrades, they are hitting essentially every aspect of the game. So some people that are very like trade skill intrigued will tell you sport fishing. Some people that are very PvP intrigued or endgame loop intrigued that want more to do once they have their gear will be really excited for the Harbingers. Dr. Frank and Bob coming in with the 5. Hello, brother. Good morning. I hope you're having a beautiful fucking day. It has been an absurd day. You guys are genuinely going to give me a heart attack, dog. Kando came in with 100 gifties earlier. Said nothing. Dropped the 100 gifties. I'm pretty sure I blacked out when he did that, because I don't even remember him saying anything. He just came in and dropped that shit, which is insane. Is it going to be a good game for someone who just dungeons? My question to follow up with that. Fart Zero. God fucking damn it. What up, Fart? Stinky head. My question to follow up on that, Jesus fucking Christ, is do you dungeon for the joy of killing mobs and progressing, or do you dungeon for a different reason? Because Balls a Dragon, what the fuck is up with you guys? I got Fart Zero on YouTube. I got Balls a Dragon over on Twitch. What the hell is wrong with you people? Does anybody just make a normal goddamn name anymore? I got like 6 Johns in the chat. Is there no in between? Jesus fucking Christ. So anyways, if you're dungeoning with the joy of like, I like hitting mobs, I like progressing, I like the chance to see a specific drop that can only come from those dungeons, then that's solid. There are open world points of interest and open world dungeons that exist within the game. Currently only 2 of what we call grand dungeons. They're like the large build outs. Citadel of the Steel Bloom is kind of like the is Pluto a planet level of is Steel Bloom a grand dungeon. The developers say no, I say yes. I tend to be a little bit of a bad boy in this scene. So you do have multiple options for like where you can go, and you can get trash mobs, you can get named mobs, you can get boss mobs in the dungeons. There are world bosses that'll be spawning as well. The Harbinger system brings in bosses and kind of like a dungeony element as well, where you can delve through the Harbinger to try to, fight back against the corruption. So there are dungeony things, but there's no instancing in Ashes right now. And even in the long term, 80% of content will be open world, 20% will be instanced. the instance dungeon content is very heavily going to lean on the narrative building side of things, maybe for like quest prog, stuff like that, instead of acquiring best in slot. So there will be a difference between those levels of prog, and it will be very heavily emphasized that you are acquiring your best in slot, your progressionary items. Your best gain is going to be through the open world. You'll be able to get some shit through the instance content, but it's not going to be the best shit. The best shit comes from the open world. The best shit comes from crafters. So it's very built on that. Get out there, play with your friends, play with the community, and partake in the overall economy, the multiplayer aspects of it. So it's huge. It's huge. Starscream, what up? Quit this game months ago. Also, Nakor, hello. Can you please give me a quick rundown on what's new on the 11th? Chat? Lock in. Oh, God. Every aspect of the game is impacted. Every aspect of the game. You're going to be here a sec. First time user experience. They're completely redoing the POI system in the anvils, hopefully adding in more POIs. They're working on the first time user questing experience of both the anvils and the riverlands, improving the linearity and the function of those, redistributing some quests, deleting some other quests. They've added in a destiny system, which is basically objective-based progression. So if you hit L, that'll bring up your destiny system on the PTR. That has different tabs from first steps to adventuring to combat to gathering, processing, and crafting, all of which have different sets of objectives that you can complete within those categories. And then within those categories, I'm going to turn my graphics down before I crash again. Within those categories, once you complete 2, 4, 6, or 8 of your objectives, it will also lead to you getting a larger, overall claimable reward. So it's some light objective-based scaling and some guidance throughout the world. And then once you complete those thresholds, you get rewards related to the tree that you're working on. Combat can give you armor, weapons, consumes. Gathering can lead to giving you an entire gathering tool chest. Crafting can lead to you getting crafting recipes at the 8-piece and some different rewards along the way. So first time user experience and progression heavily changed. Drop rates changed in the 1 to 10 tier. I should say 1 to 9 tier. 1 to 10 XP has been changed. Many things in the early progression, the fluidity of that early progression are being changed. Also still going to be getting changed past December 11th and worked on past December 11th. Once you're done progressing the entire, well, honestly, throughout your progression, the entire time to kill stat gain system, attribute allocation system, waterfall stats have been changed over on the PTR as well, and will be for the December 11th build. There's another change to that coming this week. Same thing with the first time user experience stuff. So essentially everything that you'll be interacting with from a gameplay and combat system has been changed. The stamina tree now has, now has cost to it. Instead of just being able to select everything in my stamina tree, I now have to allocate either 2 points, 2 points, or 3 points to actually have my stamina, selected and allocated into these. Therefore, I cannot have all of my points in everything and have 3 points left over. So on my tank, I go through the block tree and then I go 3 points here, 1 point here. Huge change. They've also fundamentally changed how dodge works. So again, everything combat's going to feel completely different. There are 2 new types of boats. There's the sport fishing. They have reworked the crafting UI. They have allowed you to now actually see the crafting quantities. Huge revamp to the crafting UI, the artisan UI. You can now track recipes. It now allows you to see every recipe in every crafting UI. Searchable. It's grayed out if you don't have the recipe unlocked. Past that, we have the Harbinger system coming in. Harbinger is these open world corrupted areas. They expand if you don't win them. They're PvP flagged as well, so you can fight for the corruption or against the corruption. And then from there, the corruption will not extend into starting areas. So the Riverlands and the Anvils will be safe. Everything other than that could potentially be fully corrupted up to the gates of the settlements. That'll lead to a lot of endgame repeatable content. 3 new boss fights for the world bosses. Those are insanely fun. There's also the ancient one that's associated with the corrupted areas. That is going to be a 4th world boss associated with that because they're the 3 oracles, which are like or not the 3 oracles, like the 3 generals basically. Those are the fights that we've been testing. The ancient one was tested a little bit beforehand. So there are going to be multiple new bosses that are coming in. Presumably maybe some world bosses shortly after the 11th with biome-based world bosses too. Let's see. Econ-wise, they are changing a shitload of general econ things. Static gathering is fixed. All of the gathering visual tells are fixed. I'm gonna be real, every aspect of Ashes is being touched in some way, shape, or form. Whew! Okay. If there are any specifics I didn't hit, Dr. Frankenbob, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh shit, I forgot Summoner. Fuck. All right, Summoner's also coming in. God damn it, I'm dog shit. I'm washed. I'm sorry. I let you guys down. Dr. Frankenbob, thank you for the 20-piece McNuggy. Fucking skill issue. God, chat, shame me. Let me fucking hear it. I'm the fucking worst. I'm dog shit. I'm dumb. I'm stupid. I should be streaming on fucking Kick. I don't even know why anybody watches this shit. Bro, honestly, maybe I should just IRL stream and cause a fucking ruckus in a Walmart or something. Maybe that'd be a better use of my dumb, feeble fucking mind. I can't even remember the goddamn Summoner. Shit. All right, so anyways, Summoner also. Oh my God, Dr. Frankenbob with another 10. Dude, I'm actually gonna vomit. You guys are genuinely making my tummy hurt. You have gifted 35 subs and Candle gifted a fucking 100. Hoofsy gifted subs. People have dropped fucking T3s today. You guys are absolutely ridiculous. And I appreciate every single one of you. Also, I don't want to know how close we're getting to the 24-hour goal. Wait, what are we at? You're doing that 24-hour stream? I mean, we're close. We're dangerously close. Chat, if you guys got your primes, check your primers. It's a free monthly sub. Just takes Amazon's money. Fuck yeah. Gives it to me instead, although Amazon gets a cut of that. So, if you guys got a primer available, drop that bitch one step closer to the 24-hour streamington. Donger, how are you, my boy? We're gonna get you there. I do not doubt this community a single bit, which is why I already have a follow-up sub goal ready, just in the interim. So, immediate follow-up sub goal is going to be what I think is going to be genuinely a dog shit experience. I found Frank's Red Hot Spicy Gummy Bears, which are different fruit flavors of gummy bears that are also supposed to be like hot and spicy. Now, I don't necessarily think Frank's is going to be hot, but I also think the gummy bears are going to be absolute dog shit. And then I think after that, if we hit that, I'm just going to do a periodic sub goal for the 24-hour stream where every X amount of subs, I just have to rip some fucking smelling salts throughout the 24-hour. I think that might be the goal during the 24-hour stream. Just an ongoing smelling salts like haul for every X amount of subs that we get over the stream. And then I'll pop a 35% off gifted sub discount. We'll be pumping. Also, I'll probably lose my brain cells before the end of that stream, but I won't fall asleep. I may never sleep again, but I won't fall asleep. Could I die from that? Chat, can you overdose on smelling salts? Is the summoner going to be a jack of all trades but master of none? The summoner is going to be a jackass. The summoner has 3 different summons that can help fulfill roles from tank, DPS to support. The supporty one is a healer. The summoner itself is a fucking mistake that should have been thrown down the stairs before it ever saw the light of day. It should have been left on a fucking hillside somewhere, swaddled up so it could die comfortably. The summoner has so much annoying fucking CC, and it's not even like a hard CC, like, oh, I'm stunned and I can make a play to get around this. Linlin, thank you for the follow. Or Lulin, thank you for the follow. Much love. It's not even like I'm hard CC'd and stuff is happening. It's literally silence, into a silence, into a silence, into a silence.
We're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, ni hao, Dr. Frankenbob. And then, on top of all of the silences, they're also casting a stupid fucking exhaust beam that stops me from using my goddamn stamina bar. I fucking hate that class. Well, that archetype, sorry. Does okay damage. Okay damage. It's not the worst. It's alright. It's kind of annoying. I fought against one over on the PTR in the 1v1 tourney, and like, it's not disgusting in 1v1s or anything because you can just isolate the summon, burst the summon, and then the summoner's like, oh, I'm now half a man. So you kill the summon, and then the summoner in 1v1s gets kind of isolated. Ooh. Ooh. Chat, write down that spawn for launch. I'll come back here. So anyways, once the summoner gets isolated, it's kind of very gimped and weak. And then it's just kind of easy to burn down. It's got one of the strongest oh shit buttons in the game, if not the strongest. You just become immune to everything for like 5 seconds. I don't know who decided to just give summoner an ability that was like, yeah, just literally become God for 5 seconds. but you just stop existing and you can move around for 5 fucking seconds.
Absolutely S tier.
Zinder, thank you for the follow. Much love. It's kind of absurd. So, Summoner's got a lot of utility. I wouldn't expect to play Summoner as like the hard carry, the Omega Nuker or anything like that. Shachi, thank you. I appreciate you. But I would definitely expect a whole lot of utility to come out from Summoner. It's kind of like, I want to play a Bard, but I want to play a Bard instead of buffing my team with support, fucking over your team with support. I'm going to be, you know, Omni Disabler. I'm going to have Void that goes out. Drunken, thank you for the follow. The fuck? Drunken Family Argument. What is with your guys' fucking names? Are these inspired by pain? Are you okay? If you need to talk, this community's pretty chill, dog. Always feel free. But, like, what was the inspiration for that name? I don't think I want to know. Anyways, I hope everything's good at home, brother. Much love, much love. If you ever need to talk, we're here. Hit the community Discord or anything. Summoners, what dream I have a chat? I'm fine, thanks. Are you drunk right now? Is everything okay at home? Is anything being thrown? I'm worried about you, dog. I'm worried about you. We care about you here. But I mean, Summoner is, I'm gonna be honest, if an MMO does a Summoner really well, it can be a phenomenal tool for getting people leveling experience, for getting people an easy leveling experience along the way. Like, not necessarily easy, but fluid and engaging. Because some people will like having to, you know, kite mobs infinitely. Some people like having to play slows and stuns and trips and bursts. Some people will just want to AFK, haha, tank minion goes in tanks, and then I sit there and swish and flick with a wand. That's perfectly fine. Summoner's a huge step in solo accessibility, which I really like. Any solo players that are coming in, I'd recommend looking at either Bard, Cleric, or Summoner. Those are my big 3 for solo players right now. They're going to be really useful at every point throughout the game. They're going to fill groups really well if you do ever want to fill a group, because a tank summon will be able to hold some aggro, not as well as a tank, but, you know, it'll still be useful to have if you're in a pinch. You can help out from a support standpoint with the healing minion as well. Can DPS a bit. So you'll be able to fill whatever in groups. You have the accessibility and different tools to progress through leveling without having to ration every fight. It's really solid. Full focus gathering while controlling your summon to farm trash mobs. Thonger, let's be honest. Just for a second. Do you think you have the hands to do that? You have to control 2 things at once. Is that more of an idea for other people, or is that more of an I'm gonna do this from you? I like to set realistic expectations. And maybe for you, you just play Bard again, and you just work on some healing, and then you just tank the mobs while you have passive buffs ticking up. Maybe fewer buttons. I've got the clicker rotation. Oh, my heart. Oh, fuck. Why does it feel like my heart's doing jumping jacks right now? Oh, fuck. I've shook your hand. Oh, I didn't know you were a fucking monster. Bro, I would have rather you told me that you just launched a missile directly at my house and I'll be dead in an hour. Holy shit. Oh, I sat beside you for food. Oh, I should have smelled it on you. It's fucking disgusting. Dude, that's so gross. Like, why have keyboard? Also, I would just like to say, if you're looking for a Christmas gift for the man who has everything.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
You're 5'6" and bald. Shut the fuck up. If you're looking for a Christmas gift for the man who has everything, except mechanical skill and MMOs, we get the 100 millionaire a couple of foot pedals for his setup, so he doesn't have to click any of the uncomfortable binds anymore. I'm just putting that out there. 2 foot pedals, and our Sandal Lord will be mechanical as fuck. He will be shitting on people in no time. Just full wumble combo, shatter combo, 100 to 0. Just got foot pedals. Bro, I swear to God, Ludwig had bidets. I should start white labeling foot pedals. I swear to God, if I had Dusty brand foot pedals, who would buy those shits? Oh, you could step on my face! Wait, that'd be so... Someone's taking that out of context. God fucking damn it. God damn it. Palf stolen valor. Listen, I'm a foot pedal advocate if you're not good at the game. If you were a geriatric washed up boomer that has 2 fingers that actually work, you got trigger finger and your index finger over all the years of working hard, your wrists don't hold up like they used to, you don't necessarily have the hand-eye coordination, your vision is absolutely shot no matter how many carrots you eat. Maybe you just got a couple foot pedals, dog. Like, there are a lot of binds, but keep in mind, if I have 2 foot pedals, I can essentially go shift bind, no modifier, shift modifier on foot pedal 1, and then control modifier on foot pedal 2, and then you can essentially have all of your abilities through very comfortable binds. That's half your audience. Yes, and I'm helping. Yes, somebody has to splash cold water on people's faces sometimes, and you guys tell me when I'm wrong about something. I tell you that you guys are washed up geriatrics. There's a reason we're in MMOs, and it's because if I went back to Fortnite or Dota, I'd be the washed up geriatric. So now I come here on basically like the baby end of the MMO spectrum still, and I try to shed some light into how you can have adaptive gaming modifiers that give you a chance to succeed. Now, I can do nothing for your reaction. Actually, have you considered smelling salts? I might be bringing some of those bad boys in for the 24-hour stream. I've had an idea recently. But perhaps an Amazon order of foot pedals and smelling salts could get a lot of you guys through for the December 11th launch in a meaningful fashion. I don't want to tell you what to subscribe and save, but I should probably get some affiliate links. I'm on Amazon now. Can you find me a good deal on smelling salts? Because I'm definitely going to need those. Is the focus of the game more PvE or PvP? Definitely more PvE in terms of what the average casual player is going to be interacting with. Even the PvP-minded player is going to predominantly have to PvE to progress for PvP. I mean, technically you could PvP with no gear, but if I've PvE'd and econned and gathered and crafted gear that's high rarity, then I'm just going to be able to absolutely decimate you if you have no gear. So there's an element of you have to PvE to PvP. It's a full PvX in that sense, where all of the gameplay loops actually help benefit each other along the way. You don't have to partake in any one of them. You don't have to gather, refine, and craft. You could mob grind and then get things from mob grinding and sell that for a general nest egg to get started. And then once that nest egg is, established, you can then econ off of that and make money with your money, invest in the right things. But that's also going to take a lot of market research, market knowledge. You'll be competing against other people that are, aware of what the market trends will actually be. So, with that being said, I would definitely along the way recommend a lot of PvE of various forms. Whether it is cutting trees, whether it is hitting rocks, picking flowers, some form of gathering is always going to be very, very important. You'll notice I have lumberjacking, herbalism, and hunting, and then I also have lumber milling as my highest level, because I want to be able to gather and I want to be able to refine a little bit. You could always run refining alts if you wanted to. A lot of people will be doing that. It's a very popular choice and easy to do once you get higher level. But I'm probably not going to invest too much time in that early on. Maybe I do later, but that's to be determined. So refining alts do have some value with that. It's a little bit more of an investment in coordination, but pretty easy to just transfer stuff along. But you will be PvEing for most of your gameplay. And honestly, most average players, I would be willing to bet that a true just average 50% gamer that's coming in to exist in the world, that's not a part of a PvP minded guild, that is just chilling and hanging out, you will probably PvP less than once a week, if I had to guess, as my honest guess. The most likely form of PvP that you would encounter as a casual player would be settlement versus settlement wars. So if you're a citizen of like Winstead, because it's the highest tier settlement early on, and then Winstead gets a settlement versus settlement war declared on it. Why are this is like a Russian nesting tree? The fuck? Huh. So if Winstead gets a settlement versus settlement war declared on it, and you're a citizen of Winstead, then you're going to be included within that settlement war. You would then, be able to fight for or against, whatever side. Well, not whatever side, but fight for your settlement or just show up against Rhino. Careful with that thing. Hey! No. Why is she so greasy? Ayo. Chat. You're welcome. This is courtesy of Z. Z just wanted to show you guys what's possible with ashes. Watch that ass. What's wrong with this? I bet most of y'all have hit something that looks worse than this. I don't wanna call you guys out, but I guarantee someone's looking at this and they're seeing something way too familiar in their head. I'm gonna be completely real. Somebody out there is getting flashbacks right now, dog. I don't wanna... what's up with the triple trees right now? It's like the grove of goodness. It's Rhinoceros and triple trees out in this bitch. It's a full grove. Wait, we're up so tremendous. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about those cheeks being so cheeky. Because, like, they crevice in, too. Like, the tail is just covering some voluptuousness. That's, somebody out there would. Somebody out there would. I don't want to know which one of you it is. I don't need to know. But somewhere out there, a Final Fantasy XIV streamer is like... They're getting the VTuber rig ready. Why are we zooming in on the Rhino as? I'm trying to show off the mounts. Oh, it has a front side as well, too. With like a horn and some decorations and shit, but... Yeah, you'll probably just want to look at the butt. Looks greasy as fuck. I mean, what if it just came from the gym, though? What if the Rhino be getting in shape? It did just run very far across the world. So, equal opportunity claps. No. No! I need to stop or somebody is gonna make a montage of it, and then I swear to God, we're gonna have every VTuber in the world over here, man. Donger. Just write this down right now. November 30th, 2025, DustyWhy predicts a significant rise in VTuber streamers of Ashes of Creation once the Tlnar race drops. As soon as VTubers can legitimately make, like, humanized animals, it's over. It's gonna be like how 2K added in the face scan, except you're gonna see a big titty wolf running around in game, and then it's gonna be big titty wolf on Twitch as well. That is my prediction. You will see legitimate one-to-one duplicates, providing the character creator does allow it, of VTuber models up in this bitch, as soon as it's deployed. I don't know if I'm thrilled or if I'm terrified, but I have said that I will personally be taking a bunch of tanks over to all of the entrances to the Underrealm simultaneously, and I will be attempting to seal it off with permanently channeled walls. I will not let them out. They will stay underground where they belong. We're sitting on that update, still gotta hold for the right moment. Wait, so you send me over to 14 to spark some controversy about 14, right? I go over as like a suitorfuge, and I'm just like, man, this game's so dog shit. I go over to whatever PvP they have, I dominate everyone. I'm like, man, this PvP is so fucking easy. This all sucks. This game's done. Oh wow, did you guys see the furry update on Ashes of Creation? Man, we should all go make our furry characters. And then you just see a bunch of iPads chasing after me. It's like me and a bunch of those carts that were at TwitchCon, bro. I swear to God, I'd have a robot army. It'd be like Will Smith and iRobot. We'd be so up. Maybe it's possible. We've seen guild vs. guild suitorfuge already. Can we see game vs. game suitorfuge? For legal reasons, this is also a joke. Although I will say somebody would definitely have to pay me to play Final Fantasy XIV, whether it was Ashes to destroy it or whether it was Final Fantasy XIV to build it up. Either way, I'm good on that. Can we add the Rhino, but to Dusty W booty? Listen, I'm kind of concerned that you want to see more of that, big dog. Listen, you're the one that's saying you wouldn't touch it the most, and then you're like, hey, can I get some more of that Rhino? See? Like, I want to put that out there. Meta, you say, that would haunt my dreams. Looks greasy as fuck. I would not hit that. And then you're like, hey, can I get some more? For the memes. Right. Yeah, I've heard a lot of for the memes from the boys before. Yeah, no, believe me. I've heard a lot of for the memes, bud. I know where you're going. Can't unsee it now. Shit, I mean, if it's occupying space in your brain, brother, that's on you. That's on you. There's a lot to think about. Did you sign up for the 11th yet? What? What on the 11th? Leveling groups? Yeah, I think I did that shit long as fuck ago. What do you mean? Hold on. Cat's Discord. Event signups. Whoops. Oh! It's because Nin fucked up. This is Nin's fault, not mine. No pirate software. I signed up the first time because everything was fine, and then Nin fucking deleted the entire sign up because he fucked up the Bard sign up somehow. He was trying to like change an icon with the Bard role or something, or change the Bard role in Discord, and it borked the entire sign up, and then I didn't sign up out of protest because we don't support mediocrity here. What if you don't like PvP? Is this game just not for you? Most people will be able to cognitively avoid PvP a lot of the time. I'll be completely honest. I think the type of player that will enjoy Ashes the most is actually a player that really enjoys PvE but wants a dash of PvP on the side. Hardcore PvPers that come in PvP exclusive mentality will be likely to burn on like how grindy the PvE is going to be, 1-2-50 in the long term, and getting your gear. It's meant to be a long process to acquire all that power scaling. And I think the type of person that will be most successful in Ashes in the long term, and the communities that will be the most successful in the long term, are communities that enjoy PvP and will do PvP. Like, and honestly, your top end will always be those PvP fanatics. But even in that, it's going to be your PvP fanatics that are willing to PvE a lot. Your communities that are very consistent, they may not be your top end communities, but they'll be those omnipresent communities. Those will probably be filled with a lot of casual PvEers that are willing to PvP when the time comes. You might not be gearing scaled up to the tits. You might not be the highest power level on the server, but you can still PvP even with worse gear. And one term that I like to kind of use with Ashes a lot, that a lot of people will be likely to see, especially as the populace shapes up. Also, Keith, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. As the populace continues to shape up and improve, and Vision, thank you for the follow, we'll see a lot of like tier content. Like tier content is essentially fighting within your own rough bracket. So if I have my social circle and my people that I interact with, I'm more likely to talk to those people. If I'm based out of the Riverlands, I'm more likely to have beefs with Riverlands guilds. If I find that the Riverlands is too rough and tough for me, I may move out to the Anvils. I may go to the Tropics. I may go to the Junedark, the desert. And as the map continues to expand, you'll have more of those, you know, those cognitive choices that you can make, where you say, oh, I'd like to, you know, I'd like to get out of Dodge a little bit. I'd like to go here instead of where I'm currently at. So with that, you'll also typically find people who also have, you'll also have people that are typically looking for a similar goal set. If you go way off the beaten path, people will be sacrificing that, you know, the convenience and the quality of life that comes from being associated with the highest tier settlement for the security of not being opted into settlement versus settlement wars, not having a lot of populace around you. You could level in a, you know, less populated part of the map that's off of the point of interest beaten path, but you could also still be progressing along the way and just not have to run into PvP. So I don't necessarily think it's an element of you don't like PvP as your favorite thing, go fuck yourself. I think it's more just coming aware that anything can happen. It's like saying, if I don't want to get murdered, should I just stay inside forever? I could get murdered at any point. Carla could come home and smack me across the head with a cast iron pan 12 times and cook my shit. Is that gonna happen? Maybe. I don't know. We went for a walk today and everything was fine, but probably not. Fingers crossed, knock on some wood. I don't really know how she's been feeling about shit. So, you know, the chance is always there that PvP could happen. You gotta prepare for that and always be ready. If I see her walking in the stream room, I'm like, give her a little look, make sure she's not armed. If you see somebody coming by you and you have a bunch of materials in your inventory that you could drop on death, you're gonna give it a little bit of a... What are you doing over here? Yo, Ranka, thank you for the follow. Much love. So you're going to give it more of a second look. If somebody's looking at you sus, if you have a lot of net worth in your inventory, if you have a lot of glint, which is this shit, you can sell this to vendors and make money off it. You're going to be a little bit more skeptical of people that are in the immediate vicinity. Whereas if you're just running around empty inventory, even if somebody kills you, they're not going to get anything out of it. If you die to another player, you don't drop gear, you drop materials. If your materials are empty, then nobody gets anything from killing you in the first place. So the odds of you just getting ganked as a normal player, brother, it's genuinely so low. The most likely scenario where someone will just walk up to you and start kicking the shit out of you is if you are running crates. Crates, you can make the crates, different types of crates go on your back. You run those settlement to settlement. And if, you know, it doesn't opt you into PvP, but if people attack you and choose to corrupt, then they can take your crate. So, Clam, what up, my boy? Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. Why do some things not get chained to you? Also, Michael, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Some things are not getting chained currently because PvE chain is fucked, more or less. It's fixed over on the private test realm build. They've gone through a plethora of bug fixes, but there was, there were a few changes to grapple that went through phases of like it used to not work on players. Now it works phenomenally on players. There was a bug with the mob AI, but on the private test realm build, chain is, grapple's doing very, very, very well. So that gets taken care of on the 11th. We won't have to worry about that in the long term, but it's just one of the quirky bugs that popped up. They put in an update, and then one day it just stopped working. And so everybody submitted bug reports about it. And, you know, we knew it would get fixed at some point. It was just a matter of where. So we all kind of just throw our complaints in as they come about and then try to at least throw out a little bit of quick information about it, you know? All right, I gotta find a banger. Okay. What's a quick rundown of gameplay for someone planning on joining the Steam release? Literally whatever you want in an MMO loop. Now, some things will lack depth, but if you want to quest, there is questing available, primarily in the 1 to 12 range right now for levels. And then you also have settlement commissions, which are basically town board quests that you can complete for the settlement that'll help get buffs up. You have gathering, refining, and crafting professions, 22 different trade skills, of which you can only level a certain amount on a character to higher tiers. If you want to econ and be a merchant and travel settlement to settlement, town to town, and flip things on the marketplace for, you know, higher ratios, higher payouts, then you can also go about that route. If you want a PvE, you can focus PvE. If you want a PvP, then you still gotta probably focus PvE a good bit source. We all have to PvE like mad to actually get our gear. So, in terms of your gameplay loop, it's actually going to be way less bad than a lot of, like, Ash's Doomers are letting on. It's going to be way less deep than a lot of Ash's Copers are letting on. But genuinely right now, excuse me, there is every element of an MMO gameplay loop along the way. You have world bosses, you have artisan skills, you have open ocean naval shit. You've got 3 different types of boats. You've got sport fishing, which is a mini game. You've got your AFK fishing, which is just a, you know, your normal trade skill. You have everything that you would need in a baseline MMO to function as a normal player. It's just as Ashes continues to develop, the scope that is planned for Ashes is way grander. The archetype system. They could just say, hey, these are our base archetypes. And they're, yo, Fuzzy, thank you for the follow, much love. They could just say, these are our base archetypes, and this is it. You're not getting secondaries. Go fuck yourself, dumb pussies. But instead, they're saying, we will have a 64 class system where you'll combine any of the 8 primary archetypes. You'll take that as your base, and then you'll augment that with any of the 8 secondary archetypes, and that'll give you your total class output. It's a really ambitious thing. Yo, Fatty, thank you for the follow. That sounds weird to say. Fatty, thank you for the follow. But yeah, they're taking a really ambitious route. So if you're hopping in on the 11th, you can play this honestly as an MMO. Now, it plays as a mid MMO right now if you're coming in from the MMO standpoint, and I highly encourage, especially if you haven't checked out my latest YouTube video, it just dropped today. Pop over to my YouTube when you're bored after the stream or whatever. But I stream daily. I drop YouTube videos once every 8 months, so enjoy it while it's here. It's not happening again, bitches. But hi Rage, thank you for the follow as well. Much love. Basically my big thing that I try to remind people, this can be very bad for people's expectations. Yo, Aaron, buongiorno, my boy. Hope you're having a beautiful one. Thank you for 3 months, dog. I can't even yap because of noties. Y'all are going crazy. Hey, Rod, hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. But one thing that can really lead to people being unhappy with Ashes is the fact that they can lose perspective that this is an alpha, that this is a shell of what the game is planned to be, and that all of the scope of Ashes does actually address most of what people's critiques are. People will say, oh, questing sucks. It does right now compared to what it will be. It's better now than when questing didn't exist. Questing will be better on the 11th than it was for the start of these servers. It continues to improve. Questing will eventually suck way less. It already sucks way less than it did. Mob grinding is boring. Z, you want to go hit mobs somewhere? I missed this. Wait, stop jumping. Are you busty as shit? Oh God, Z. Oh, you're so indecently exposed. Z, what the fuck? Z, my bad. My bad. That was rude. No! Oh God. Okay, you changed skins. Oh, holy shit. No Nina Lynn. I wasn't trying to show that. It was windy. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. And Ben, this is how I got my first 3-day on Twitch. But yeah, so people can come in and they can almost lose sight of like where Ashes is versus where it's going. It's going to continue to improve. It's got good elements. It's got bad elements. It's got points that players will come in and they'll be like, oh, well, this is really cool. This is a point of retention for me. I'm having a lot of fun. It's got points where players will come in and they'll be like, oh, I've hit level 12 and I no longer have any quests in the immediate vicinity. What do? Both are accurate and both can still be true. But too many people will tell you one side or the other. Also, cool little thing with this mount. These move. The little galaxy swirlies. They move. It's like little independent skyboxy type beats. Dude, that mount is so sick. Z has all of the cool fucking skins. Was the mob grinding bad? I like the mob grinding, if I'm being honest. I like the mob grinding a lot. I'm a big mob grinder. But for people that want to quest, the questing falls off at a certain point very drastically. So very frequently in MMOs, I think they succeed the best when you have multiple avenues of progression. You can level this way, you can level this way, you can level this way, and each has its opportunity cost. It's got its trade-off. I am leveling and working on strictly character experience with limited econ progression. I am gathering and making trade skill shit, and so I am going to be benefiting in that field in the long run, but I will be sacrificing some immediate experience. I'm econing, so I may be working on neither of those things, but I'm getting rich as fuck, so it's easier in the long term. On the 11th, you'll see me hitting a questing loop to start. Chat, anybody on and want to go hit some shit, by the way? You guys want to go to Forge? Because Forge looks cool as fuck. If anyone wants to go to Forge, I can invite you. Just shoot me a DM, and then I'll turn my settings up and try not to crash. I just need somebody else to come tank it so I can yap and not pay attention. But yeah, so with the avenues right now, questing falls off before people kind of see it through. You cannot hit level 25 off the current questing unless you're grinding settlement commissions, and that is going to be an ungodly slow rate of progression. Now, you'll naturally be killing mobs and stuff in addition to that, so it's a very good supplemental thing. You get quests, and if the quests or the commissions take you to where you're going, then it's just a bonus percentage, just a bonus XP completion. So it's not bad, but you'll see me doing a questing loop at the start to get ahead of the curve, and that questing loop is going to include a lot of the most efficient quests on that starting route, a lot of the most efficient options of the first time user experience for time versus XP payout, and then we'll go directly into mob grinds. I will unironically be mob grinding for probably, if everything goes well, we want to be mob grinding within 30 minutes of servers going up. So you will probably see me mob grinding for 20 plus hours because I will be on early for the 24-hour stream if we hit that, non-stop. There'll be people that are like, Dusty, you are absolutely fucking insane. How are you still doing this? But that's going to be the most efficient form of character progression, 1 to 25. So I'm going to be rocking that form of character progression, 1 to 25. Other avenues will continue to improve. If you're hitting trees, you get experience from hitting the trees. You can level your character off of that. You're going to get a shitload of gatherables, but again, it's going to be a bit slower along the way. You will sacrifice something along the way for every form of progression. So that's the big rundown on it. I love mob grinding. I don't think the mob grinding's bad at all. Some people get very bored of mob grinding though, especially when it feels like mob grinding is the only thing to do. I think a lot of the people that I talk to that are excited for like questing are willing to grind mobs for a little bit, but they hit a point where they're like, I no longer want to grind mobs. I want to do something else for a little bit. I want to refresh. I want to play solo. And when they feel like they physically cannot do that, it kind of leads to these quit points, these pain points, where they almost feel obligated to play a certain way. And I think Ashes is very antithetical to that. Like, people from the Intrepid side do not want to design Ashes where you feel forced to play a certain way. And I think they're getting into the right place along that route. It's just taking steps. Thinking about grinding Scribe to get the XP scrolls. They're invaluable. They're very invaluable. I can forward. Shoot me a DM. I got you, Mr. Ultra. But yeah, no, Scribe is invaluable early on. I mean, XP scrolls, even down to consume scrolls. There's a Destiny tab payout that gives a con scroll early on. It's not a lot of con, but with the changes to HP scaling from Constitution and how little health we actually have early on, I take that scroll as a tank over the potions and shit that it gives me, and I just pop that scroll. So December Realms will start from phase 3 or from phase 1? December Realms will still be like a phase 3 realm technically, but basically it's going to be a brand new start. Everything before that is wiped. Whoops. My bad. Everything before that's wiped, so there will be no carryover. As a mainly solo player, having to always grind just makes me feel bored because I know I have to grind mobs to keep up, but I just like the quests in format to be solo. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think questing and all of the systems as they come in are 1000% going to help people feel less obligated in like the rat race of things, getting caught up in that prog, and more okay with the, okay, I'm just gonna do my own thing and progress. Because if you're not caught up with the curve right now, then at a certain point, people will out-level what you're trying to level in, and if you're a certain level behind everyone, then you may not have many people to pump with. So that can become very almost isolated and cut off. And when there aren't a ton of alternatives in place for that, I absolutely feel that. So questing, I think, will be great, again, for the people that don't necessarily... What the fuck? For the people that don't necessarily worry about keeping up on the highest level and just want to chill and come in and do their own thing. So what classes are available as of December 11th to try? All main archetypes, 0 secondary. Yep, that's correct. Summoner is going to be deployed on December 11th. It's already tested over on the PTR, and it's been tested for a while. Now, I would expect every archetype to continue to get reworks, but it'll be all of the primaries and no secondaries. Secondaries will, secondaries will start to trickle in with tank and cleric secondaries coming in. That'll probably be, if I had to guess, a few months into next year. Maybe like March-ish, April-ish, if I had to guess, but that's just a guess on my end. It's not like I have leaks or anything. I'm just taking a stab in the dark based on what we've seen so far. How often do they wipe? Econ predicated a lot of the time. I think you can't get past level 12 with questing. You can get past level 12 with questing. Like, you 1000% can. There are a lot of quests out there, but the questing tends to fall off a little bit at a certain point, especially for new players that want to follow a more linearized route. Like, there is a bit of alternative progression that's available, and you can find random quests throughout the world. You can find higher level quests. Once settlements develop, there are some quests that become available through settlement progression. There are some quests that'll be associated with the Harbinger areas. So, like, you can, but there's a certain point right now, Tukey, where questing kind of like, it feels really good, and then it starts to feel very bad very quickly. The brakes get put on it. So for a lot of players, there's not that level of continuity to it. If you're going on questing codex and you're planning out every single quest, the total XP payout will absolutely be high enough to progress past 12 if you're completing every quest. Granted, quests are changing substantially, so that won't be up to date at this point. But at that same point, at what rate does questing become less optimal and less efficient than mob grinding? Because early on, 1 to, as of right now, like 7-ish, you're actually better off questing. It's faster than mob grinding would be. You hit a questing route, it's less competable, it's more secure, it's more guaranteed XP, and then from there you scale that into a mob grind once you're ahead, and that'll overtake the questing as questing starts to dwindle and mob grinding kind of remains consistent. So that's where it's at right now, at least for me. Some players will have a much higher emphasis on questing early on. Some communities will have a much longer questing route than the one I'm going to put together. But I'm trying to personally get us out of questing as quickly as possible and into having a decent gear set baseline and then mob grinding as fast as I can. The goal is under 30 minutes and as close to level 8 as physically possible. That's all that I'm worried about. If I can pull that off, then we're good. I think all the gathering, fishing, and so on could generate XP boosts that can use later. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everything gathering is useful. Now, keep in mind, too, if you're gathering early, I mean, fishing not as much, but if you're gathering early on, you're also going to have more pick of the litter, so to say. You'll be able to run around and see the world in more of an element like this instead of seeing the world in an element where everything is farmed to shit and you can't get a single tree that you actually need. Farming 1,000 wood right now is not going to be that hard at all. It's just a time invested to shop 200 adult trees when you see them and hope you get some good rarity. So, like, there's definitely a little bit of an element to it where your progression can be put into the right places at the right times to have the most efficient returns. And early gathering will absolutely pay dividends. 1,000%. It's 2 full-time jobs. What's that? Oh, trying to keep up in MMOs. Yeah, I mean, MMOs, keep in mind, especially since Ashes is a more... Is that bear shitting? Since Ashes is a more classic MMO, it's meant to be an older-based MMO. It's meant to be in those older systems, that older pacing. It's grindy by design. It is a time sink and a time investment by design. And genuinely, as you said, if you don't have a bunch of hours a day, I mean, if you're trying to be on the top end, you're absolutely at an element of putting in enough time to compete with that top end while also simultaneously allocating the time that you can put in a smart enough and efficient enough way to outdo all of the other top end players that also have that time. There are so many levels to it. Now, you can absolutely be more casual than, you know, being jobless and grinding all the time to be successful in Ashes. But that's also going to be predicated by being a part of a community that does, at the very least, have some people that are like that. Because if you don't have anybody around you that's like that to bring you up, if you don't have the, you know, raw number of people around you, if you don't have the infrastructure around you, you're not going to have crafting available to you. You're not going to have the availability to hold... Ooh. Oh, fucking really? Speaking of good rarity. Oh my god. Pick of the litter going fucking crazy right now. Oh my goodness gracious. It's fucking phenomenal. I'm very happy about that. Oh my god. What the hell? Why am I just shitting out legendary right here? What the fuck? Should I find more gatherables? I wish any of this mattered. Jesus Christ. If I had that good of luck at any point on this server, I would have been happy as shit. That is, unironically, some of the craziest gathering luck that I have ever had. With just popping a Lego Gloomy Pross, which is a journeyman herb, and then a Lego Willow, which is an apprentice tree. Like, that's the highest available tier and second highest available tier of those respective gatherables. And I just popped the highest rarity out of both of those bitches. I have gathered so many hours without popping out legendaries. I hate this game. That'll also be much better once statics are out and once every respawn is patrolled. That'll be on the 11th. But play a lot of high end and only grind 3 to 4 hours a day. Wow. Fucking wow. WoW is something. WoW is genuinely something. Also, WoW is kind of structured entirely differently than Ashes. Ashes is genuinely a time respect game. Ashes is wholeheartedly a level of no matter how many hours you have, you can always be doing something efficiently. And you can always be using your time optimally in some way, shape, or form. I'll hand those out after Forge. So, basically, whether you're playing 100 hours and you're progging in a casual manner, whether you're playing 1,000 hours and you're working on endgame prog, anything in between, you can always be doing something to scale up in Ashes. And that's potentially, for some people, simultaneously the most encouraging and most discouraging thing to ever hear. If you are... I'm just vendoring heroic braidwood. If you're someone that looks forward to always having shit to do in Ashes, then you can 1,000% come in and take it with the mentality of there is so much content that I as a casual player will never feasibly reach the high end, but I can always be scaling up my gear. I can always be trying to get legendary crafted pieces. And genuinely, if you don't have legendary plus 20 gear, you have not completed all of the content in Ashes. You simply haven't. There is such an element of power scaling on the top end where you can just keep pumping and pumping and pumping. And if you haven't reached that highest end, then you kind of quit at a short point. So, whether you're casual, whether you're competitive minded, I can promise there is an ungodly amount of scaling that you can actually get through and you can actually push for. Now, accessory systems wise and scaling up is going to be way more fun in the long term. Right now, it's going to be at the grindiest, most boring, most bare bones point that it'll ever be at. Because it's going to continue to improve. So, are there flying mounts? Flying mounts right now are restricted to mayors. Long term, it's going to be mayors of the highest tier settlements only, and then it will also be some flying mounts that come from the hardest content in the game. So there's going to be a very, very, very rare chance where you're killing like a, you know, a super high-end boss. And that boss could drop an egg or an adolescent version of the flying mount, which you'd then have to give to an animal husbandrist. They would train it up to the point that it can actually fly. And then once it's at the point where it can actually fly, you would have a limited, you know, finite lifespan for that flyer before it would die. And then you would have to farm up a new one. So they're meant to be something that is limited. Even for mayors, mayors of these settlements, these towns, have to get reelected on a once monthly basis. All of the elections go off on the 1st of the month. So as these re-election periods come in, if you're a mayor 1 month and then you don't win your re-election and you lose that, you lose your flyer as well. Flyers are meant to be a very large power multiplier for the people that do have them. And it's also in the long term going to be structured where it's just a temporary use. You're going to have to launch it from a specific building that's either in guild castles or in the towns. If that building is built in a town, you'll be able to launch it there. And then once it's launched, it will have a finite like flight time to prevent people from just being able to hover on them all the time, nonstop, no matter what. Also, Zircontis, Weststone, what up, my guys? Hope you're having beautiful days. This game even gonna come out? No guarantee. It's still got a lot of time left until it launches fully. Early access on Steam is just another step in development along the way. And there's always a non-zero chance that something does happen that prevents it from coming out. But in the meantime, I'm pretty optimistic that, at least in the near future, development's going to continue nice and peachy. And it's also not at the point right now where everybody's just going to enjoy Ashes. I think if they continue to execute and they can get some good content rolling, they can get some positive word of mouth spread, then it could actually be in a pretty good spot for the long term. But definitely right now, I would recommend that, honestly, most players probably wait a little bit longer before hopping in. The 11th is going to be awesome for a lot of people, and it's going to be very fun, but if you're somebody that wants all of the finish and polish of a completed MMO, Ashes isn't going to have that for a while. And there is definitely a non-zero chance that Ashes could die before launch. Funding could dry up, they could just cash out on dynamic gridding and then call it good. We never really know. I don't work for Intrepid. I'm not Steven. I can't really say decisively, but I can say, as someone who's been here every single day for a decent amount of time now and followed the project since before I was a content creator over here, I am pretty confident that Ash's development will just, you know, continue trucking along. If I had to put in my 2 cents with it. But it'll have difficulties in the long term. It'll have difficulties in the short term. It'll have player feedback and player pain points from people who both do and don't understand Ashes. There'll be people that come in on the 11th, and naturally, people will think that this is representing something that is close to the fully launched product, and they'll be like, oh, this is gonna be dog shit. And then they won't even necessarily know any of the scope that's planned in the long term, and a lot of their pain points will hopefully be fixed in that long term. So Ashes will be something where we definitely see, you know, negative feedback, constructive feedback, people that enjoy it, all of those things. It's not perfect. It's not going to be perfect. And even if it launches, it's not going to be perfect then. So more people with constructive criticism will be huge. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, more people finding bugs, more people providing feedback, more people saying this feels good or bad because of these reasons. Just provides a larger data pool for Intrepid to, you know, search for those commonalities, search for those data points that are going to be impactful player pain points and quit points and help mitigate those. It's natural that there are going to be people that come in and they're unhappy and they have a pain point that turns into a quit point, but also player quit points are something that is a data point where if somebody is falling off and they've submitted a bunch of bug reports directly before their account activity stopped, maybe that bug report is resonating with a larger part of the community that could then be looked into even further. So quit points and pain points are just as important to figure out as good points along the way. If there weren't quit points and pain points that were established early on, we'd still be on the old combat system. For those that are curious, I will show you the old combat system. Hold on. Ashes of Creation, Wiki, Arenas. They knew where I was going. They literally gave me the URL. So for those that really are curious, here's what Ashes looked like back in 2017 at PAX West to show how heavy the game has changed. This is what the combat used to be. This was Ashes. It was like a timing-based combat system where you had to hit your combo within the bar. This was the arena demo. What game is that? Ashes of Creation. Legally distinct Ashes of Creation. Like, this is the phase of the game where people saw all of the ambition and all of the scope and said, this shit's a scam. Because they heard about this vast open world with this new server technology that's one of one, with all of these social interactions and all of this depth of, you know, trade skills and town building and the living world and the engaging combat system and the hybrid action combat. Can't believe that's where the game has come from. The game came from worse than that. That was once they had a playable product. Was that Ashes? Wait, you were actually being serious? Yes. This is pre-alpha arena combat footage from PAX West. They had a playable demo at PAX West. This is under the arena's wiki. This is legitimately Ashes of Creation's first arena demo that came out. Yes. Unironically, no exaggeration whatsoever. This is Ashes of Creation. Or at least it was. This is tank gameplay. This is the same shit that you watch me do in PvP. Look at that, that's my wall. Except I would have walled off 6 people on my own team and saved them. This is Ashes. This is where it came from. And now we have the playable product that we have. It's wild. It's absolutely insane. Gonna go say hi to some of the other folks. Yes, of course, Donger. Appreciate you checking in, dog. Much love, much love. I hope everything's going well on your end. I haven't been flashbanged in a while, so we're up tremendous. Played some AOC Apocalypse so much. Yo, I want an Apocalypse weekend so fucking bad. I'm gonna juice the cinematic for you guys as well. I'm gonna give you guys a good viewing experience. I would love an Apocalypse weekend, or hear me out. There are packs, like the Kickstarter packs, from people who paid so much money that they get to design an event in the open world. I want to find somebody who's lacking inspiration for their event, and I want them to take my inspiration, where I tell them, there we go, there's the forge lighting, here we go, where I tell them, hey, the event strips away everybody's gear, and it randomly populates the event area with different gear spawns, and then it's a PvP event where you have to get X number of kills on other players to win the event, and then it pays out experience based on your participation within that. Mayhaps. Maybe it's Baby Apocalypse. Do you recommend to start playing AOC on 11/12? If you are not playing something else that you enjoy right now, I think people that hop in on the 12th, on the 11th of December will have fun. Sorry, American numbers. I feel like people will genuinely have an opportunity to have fun. Now, I just dropped a YouTube video on this today. I would recommend popping over to my YouTube, !socials. If you have not checked it out, give the YouTube video a watch. I break down a lot of the goods and the bads for players that are looking to potentially hop in, because there are goods and bads. There are some expectations that you should 1000% come in with, and you should be knowledgeable of. Some things are great, some things are less than ideal, but along the way, I think it's only going to get better for people that do hop in, and I think it's in a fun state. So, yo, Fed, what up, dude? Will there be a character wiper reset on December 11th? Yes, everything will be wiped to shit. We'll be on a brand new server. Nothing from this phase carries over. This phase of progression is fucking cursed. There have been so many econ problems, so I'm happy that it's all cooked. Forge? Forge! Forge! Yes. That's cool, I'm in. Yeah, if you guys haven't made your account yet, make sure you do !Ashes if you do want to support the stream when you make your account. That is my link. It'll get me 15% of your in-game purchases as in-game currency, which I can then use for skins, so I don't have to swipe my card to buy skins and look cool for you guys on stream. I'll be able to rock some drip, and you'll be like, whoa, Dusty, what's that? And I'll be like, those are your hard-earned tax dollars, baby. So, costs you nothing. Help support the stream as well. If you haven't made your account, keep in mind you also get a link when you make your account that you can send to your friends, so that way you get a percentage of their in-game purchases. If you don't use a referral link, then the money just goes to Intrepid. Scam the man, they're rich enough. How long will next phase last, like Alpha 3 before Beta? Alpha 2 Phase 3 will go until the game is feature complete. How long that will be, my guess is 2+ years. I think there's still a lot of game to come out. And then from there, we're going to be looking at Beta 1 and Beta 2 being 2 shorter closed betas where they get a final coat of like paint and polish before they actually ship the title. And then we'll go into our launch from there. So in the immediate time frame, I would expect more wipes on the way to Beta 1 and Beta 2. As you can see, there are still some weird things. There's a Planendorf signature flashbang off in the distance. This guy keeps tweaking out here. There are flashbangs. Things sometimes get a little wacky. It is still truly in development. It is far, far, far from a perfect product. For example, this area right here will also kind of flashbang you. And if I go over here, one of these sides, is it this side? Might be this side. Oh yeah, this side, you can just walk through here and then you can put yourself in jail. I've been a very bad dwarf. You can definitely tell that it's in development. They don't try to hide that it's in development. They don't try to say this shit's coming out in a week and it's gonna be the best thing you've ever played. It's just another step in development. What's the level cap? Level cap is 25 right now. Full level cap on launch is expected to be level 50. So we'll have primary classes, secondary classes augment our primary class. You'll have a few different forms of power scaling along that. You'll also have ranks to your abilities instead of just being able to select or unselect an ability right now. So there's going to be a lot of variance that does come in on the, on the class and the scaling spectrum. You'll also have much more play on the map right now because we're level 25 capped. A lot of people will stay in the Riverlands as just like the central hub of player activity. In the long term, as the world expands, this is going to represent a level 1 to 30 area as a starter zone. Same thing with the anvils, same thing with the other 2 starting areas on the other continent, once that other continent's in. And then the outside areas, so like the desert, the June Dark, the tropics, these are going to be our higher level areas representing 31 to 50 progression. So we will see more of a, a leveling spread. But as of the December 11th update, it'll still be level 25 for the level cap. You will probably see most of the player base hanging out in the Riverlands. You'll see Winstead very likely being the, the hub of all activity. Are you worried the game will receive a lot of negative Steam reviews on Steam when it comes out? Like, I'm not worried that it will. I know that it will. I'm not worried about that in the long term, though, if I'm being completely honest. Partly because the outward reception of Ashes is already so negative. If you go on YouTube and you look up 90% of YouTube content, it's going to be shitting on Ashes. It's going to be acting like everything's the end of the world and nothing with Ashes is ever going to work properly or ever going to be good. Did you turn my Spotify on?
No, but the radio out here, the little speaker just went off.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Why did my Spotify just turn off?
It picked it up over in the kitchen.
What the hell? Why'd the speaker just steal my Spotify?
I don't know. I got scared.
That was so weird. No, I didn't even notice. Well, now I'm scared. All right, so anyways, Ashes already has a very negative outward perception, primarily from people that don't play the game. I actually think Steam reviews will be nowhere near as bad as like the YouTube perception, the Reddit perception, the Discord perception. I actually feel like players playing the game will have a way better experience than the people that are telling the people who haven't played the game that, that they will have. I think the experience will be far better than it's being led on to be. So, in essential, like what I'm trying to say essentially is that we already have so much negative. It's going to bring in nothing new. It's not going to be this new element of, oh my god, nobody's ever been upset about Ashes before up to this point. More so an element of, people are going to be upset, but fewer people are going to be upset about different things than people previously were. The half joke that I make is at this point in time, Ashes has evolved from the scam allegations to the bad game allegations. And that is substantial progression. People literally used to say, this shit's never gonna launch, this shit's a scam, you're getting vaporware, it's never gonna be a playable product. Now people see the playable product and they're just like, well, it's gonna be a bad MMO. And I'm like, it might be, but at least it's not a scam anymore. So, progression's happening. And I think it'll continue to happen. I don't think anyone in their right mind expects it to be 100% positive reviews on Steam. I don't necessarily expect it to be 20% positive reviews on Steam. I think it'll be mixed, probably. I think there will be a good amount of players that enjoy the game, but also a good amount of players that are going to go on and just have a review to have a review. A lot of people that will experience it on a very superficial level and be like, oh, well, there were so many people that I couldn't actually get any mobs anywhere. Rah. And like, they're gonna be mad about a lot of different shit. People will always be upset. Even if Ashes were fully launched, there would be negative reviews on Steam, I don't necessarily think it's the end of the world. Can accounts that have already been created in the game bot nominate somebody if they didn't get to it when they created for the 15% stuff? Oh, for the referrals? If your account is already created, then you can't put it on like after the account creation. I don't know if there's going to be a change to that coming with like the content creator program starting up and stuff. Yo, Yucky, thank you for the follow. Much love. I don't know if there's a plan change to that or not, but as of right now, if you create your account, then your account's already created with or without a link. If you don't have a link, it's not the end of the world, but I can maybe inquire. I asked months ago, and the response that I was given was basically the link is meant to be more of a, here's your first introduction to Ashes through this person. But the thing that makes it a little weird is some people made their account way back in the day with the intent to just make an account and get their account made when they first heard about Ashes. And then somebody else actually gets them into Ashes, so to say. Like, somebody can exist in the Ashes ecosystem without ever being a converted, you know, impression to engagement or impression to purchase. And the referral link could also, in theory, be made an argument to, this person referred me to the game because I heard about Ashes somewhere else. I saw Ashes on Steam. I made my account, and then I come in and ask questions after my account's made. There is always that side of it too, but won't make any sense for them to change the referrals. The whole point is to pay people for bringing new people to the game. Again, see prior statement, but I also don't think many people are doing the referrals with any intent to make real money off of it. I think the only form of actual money compensation that they've discussed is like a payout if the game does launch. Me personally, I just use the money for drip anyways, so I'm just using mine for skins. I'm not even gonna hold on to my shit. I wanna cash that bitch out for embers all the time. Yo, Cuban, my lady, how are you today? Hope you're having a beautiful one. All right, I'm gonna go fill up my water and see what Carla's cooking real quick, because Carla's cooking up something good. Cuban, thank you for the follow, much love. Once I get back, we'll be running through Forge. Befallen Forge, for those that have not been here before, is one of the 2 grand dungeon build-outs in Ashes. It is this very large under mountain build-out. You delve down into the mountain. There are different name mobs, boss mobs, everything like that. Z, can you post in global and see if anybody wants to come? I made you leader. I'll be right back. Un momento. Let's consume. Good day. Did we recruit? any of the 2 other people on the server for Forge, or no? Because it appears we did not. It appears it's gonna be us 5 versus the fucking world. Now, the good news, we have 2 clerics. I don't think any other 25s are on. I don't think any level 25s exist at this point in time, if I'm being completely honest. Played Expedition 33 yet? No, I haven't. I'm not a huge single player person, honestly. I would just rather spend my time playing Ashes. That's, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really bit by the Ashes bug because we're trying to grow cats, myself and many other people, as much as we can in between now and launch. I'm trying to also get as much information as I can in between now and launch. I'm trying to provide data to Intrepid on, like, bug reports on bugs that we find, feedback on different systems that I interact with, and it's that level of, you know, the more that I am here, the more I can familiarize myself with things to potentially find those bug reports and those important issues that then improve the state of Ashes for everybody else that comes in after the fact. And I know that some people are gonna be like, Dusty, you're fucking crazy. Why don't you just get a QA job instead? Because it's more fun. I stream because I suck at having a job. So, at the end of the day, like, I very much enjoy the current gameplay loop. I enjoy the community building of everything over here. I just don't really have other games that call to me right now. Genuinely, I play Ashes because it's fun. I played Arc Raiders. People were having fun watching me play Arc Raiders. It was chill. And then I was just like, all right, well, I'm done with Arc Raiders. It's not holding me. I'm not a huge extraction person. I'm a huge community-based MMO person, and Ashes already kind of presents that to me, you know what I mean? So it'll continue to get better, but I think it's already not in a bad spot. I'm an old school EQ player, and this is the game we've been waiting for. Still MMO feel, but newer with better quality of life. This looks amazing. I'm glad you're excited about it. I always try to explain that is the inspiration for it, because people come in so frequently, and they're expecting this to be the big WoW competitor. Like, the number of people that will just superficially comment and be like, oh, another WoW clone, without understanding that this and WoW are fundamentally different, other than being MMOs, and even within the realm of MMOs, they're 2 completely different types of MMOs. It's very refreshing to have somebody that's coming from that side of things. So keep in mind, I wasn't an EQ player, I wasn't an Arcage player, I wasn't a UO player, I wasn't a Lineage player. I played WoW as a kid, and then I played New World before I played Ashes. That's my primary MMO experience. This is the new side of things to me, and I'm having a blast with the sandboxy side. This isn't WoW MMO, this is an EQ type legacy. This is community-based and open world. Yes, fundamentally different. Combat similar to WoW though? Yeah, absolutely. It's like a modernized WoW tab target, but again, it's the same thing as an econ, you know, ability econ-based tab target. So, the runes haven't changed. Wait, what runes? Are you looking at the runes above the door and shit? Like all the Dunir runes? Because they have like inscriptions above the doors and stuff on the wall. Where are they at? Where are the runes? What the hell you mean? Are there like symbols that I should be paying attention to? Oh god. It says Intrepid Studios. In like the Dunir language, right? Oh, right here, yeah? Like in the Dwarven language, this shit says Intrepid Studios. That's such a crazy Easter egg. They have a whole fucking language, and then they just have lore for themselves. It's not Dwarven. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm racist. What is it? What is this language? Because like Thogli and Dunehold knew it. So I'm assuming it's Dunir, but that also might be racist of me. Unicode. So it's for unicorns? What the goddamn hell is Unicode? What does that mean? Is that like an existing thing, or is that like an Ashes thing? I always just figured it was fucking Dunehold language. Plus, Futark? Are you just making up words, Z? Viking language. Wait, oh, so it's real languages. Wait. That's kind of tight. Interesting. That makes sense why all of Dunehold knew it. I just always figured because Futsunari, I have no idea where this is going, Hosey. I don't think I want to. Fubo, how are you? I today am learning that there is no dwarf language. I just thought that because Dunehold knew the language, it was dwarves. And today I learned I'm racist. So I will be moving to LA and I will be joining the Ludwig Pokimane QT Cinderella streaming circle to help fight these allegations and distract you with other things. That is my bad. That's my bad. I'm so sorry. I will put out an apology video here soon. I'm sorry to have let you all down again today. That's on me. I've lost roughly around 9 league ranked games in a row. Why don't you just not be bad? Like, if you would just carry, then you wouldn't lose. Dusty dusting off the racism book. No, not yet. Not yet. Not until one of those dwarves pisses me off. Team game. Carry the team. Every team's got to have a LeBron. The LeBron shoulders the load. Cooper Flagg was the second youngest player in NBA history last night to have 35 points. You could be the Cooper Flagg, or you could be on the end of the bench clapping for Cooper Flagg. There are 2 scenarios, Scotchy. You've got to pick which one you want to be yours. And if you're losing 9 in a row, well, it might be time to grab somebody else their water. I'm also a support player, so I always said I can make a... Keep in mind, I didn't play League, I played Dota, so far superior game, far more difficult game. Also, Yusha, hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for the hydrate. I always said I could make a bad carry player much better if I supported them properly. But I also had games where I would say, fuck this carry, I'm the carry now. Sometimes you have to make an executive decision. Look here, look where? I just got these, like, here, there callouts. Hold on. Alright, what? Here? Oh, these? What does this say? And how can I get a shout out? S. T. Wait. So this is studios? So it's S-T-U-D-I-O-T? Is this Studiot? Or is this one an S and this one a T? Because that... Does it say Intrepid Studiot? Wait a minute. I'm excited for Tuesday, so Dusty's talking to VOD. I'm excited for winter because I hope you get locked out of the house. Do you think Mage will be in a good spot for the 11th? I think Mage in groups will be fine. I also... am not a Mage player, so I'm not emotionally involved in this. But I think Mage has always been dog shit in 1v1s. And Mage players have always been mad that Mage is dog shit in 1v1s, rightfully so, because it's really bad in 1v1s, unironically one of the worst classes in 1v1s. I think Mage will still be fine in groups. It's just classes that are better than them at 1v1s are now also better than them in group play. And people are not going to like that their class is now... not the best at something. Mage is better in 1v1, that's fine. Yeah. I think mages were used to other classes being better in small scale, like fighter and rogue, and then them having the large scale dominance. But I also think the gap in efficiency between mage and other melee-based archetypes was way too high. I definitely feel like melees and mages and rangers needed to be brought together a little bit. And I think this has. Maybe too much, though. But there's also a pending time to kill rework coming in this week when the PTR goes back up. And again, it's always going to be a pending time to kill rework because we could always see tweaks and changes over the course of the remainder of development, and very likely will. So even when they put in this change that's coming in on the 2nd, or whenever it does come in over the course of the week, there will still be more that could potentially go right or wrong with that, depending on how you're looking at it. So, in P2, Mage was great. We just missed... P2 Mage was doing Thanos levels of damage. P2 Bard and Mage. Fuck that. Fuck that. Found out today that a legendary Willow carriage is 1 high. Oh yeah, so when they that was part of the controversy this phase, Pock. So when they reworked Riverland's Willows, Riverland's Vans, the out of Riverland's wood stayed giving the higher scaling of space. So that was part of what the whole crate gate came from, was because vans were being run that were 24 slot vans, not abusing any exploits or anything, but just making vans out of wood in a different biome. And Intrepid hadn't done anything about it for so long following up the update. So everyone was just like, all right, well, I guess this is just how it is. So people were making the 24 slaughters, abusing nothing, but just farming up wood in other areas. Like, Nin had a shitload of Banyan. Nin could have made a Banyan van at any point in time. What's up? Should I eat this not with my hands? Should I? That looks delicious. Thank you. Love you. My Lego man is 1x3. Yeah, you're cooked. You're cooked. But yeah, so essentially, people had very large vans through ethical means. And then people didn't like people having very large vans through ethical means. So that's been fixed on the PTR as well. There's no longer a discrepancy between like Riverland's wood and then other biomes wood or my wood. Whatever you make your van out of, your set. So, are Bards good in PvP or in World PvP? Both. Bards are probably your closest thing to an overall S tier class right now, or an S tier archetype, I should say. They are disgustingly good at everything. And they can do everything in the game just fine, with the exception of maybe tanking. But Bard does good damage. Bard does great, support. You are the mana battery for your group. You sustain your group's mana. You can heal. You can have damage buffs that go out. You can solo. You can do just about whatever on a Bard. With your current build, how high can you push Mit and HP with consumes? This build or the build that I'm looking at on PTR? Because this build's going to be a little bit lower. This build also is nowhere near like an optimal build. If I had a few pieces, I could put up disgusting amounts of mitigation, but I don't have the pieces that I need to max the Mit side of it. This build, since I'm restricted, like this is a 5-piece heavy, so my Mit skew is going to be really bad. You'll notice with Grid Up, I'm at 68.9% Fizz defense. And I'm at 33.3% magic defense. I was like, that's way too high. That was with the flare buff. So I'm, over double or nearly double the Fizzmit that I am magic defense because of the 5-piece heavy. I will not be wearing 5-piece heavy by choice. It was only because this server did not have the medium crafting available. So I always had to be heavy. I was working on medium. I got 3 pieces, was going to craft 5 more pieces when the servers came up. Unfortunately, the servers came up with the news of a wipe. So we go from there. PGR is going to be what we get on the 11th. More or less. Some things may not make it over for the 11th. But the PTR build is the 0.18 build. Double siphon build tech. It doesn't work. Admittedly, I was in Rosarium Guard and Blood Runner, and then somebody quit and gave me their Akadira. So I'll throw on the Akadira over my Rosarium Guard. But I was going to be crafting 2 more pieces of Blood Runner to get the 5-piece. Then I was crafting 3 Torrent Scout to get the 3-piece Bulwark. However, that never came about, you know what I mean? So, unfortunate. But I also spent literal weeks gathering for that shit. What's the difference between weight class armor? Yeah, it's just the distribution. There's no impact on like dodge or anything like that. Heavy is all Fizz, medium is Fizz and magic, and then light is magic only. So, as a tank, we have a few forms of mitigation scaling that we can take advantage of along the way. Primarily, Grit being our permanent uptime. It's a 20-second uptime, but we can refresh it super easily. So, with Grit, that gives us 20% Fizz Mit and 10% magic Mit. So, you'll notice this is supposed to give double the mitigation addition to Fizz that it does to magic, right? So whenever I get to magic, it should 2x. So I'm 52.8, 26.1, and then I go 62.2, so less than 10%, and then I go 33.5. So this is like a 7.3%. So essentially, I'm pushing already very heavily into Fizz diminishing returns. Therefore, I'm getting like 50% effectiveness from my Fizz mitigation because I'm so heavily scaled into heavy armor. So on the PTR build and in every build, I will always emphasize 5 medium pieces when I can do it efficiently. However, at this point in time, it wasn't really able to be done efficiently. So I ended up with what I ended up with as a make ends meet type thing. But my PTR build is disgusting. When they bring in boost NPCs tomorrow, actually, there still won't be spall rings. So I'll need to get rings poofed in for me, maybe. If a GM would be so kind. But there are a couple of items, jewelry pieces, the Suborn necklace and glittering spall rings that give block rating. So it's essentially, or not block rating, but like block defense. It's block mitigation. So there's a passive chance to block on the character sheet. And then through the stamina management, there's also the active block where I'll just frontal cone block at the cost of stamina drain. So you'll notice my stamina was going down relatively quickly when I was blocking these mobs. So if I grab these mobs and then I block, you'll notice stam drains like crazy. So on the PTR build and for the 11th build, the December 11th build, we will have a very substantially changed the stamina damage taken from damage taken algorithm. So we lose way less stamina every time we block a bit of damage, and we're able to block for way more. So block mitigation scaling becomes increasingly valuable in that sense. I can sit here and instead of trying to dodge out of stuff and have limited dodges, burn a lot of stamina, I can put a shield on, I can stack block mit, and then I can just do this whenever I'm in trouble. And then I'll block everything in a frontal cone, and then I can just walk away. So that's going to be a huge point of scaling. With that build that I have on the PTR, granted, this was legendary plus 20 stuff. It was effectively mitigating like 95% of damage. So what's your go-to DPS class if you were playing tank? Me personally, fighter or rogue, but I'm a melee enjoyer. I would run one of the melee archetypes. I get very bored playing casters and range and stuff like that. I feel like sitting on a backline just isn't the most fun, but numbers can be satisfying. So how do the secondary archetypes work? Do you get 50% of the skills available? No, so you have your primary. I, as a tank, I'll always have my tank abilities in my primary archetype tree there. So when the secondaries come in, I will be augmenting my primary abilities with elements of the secondary. So essentially, like, I have Intimidating Aura, right? When I potentially take Cleric as a secondary, Cleric will have these different schools of specialization. And if there's one that focuses on restoring life and, you know, the healing side of Cleric, then I may be able to take that, and I may be able to find an augment within that that does something with my Intim Aura, which usually pulses out and does damage every 1 second, as so, to potentially make it also heal allies that are nearby. So there's a lot of potential with how the secondaries will bring in customization to the class progression, but more or less you will still be playing the core identity of your primary archetype, that base class. The secondary, it's going to be augments. Some augments, of course, will be stronger than others. Some augments will be more additional flavor along the way. But more or less, you'll be looking at augments, and you'll be able to recognize the primary or the base very quickly within what you're fighting. To the point where I personally am just going to say I'm a tank X instead of being like, well, I'm a knight because I'm tank fighter. It's still going to be tank with just some extra flair to it. Not saying this is a bad thing, but it's a compliment. You talk so much. How are you not getting tired? Wait till you realize I do this every single day. Yeah, welcome to the stream, dog. No, I appreciate that. So I have this little theory where a lot of streamers forget how cool it is to be in the spot that they're in, so they'll just not respond to messages. Frosted, thank you for the follow, much love. They'll like not respond to messages. They'll just let people's messages float by. If I ever miss a message, I like make a mental note about it and try to go back and respond to it at some point in time. And, you know, I streamed for 6 years before I was a full-time streamer. I've been full-time for about 2 years now. So this is, you know, something that I love doing every single day. And I always have the mentality that, like, somebody new could be coming into the channel for the first time whenever. If I'm sitting here and I have even a minute where I'm just grumbling to myself, or I'm hitting mobs, or I'm hitting trees or something, and I'm not engaging with chat, that's going to be 60 seconds where somebody has empty content. That could be the difference between somebody following and becoming an everyday viewer or becoming someone that just clicks on the stream and clicks off the stream. So I try to give everybody at any point in time, no matter when they're coming in, some form of conversation to hop into. And as a result, we'll always see each day new names popping in that are just like, shut up, Carla. Love you. Thank you for the sandwich. It's delicious. We'll see a lot of new names that are popping in that just ask questions, and then they're like, oh shit, well, I have feedback here. I have another question here. And then we all just converse and we just hang out. And I've always said, like, the gameplay is a bonus. I've been here for a while now in Ashes. Before Ashes, I was a New World content creator for 3+ years. I always focused on the interaction side and the actual engagement side of things, right? But I tend to I tend to focus on the engagement side of things. So essentially the gameplay is more of a secondary. If I was reading Pock's message. If I have hands and if the gameplay is fun and it's fun to watch the gameplay, then that's just a bonus. But I've streamed Ashes when servers were down. I have sat here and run a 10-hour fucking talk show with chat before. So it's all about, I don't know, I just value yapping with chat, hanging out. So Cameron over on YouTube, are you looking to add people to your guild in AOC? Yeah, exclamation. Oh, wait, you can't do the exclamation commands over there. Get fucked. Yo, Scalatama, thank you for the follow. Raylan, thank you for the follow. Much love. Discord.gg/cats with abs for the guild. I forgot YouTube doesn't have the exclamation commands. Discord.gg/cats with abs. If you're over on the Twitch side, exclamation guild in chat will get you a link to the Discord. We are recruiting PvP players, PvE players, artisan players, every type of player, always for the guild, because everything in Ashes has a role. Kraz, thank you for the follow as well. Much love. If you guys are new to the Ashes comm, you are coming to the best possible place you could come to. I am a full-time Ashes content creator, have been for a while now. I've got about 3,000 hours streamed this year of Ashes, and that will continue to grow. I help run a community over here that is focused in every aspect of the game, the highest end of the PvP, down to opening up the door to casual players that play any amount of time to hop in and be a part of the comm. So, if you guys have any questions, you guys have anything you're wondering, you guys want to be a part of a community that's extremely active, there's ups, downs, and all arounds, probably came to the right place, my boys. And if you're not dropping the follow, you might as well, because I'm always going to be here, whether you like it or hate it. I've streamed over 880 days consecutively now, and it's just going to keep happening as they're dueling in this game. Dueling system is being added for the 11th. Brand new system. Danny and Graven, thank you for the follow as well. Dueling system is being added for the 11th. That's going to be the base form of dueling. That's just going to be 1v1 duels. Where's Raven? They have said that they will expand the dueling system into group versus group duels and then raid versus raid duels. And then we'll also have arenas that come in at a later point in time. Vardrin, thank you for the follow. Much love. So they will have many more developments to the PvP systems. Much more on Rails content as well. Are they going to add something extra on the 11th other than duels? Like, just other than duels for the entire update? Oh god, yeah, duels are like the smallest thing on the 11th. Duels are just like a fucking side thing. PvP-wise, you're also looking forward to the Harbinger system. The Harbinger system is a massive system. It represents the start of story arcs. We'll get into that a little bit more. Hold on, I'm gonna take a bite of the sandwich before we get into Harbies. I will say, I don't get tired from yapping, but boy do I get hungry. Thankfully, Carla stocks me up with food, but sometimes she'll bring me food and I won't stop yapping throughout the entire stream, so I won't end up eating my food until like 4 hours after. But I also worked in restaurants when I was growing up, so I'm very used to just like eating while I go. What you eating? I'll full screen you. I gotta not drop the knife and like stab myself. Carla made, get out of here, Mason Ramsey. Carla made a Thanksgiving leftover sandwich for me. My mom does homemade sourdough baking. So it's a jalapeno cheddar loaf, sourdough cheddar loaf. And Carla sliced that bitch up. We got turkey, some ham, stuffing, cranberry sauce, some gravy. So yeah, it's delicious. That's a good feed. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, this is delicious. Yes, this is what we have planned. Now, keep in mind too, you guys are gonna be seeing this probably until March of next year, because we went to Walmart on Black Friday because Carla wanted coffee creamer, Black Friday deal of the fucking century, by the way. Funny enough, they had a Black Friday deal on sugar. I had to pick up sugar today for my coffees. But they had a Black Friday deal on sugar too. But while we were there, we're walking through the food section and we see fresh turkeys, like not the frozen ones, 50 cents a pound. And they were normally $2, and they're cheaper than the frozen ones per pound. So we grabbed 25 pounds of fucking bird. So now I got 25 pounds of turkey in my freezer. I got a rotisserie, and I have a plan. I have a plan. So you'll be seeing turkey-related things for some time now. Yes, yes. Many, many, many turkey-related things. Okay, thank you for the narration, Mason Ramsey, Yodel Kid, everybody making another appearance. So, just absolutely blessed. But yeah, the update on the 11th is fucking massive. The Harbinger system is this like open world corruption area that spawns up these world events. It's also a force flag lawless PvP area. Spawns in these corrupted events where you have to respond to the events and either help the events succeed by killing other players or kill the corruption and make sure the event fails to contain the corruption. If the event succeeds and the corruption wins, then you're going to be looking at the corruption expanding throughout the world. For instance, the first Harbinger is in the tropics here. It'll expand down here, then it'll expand over here, and then it'll expand up here. And before we know it, the entire open world will be consumed by corruption. Now, starting areas are exempt, and the corruption will not expand into the towns. But as soon as you go outside of the gates of a town in one of those areas, you would then be subject to PvP. You would then be seeing the corrupted influence on the world. It's more than just a PvP area as well, because keep in mind that transforms the mobs that are in that area, the resources that are in that area. So if you have an entire biome that's been completely neglected, you're no longer going to be able to gather out of that biome. You're no longer going to be able to craft out of that biome. Like, it will essentially render that biome effectively useless. So, it's a cool little system. We're getting the summoner, we're getting reworks to movement, time to kill, gearing, you fucking name it. Progression, first time user experience. There's a new artisan skill coming in with sport fishing. Sport fishing is a new like mini game type of fishing that you do out in the open world. Very Arcade for anybody that played Arcade and like the Arcade sport fishing. But with the sport fishing, you will find spawns in the open world water areas, both in lawless PvP areas, as well as the non-PvP, you know, freshwater sources. However, the most incentivized sport fishing is always going to be out in the lawless areas, higher risk, higher reward. So you'll find those spawn areas, and then you will chum in the water, chum. And once your chum is in the water, you and your friends will put your poles in the water. What is fucking with me? You and your friends will put the poles in the water, and then you'll be able... What is fucking with me? Oh, God. I'm getting like a fucking bag in front of my head. You'll put your poles in the water, and then you'll hook fish. Once you hook the fish, you'll have this little mini game where there are 4 different inputs where you do damage to the fish based on the fish's movements and your inputs. Fish dies in the water. You swim out, retrieve the fish, put it on your back as a crate, bring it to your boat, put it in storage if your boat has fish storage crafted on it. If your boat does not have fish storage crafted on it, then you put it on your back, and then you go sell it to a vendor, make some money off of it. May not be the craziest money, but I think it's going to be good money. Boy, Smoke, you mean in-game, right? Can we just get like an in-game clarifier on that? Just one time for the one time. Anyways, yes, okay, good. You can never tell these days. Can never tell. Especially once Asmongold's community catches wind of Ashes. It's gonna get crazy out here. So anyways, I like playing in Nakua. The 2 most obvious options for me would be either a Nakua or a Renkai. Nakua is like the island dwarf, so it's a Samoan-inspired dwarf. Coolest thing about Nakua is we do flips when we jump. It's sick! So, the Renkai are these big-ass brawlic orcs. So for me, the choice is either, as a tank player, be very small piss missile that just goes into backlines and bites ankles and hits kneecaps, or be big brawlic New York motherfucker wearing Timbs, and then I'm walking here into a backline and then just start smacking heads. Those are kind of my 2 tank fantasies that I'd like to play out. I'm leaning towards the short piss missile biting ankles, but other than that, like, you've got 2 types of elves, 2 types of orcs, 2 types of humans, 2 types of dwarves, and then you'll have your furries. The furries are the Tlnars. Those will also appeal to your scalies, as you'll be able to make a Tlnar with either animal or like lizard characteristics. The lore of the Tlnar also lines up with furries as the Tlnar basically stayed under the realm, like under the Underrealm and in the, you know, the safe place during the apocalypse. Everybody went back out to the overworld and went outside. The Tlnar stayed underground and basically repopulated their world via mass orgy. As a result, we will be seeing a large amount of Tlnar in the Underrealm. And there will probably be ERP. So just be careful. What about the Featheries or the Avians? Isn't that just a furry? Are bird people not furries? Is that like a furry adjacent? What is the actual term for that, now that I'm curious? Like, what if you really want to fuck Big Bird? What would you then classify as? Trying to get up in that cloaca. Shout out, Hussy. It's a feathery. Is it? Huh. Today I learned. It's how the lizard likers are scalies. So are there like gerbilies, or is that just a furry? I assume that would fall under the furry because that has fur. So it just depends on like what the coating on the skin is. Right. Okay. Mammal likers are furries. Okay. No, that makes sense. There aren't people who want to fuck fish, right? I don't want to go down this route, actually. I don't want to go down this route. Are they... Yeah, are they also scalies? Because fish have scales? Or are they like fishies? What do you call fish furries? There isn't a widely used official term. Some people mix furry with fish, calling them fish furries or aquatic furries. In general, context matters. AI just made that up. AI was literally just afraid to say, bro, I don't know. Fishies or aquas? I got the official info. Did you Google it or did someone DM you? I'm concerned if someone hit you with that info, like, validly that fast. Someone's sitting there watching in a fish suit. Not one of those people, but have you seen Nami in League? Have you seen The Shape of Water? Yo, Luke, thank you for the follow. Much love. Grinding Nemo was a fucking crazy film and won Academy Awards, and it was all about some bitch that wanted to fuck a fish. So, I would just call them all and... Red, can you call them something that I can fucking pronounce, dog? What if we call them something with a couple syllables? Anthropomorphiles? Anthropomorphiles? Is that how you would say that? Where is the emphasis in that? I don't know that I want to know. I think I want to get out of this rabbit hole. So, my game's running smooth on cinematic. I haven't crashed in a little bit. That's cool. How's your guys' day? Anybody get inspired to get some food? Hey, what's up? There has never been a better time than right now for you to exercise your right to exclamation vanish. Genuinely never. That's the wrong one. That's not the one that I was hoping for. No, Carla, don't encourage him. Do not. This is not behavior that we're going to encourage right now. Anthropomorphic root word philia as a suffix. Right. So you just make that up? Are we just like combining things? Or is that like the actual term? Let's see, he wants to silence the fishies, but we won't let him. Can I deploy Fupo to eat all the fishies? Fupo does love fresh fish. I might deploy a Fupo with a goal. The fishies will stand no chance. Absolutely none. I'm not ashamed of my inner thoughts and you shouldn't be for me. Zop. It's not that I'm ashamed, it's that I'm fighting some feelings right now. I thought I was gonna miss that and die. I almost just yossed myself into oblivion. Oh shit. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's perfect. Everything's fine. This is good. This is exactly what I wanted to pull. Everything here is directly under my control. I am one with the force. The force is with me. We're good. Everything's perfectly fine. Can you make the audio from points like 80% of your voice loudness? I have a mod that does the audio stuff usually. Those, some of them are fucked up. We gotta boost some of them. We went to upload them with more loudness, and Twitch didn't like the loudness. So yeah, it's on the to-do list. It's also just on someone else's to-do list. I'll put it on mine though. I'll slap it on mine. I'll have Carlo remind me. Is healing power needed as a cleric, or can I still gear magic and raw power for PvP and still be a strong PvE? Magic power has a waterfall ratio where like some of your magic power will turn into healing power. Same thing with raw power. Raw power impacts fizz power and magic power at a ratio. Then a portion of your magic power waterfalls over to your healing power. I don't know right off the top of my head what the ratio is over on the PTR build, so I wouldn't want to give you an exact number. I am honestly not quite certain what it's looking like, but there is a ratio of payout from your magic power to your healing power. So if you did just have general magic power scaling, it's not like you would have 0 healing power as a result. You'd be just fine with that. Additional healing power specific piece. Oh, fuck me. I went to take a bite of sandwich. Oh, no. The patrol's got us. But yeah, additional healing power pieces if it's something really, really efficient. Like a June's Curious Pendant. Then that can be really solid as well. Depends on playstyle. Regarding group PvE, you prefer if you max healing power? Yeah. Absolutely. Like, more healing power is going to be more efficient in terms of scaling. And you're not really emphasizing magic power, but say your choices are absolute dog shit gear or something with magic power on it. I would choose the one with magic power on it, but as for my frontline PvP healer, I need not be squishy. I feel like frontline PvP healer is just code word for I get grappled a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong. Unironically, I might be taking charge and getting some more mods up in the Z-word. I mean, keep in mind, Twitch is at some point adding in a head moderator badge, and you would get a hammer instead of a sword. They announced that at TwitchCon. So you could have a hammer. That is the ultimate symbol of clout. Run 2 sets of jewelry, 1 for group healing, 1 for PvE, 1 for solo questing and grinding. Yeah, you can usually switch stuff out pretty easy. Like for PvP, even if you're a healer, even if you're a glass cannon-y type class, you're definitely going to want some form of HP scaling. Because if somebody looks at you with basic attacks, like with weapon combo attacks and stuff, and then you're just dying to that, it's not going to be worth it. You can't do anything if you're dead. So when you look at PvP, it's going to be a little bit different of a scaling than something that's like a PvE fully optimized build where people shouldn't be taking a ton of AoE damage. Can I see your gear? Yeah, right now I'm using 3-piece Blood Runner, 5-piece Akadira in Heroic, Legendary Steel Bloom gear, Beast Warden's Prod and Shield of Briarhome, and then Glory Bound Longbow. Then I'm using New Ayla Cloak. So, solid gear at this point in time. I mean, some of this was given to me by people that quit as well. So, I'm sitting at 290 Fizz Power. Very solid scaling right now, like nothing really bad about this build. The only thing that I don't like about this build is that it's 5 Akadira instead of 5 Blood Runner. If it were 5 Blood Runner instead, I would be remarkably more happy. What's the best DPS class in the game? What are you looking to do? Like PvE, PvP? Do you like playing melee? Do you like playing casters? Every DPS class has validity depending on what you're looking to do and what your preferences are. Also, in terms of what's best, keep in mind there are going to be so many different forms of change that come in. I'm a big advocate for people to not necessarily chase what's currently best, because if you were chasing what was best last phase, then you would have played a mage. However, with the time to kill changes, mage is down, ranger's down, rogue and fighter are up. So the people that were playing fighter or rogue because they enjoyed it are now going to be at a state of getting buffed and seeing their class much more enjoyable. So it really just breaks down to, in my opinion, play what seems most appealing to you. At least on the server web, you won't lose your favorite snail mount again. Yeah, I gotta see what I gotta do to come up on a Snorse skin. I swear to God, maybe if they do a recolor at one point and it's like a red Snorse in the shop, I just come up on that. That might be very nice. PvP, Ranger, Melee. I'd say probably for next phase, like, if you're looking at PvP, Ranger, Melee, DPS, Ranger's always solid. Ranger is ranged, of course, but it's gonna have vines, big AoE root that goes out. Roots are always great for setup in PvP, great for finishing kills if you do have a big clump of people to capitalize on. Big initiates can happen there. You've got solid AoE burst through scatter shots. You've got snipe, which is some solid single target. It's not the best burst, it's not the worst burst, but it is pretty solid at many things. So I would say Ranger is always a good choice. People always like Ranger in PvE as well. Outside of that, if you're going melee, you'd be looking at probably fighter or rogue. Fighter is going to be a very, like, get in, stay in, sustain. Oh. Right. Fighter is going to be a very get in, stay in, sustain my HP, play the space, and smack people class. Whereas Rogue is going to be very nimble, very quick, very built around in-out movement, and then resetting and then going back in at an opportunistic time, and really trying to tempo as much as you can. So that's like the big three that I'd probably recommend for you at that point if your interest isn't playing a caster. If it was a caster, I'd say mage, but from the DPS standpoint, it's just a quick rundown. Every one of them is going to handle a little bit differently. And again, my recommendation would be play whatever sounds the coolest to you instead of what sounds the most meta, because you're going to see so many instances of meta shifts in between now and the completion of Ashes of Creation that if you're trying to chase meta along the way, brother, you're going to have to learn how to play every single archetype and then probably every single secondary combo as well. I'm excited for the secondary archetypes coming. Yo, Arbsy, hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. I'm hoping the first few months of 2026, that'd be really cool. If we had 2 secondaries by April, I'd be quite ecstatic. Always metas, but whatever counters the meta will always be the meta. Yeah, it'll always be shifting. Like, people will always have their preferences and what to play in the short term. But we've seen stuff where, you know, meta counters come in. We've seen instances where somebody gets their hands on a class and puts it out there in a different way that other people haven't previously seen. There are a ton of variables that play into what makes something good in terms of a class. And a lot of the time it's the person handling it, the situation it's being put in. And we've seen so many meta shifts, whether it's balance changes, whether it's, you know, just somebody putting something out there, like I said, informationally, that wasn't known about a class or an interaction, just anything. It can shift so frequently. And we're not even going to talk about how quickly gearing metas shift. Jesus Christ. Gearing metas are unreal. It's a beautiful cold day in the north right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I'm thankful we're just getting rain at this point because we were getting snow earlier today. We actually got a little bit of snow accumulation. Shit started to stack up. And then it melted. Thank God, and it came in as rain. No shoveling for me tomorrow morning. But dude, it's getting close. Snow got dumped on us. Fucking phenomenal. Where are you at? Exact street address. Because I keep hearing that Maine's gonna get absolutely throttled like Tuesday, Wednesday this week. I think is the plan. Southern Ontario. Fucking awesome. Getting dumped on Pow Day tomorrow? What is it? It's Sunday. I don't think we're supposed to get hit here. I got 6 inches this morning. Did it snow near you as well? Because how was the snowfall? Let's see. Tomorrow it's gonna be sunny as shit. Tuesday, Wednesday, we're getting absolutely fucking throttled. Yep. Can't wait. We are getting absolutely held down and fucked Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, fortunately, I have no commute. But I'm still gonna have to shovel. Because Carla has a commute. And then Thursday, yo, Wuxie, thank you for the follow. Much love. Thursday represents 1 week until our lives become consumed by the Sandaled One, the Phoenix, and Ashes of Creation. It will be a glorious, glorious, glorious day for all of us. Do you guys think we kill Zammer? What is the probability that we can actually play Zammer? Or kill Zammer? Honestly, I think Fighter needs better momentum control early in the fight. Would love to see more momentum on Blitz as a balance change. Just something to build that initial gap, you think? Yo, Stoned Unk, what up, go? How do I play this right now? I would recommend, also NX over on YouTube. I would personally recommend waiting until December 11th to hop in. The difference between waiting now, or playing now versus waiting until December 11th is going to be A, $50. If you hop in on December 11th, you'll be able to get that $50 pack. It'll actually be $42.50 for a little bit before going back up to $50. So right now it's 100 USD to hop in. December 11th, half price. Below half price if you get in from the 11th to the 25th. If you get in now, the advantage is that you can play the private test realm, which is basically an early look at the patch that's coming in on the 11th. So you will be able to have a little bit of an idea of what class you want to play, where you want to go to progress, where you want to go to level, you know, really how you want to handle your evolution of your character, so to say. Now, 10 days in between the 2nd and the 11th is not going to be enough to fully figure out where you want to go, what you want to do min-max at all. But if you're a brand new player and you have $50 extra to spend and that's not on a /gift 10, then you can absolutely hop in right now. Now, in addition to hopping over to the PTR, you do also get 2 titles for logging in prior to the 11th. So, providing you have access and you log in, you will get the Cultist of the Eternal Fire title, and then you'll also get Knight of the White Flame. Those give you Cape Die transmogs, and will bring in some variants for, like, you know, how that side is looking. You'll have titles, you'll have a skin as a result of that title when you have that equipped. So, will the $100 pack on the website now be the same package as released on Steam? The Steam package and the new package on December 11th, those are going to not include the access, you know, prior to this. It's also not going to include the $15 in the in-game store. So on December 11th, we'll see the transmog shop come in. Completely optional transmogs, no power scaling whatsoever. No pay to win, no pay to prog, no anything like that. It's just for drip. So essentially with the $100 pack, you get access when you buy your pack, access to the PTR. This is also included with the Steam pack with the new pack on the 11th. You get your first month of sub time. Sub happens when the game launches. Not early access launch, but the full launch. This is going to be way down the road. My guess is a couple years. Don't have to worry about that for right now. But either pack gets you your first month of sub time. When Ashes launches, it's no box cost, no DLC cost. It is just a $15 a month subscription. So you don't have to worry about your sub until the second month. From there, that $15 in the in-game store only comes with the $100 pack right now, but you can just spend $15 and then still be up $35 if you don't want to play the 10 days leading up to it. So, you know, it's all personal preference. The titles, I would say, are the biggest thing in the long term. The $15, it is what it is for the in-game store, all that stuff. I forgot there's a sub. Yeah, Generic, you have lifetime subby, don't you? From your OG pack, right? That's fucking lit. That's so lit. Yeah, so there were some packs way back in the day that included lifetime subs. Huge value now, huh? So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. But I would recommend for most players, I also just dropped a YouTube video on this today. I would recommend for most people definitely waiting until the 11th. And if the 11th rolls around and you're still like on the fence about it, and you're still kind of iffy on Ashes, and you want to check it out before hopping in, keep in mind, you can just pull up here every day. I'll be leveling like mad on the 11th, so you'll see the start. You'll see that, you know, how many players are actually in the open world. How does it feel with population instead of with the game feeling super empty now? And what are the differences? What is the actual leveling prog? Am I going to be mob grinding the entire time? Yes. Will I be questing a little bit at the start? Yes. Will I stop questing to go mob grind? Abso-fucking-lutely. So, you'll be able to get a look on it. If you do want that look before you hop in, or if you want to hop in for the 11th, you can just buy your pack on the 11th, hop in, and then level with everybody else. But I think the second weekend will actually be more popular than the first weekend if the first weekend is good. So, game constant on December 11th. There is a free-to-play possible. The game will still have a fee, like a one-time purchase for the playtesting pack, but it's going to be $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th of December. So it comes down from $100 to $50 just for the entry costs, and then it's on 15% sale for those 2 weeks. Will it be safe to say that this isn't just any old MMO? This will run as long as Final Fantasy 14 or WoW, or will it be like New World? Would like your honest opinion on this, streamer? Yeah, I got you, dog. I mean, I was a New World streamer before this, keep in mind. So, the thing right now, where I can compare it most, like, we don't know if it's gonna have the longevity of Final Fantasy 14 or WoW or anything like that. And I think anybody that tells you that they absolutely know is lying to you. Yo, Wusha, thank you for the gift, dude. I appreciate you. I think anybody that tells you definitively this will or will not have staying power, this will or will not have this many players, anybody that tries saying that is just gonna lie to you to try to get you, you know, on a hype train one way or the other. At the end of the day, nobody really knows what the staying power of it is going to be. I streamed New World before this, and I streamed a lot of New World before I came over to Ashes. So I can tell you, in perspective of the New World comparison, Ashes has many of the problems right now that New World had after New World fully launched. And what I mean by that is if you look at the sentiment of New World right now, shit, funny enough, I was looking at the New World subreddit while I was taking my pre-stream poop ski. And the New World subreddit has people that are posting right now that are saying, hey, I know this game is going to be shut down soon, but is it worth hopping into? And the sentiment around New World is, yeah, it's actually really solid at this point in time, and it's really fun. If you don't have a chance to play through it at least once, I would highly recommend, you know, trying to play through it at least once before it goes. And if I'm being honest, that sentiment is, I think, going to hit before Ashes gets to the point of New World. Now, keep in mind, I said Ashes and New World go through a lot of the, fuck it, we're gonna send it. They go through a lot of the same issues, right? Or they're going through a lot of the same issues over time. So, in the sense of New World went through the issues. Oh, okay, Gibby's dead. We're down a cleric. New World went through the problems post-launch when it already had 900,000 concurrent players. Which, keep in mind, 900,000 concurrent players, it was like 912,000 at peak, is over double what Arc Raiders had for a concurrent peak player count so far. Just for perspective, New World was insanely large on its launch. Only problem is, it was never able to meet the expectations that people had for it because it had, oh, we're so dead. It had pivoted so late in its development that the developers had this impossible task of pivoting from survival multiplayer to full-fledged socially driven MMO. So, New World, when it launched, had a lot of issues around user retention. Is the grind fun, or is it just grindy to be a grind? The trade skills weren't in the best spot. They needed a lot more depth and evolution to them. The sound design in the core was good, and it had a combat system that some people really enjoyed, so it built around that and retained some people off that, but at the end of the day, when New World was coming out, it was plagued by it was plagued by so many massive issues along the way. And those same issues that cook New World in the long term are actually the same things that can benefit Ashes right now. If Ashes were to be in a fully launched, like, this is our product state, I'd be really concerned. If the 11th was being shipped as this is what the game is expected to be, I'd be like, all right, nope, I'm gonna go make fucking Where Winds Meet content and farm some viewers for a little bit. If I didn't believe in Ashes, I wouldn't be here, right? But with Ashes, they are able to go through the, okay, your first time user experience isn't good. Well, let's revamp the first time user experience. Your combat system isn't hitting. Okay, well, let's change the combat system. Your trade skills need more depth. Okay, well, there's more depth planned in the scope of everything, and it'll continue to get better. They listen to our feedback, and over the course of the remainder of development, which is what this is, the feedback from the community will continue to drive a lot of change and help shape a lot of the future systems that we interact with once Ashes is fully up, fully running, fully finished, fully polished. But on the way to that, fuck me. On the way to that takes feedback. And we are currently the front line of all of that feedback. Now, with New World, it always felt like they were, on the Amazon Games side, very separated from their community, right? On the Ashes, I hate this. On the Ashes side, it feels like sometimes, and this is actual critique from people, that they listen to the community too much and too well. So, from my perspective, yo, Stone Dog, thank you for the follow. What's up? They have the opportunity to have that social MMO back. That feel where multiple people are trying to accomplish something and they work together to bring that goal to life. Whether that is, I hate this. Whether that is trying to raise up a settlement and put tables in that settlement that help support gathering, refining, and crafting for the entire server. Keep in mind, not every town can be the highest level, and not every town can have every building or table like New World. You have to specialize towns in certain things, and you have to work on those things across multiple towns to support everything for the entirety of the server. Earlier, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. So, with the like New World content cycle, right? Especially being over there as a content creator for as long as I was, I really feel like there's a level of resonance where over the 3 years that New World was out, the 3+ years, they were unironically able to improve upon a lot of the issues that plagued it on launch. They were able to flip the sentiment from this is never going to be able to succeed and never going to be able to live up to our expectations to, oh shit, maybe this might if it has a little more time. With Ashes, right now they've got the time. They're not fighting against the clock because the clock hasn't even struck midnight for them yet. They are determining the time frame. They are determining every aspect of it. So, oh my god, wait, is that a Kyle bro with a name change? What up, my boy? How are you? I hope you're doing beautifully. Should I play on the normal world or the new test realm? If you're playing in the next 2 days, it'll be on the normal realm, like the actual Alpha 2 environment. The PTR is going to be up December 2nd. Sorry, I don't know why that was so hard for my brain. It's coming up on Tuesday. That will be after the end of SHOL event that's happening tomorrow. If you do have your access to the game already, and you just want to, like, you know, update your game, pop in and see what's up, keep in mind, this is the old build. This is, god fucking damn it, this again. This is the version of the game that is now outdated. So the private test realm, the PTR, is going to be your best chance at looking at the new build, getting a preview of that. And if I'm being honest, probably having the best experience. The PTR is a substantial improvement in pretty much every way, shape, and form over this build, unless you are a mage player that really is upset about the time to kill. Other than that, the PTR is overwhelmingly, I think, a positive for pretty much every player that's going to be interacting with it. So I would almost say if you're a new player that, or not even just a new player, but somebody that played a while back and wants to return with the update, I'd just wait until Tuesday. I'd watch the event tomorrow so you don't have to worry too much about it. There is a boost NPC that'll be in the game tomorrow, so people can actively like boost characters, they can gear characters and shit. So that'll be nice, but I would almost recommend waiting until the 2nd, testing on the PTR the 2nd to the 10th, coming in, getting that taste of Ashes instead of this taste of Ashes, providing feedback on that throughout. So, Necro isn't out yet, right? It's secondary in this game. So, the Summoner will be out on December 11th, and with the secondary structure, you'll be able to combine any of the 8 primaries and any of, like, those again as your total class. So if you do exclamation classes, that'll help break it down a little bit, but you can go, like, Summoner, you can go Summoner, Cleric. The secondaries as a whole are not in the game yet, but those are going to be augments to your primary. So with that, if you want to play Summoner, if you want to play that pet-based build, if you want to have that, you know, that additional level of gameplay, then you can just pick Summoner as your primary. You can base your secondary off of what you feel Summoner is missing. So if you want a Summoner that's focused a little bit more on healing, you may go Summoner Cleric as a long term. You may say, I want a Summoner that's focused on more status effects or something like that. Maybe you go Summoner Mage and you get some burns and some chills and stuff like that. So there are going to be many options for it, but Summoner is going to be in for the 11th. It's testable on the PTR right now, has been testable for a while. So, yeah, of course, dude, of course. More than happy to. I sit here and yap about Ashes for 8 to 12 hours a day, and if we hit that sub goal, I got a 24-hour that I got to pull. So I'm just grateful that people show up and ask questions, man. I've streamed a long time, and it's a whole hell of a lot easier to stream when people are yapping with me than when I was talking to myself. So that's the big thing for me. Yeah, exclamation classes. Exclamation class is a good little guide for people that are looking for the primary, secondary, just the names and stuff with it, just a baseline. AOC has so many people naysaying it, against it, and AOC has people agreeing with it still. AOC busted through and demanded attention. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Ashes has a lot of impressions. Impressions don't necessarily mean that the information is correct, that people are receiving from the impressions, but I like to pull this up a lot just as a would you rather type question. So in today's MMO world, there tend to be two scenarios for games, especially pre-launch, right? It is either you start out with all of the hype in the world and everybody thinks you're going to be the greatest MMO in history, and it seems like at that point you're naturally going to disappoint, or all of the odds are stacked against you. Everybody thinks your product is going to be actual dog shit. Everybody thinks it's fully cooked, it's fully done, it's never going to launch. And then you launch in a reasonably playable state. Some may even see a good state. Which way would you rather lean? Because after playing New World and streaming New World was the first one. New World was the, oh wow, look at this title, it's going to give us world building and town building and social systems and the social politicking and this new action combat system and all of this player to player. And then when New World hit, it wasn't ready. So you saw a 62% player fall off month over month on the first month of the game. You went from 410,000 average players in the game to 155,000 average players in the game. And then you went from a 913k peak to a 357k peak. This is when expectations are not met. I would almost rather have players doubt what Ashes is going to be and have all of the takes in their head that this is going to suck and this is going to be really bad. And then they kind of like get into the pool expecting it to be really, really, really cold. And even if it's not the perfect temperature of water, maybe it's slightly better than they thought it was going to be. Why is this guy gang stalking us? I guess we kill this guy first so we don't have to deal with him. But that's kind of where I'm leaning with Ashes right now. I think it's going to work out to be in a point where a lot of people originally thought it was going to be very, 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 very bad. A lot of people saw the original pre-alpha demos and they weren't believing in it. Some people still don't believe in it, rightfully. Some people are very wary. MMOs have been cooked lately, especially early access MMO products. I never fault a motherfucker for being like, hey, Dusty, I'm a little skeptical of this. I think you'd be crazier if you weren't skeptical at all. I stream this shit every day for 8+ hours and I'm skeptical at times. I have my own skepticisms. I don't think the game won't launch. I have my skepticisms that some things in the game will be as impactful as they're said to be. However, everybody has their own skepticisms in their own ways. Nobody's wrong for having their own skepticisms or anything like that. It's just how MMOs are at this point in time. A lot of MMOs have not been able to live up to expectations. But again, I'd rather have that skepticism associated with it and those people that are looking at it as a very like weary thing, right? You're kind of like tiptoeing on the fringe. You're kind of on the fence. You're sitting there thinking about getting in. And then you come in and you check out a stream and you're like, wait, what do you mean there's actually shit to do? What do you mean the game doesn't look terrible? What do you mean there's a world and quests and trade skills and there's gearing differences and there are build choices and there's all of this gameplay already? But so-and-so on YouTube said there was no gameplay with Ashes whatsoever and the systems didn't exist. What the hell-y? It's like a night and day difference actually watching the game versus hearing about the game, in my opinion. Yo, Cashless, what up, dog? Is it back? It will be back on the 11th. Servers are wiping tomorrow, and then we go into our private test realm session for the final December 2nd to 10th push. And then after that push happens, it's the 11th, baby. It's the final, oh God. Oh, that was almost really bad. But it's the final round of playtesting. It's a final round of getting data for Intrepid. It's a final round of bug fixes, all of it. So this is going to be the big push leading up to the 11th. I am going to be here every single day testing leveling routes, testing mob grind information, everything. Are you streaming the PTR? I can't technically stream the PTR, but yes, I'm streaming the PTR. I stream daily, so I will be playing the PTR while I stream, but because of the visual NDA and my lack of motion, I'm not allowed to actually, like, show screen during that, the same way that I have a dick, but I can't show you my dick right now because Switch would get mad. If I show you my penis or the PTR, I will get banned. It just depends on the platform. So I will be showing neither of those things from December 2nd to December 10th, maybe on the 11th, depending on how excited I am. So, with that being said, for the 10th, 2nd to the 10th, I'll just be here yapping and stuff like that. Yeah, we can talk about everything. I can draw you guys pictures. For instance, I actually, yo, Kangaroo, thank you for following, much love. I actually leaked what the Harbingers looked like early on. via transferring assets out of ashes to show chat. Hold on. So basically, we were doing Harbinger testing over on the private test realm, and I was actually able to kill one of these Harbingers, stand over its body, and essentially face scan it. Peep. This is what a Harbinger looks like. Roughly, more or less. Of course, legally distinct Harbinger. There needed to be some variance or Intrepid would come for me. There was a big problem where I drew what the anvils was going to look like, and there were black SUVs parked outside of my apartment, lawyers in my apartment. It was all bad. It was all bad. This is also a pro-con list. If anybody's curious about what I, Mr. Streamer Man, think are the pros and the cons of the Steam Early Access, I think the pros heavily outweigh the cons, and I think many things are actually quite neutral along the way. So, anyways, but the Harbinger was in my room. I know. I'm so sorry to scare you guys. I probably should have given you a spooky warning along the way. So, I genuinely, I try to do my best to bring the content to you guys. I'm basically one of those frontline reporters that's like standing in a hurricane with an umbrella, just trying to document it for you guys, even though I may risk my life and limbs doing so. And I want you guys to know I do it for you. Everyone that's out here showing up every day, making sure I can do it. You make it so I can do it, I'ma fucking do it for you, boys. I gotcha. You gonna do lore videos? I'm down for a good loregasm every now and then. I mean, I'm not a huge, like, making videos kind of guy. If you look at my YouTube, I post a YouTube video roughly once every 8 months, and everyone's like, Dusty, you should post more YouTube content. And I'm like, yeah, I should. And then that's the end of the conversation. So I always say I want to do more YouTube videos, and then I'm like, I could sit in a room for a couple hours by myself recording, or I could just press start streaming, smoke a bolski, and then I could go yap with chat. I like yapping with chat. I like hanging out here. I prefer this. So, I like the YouTube side of things, but if I had a preference, I would much rather sit here and stream 10 hours a day. So, clip YouTube vids is easy money. Shit, I mean, how stoned and unky are you? Because if you want a part-time job, I need a VOD scrubber. Just have Stick make YouTube vids? Stick McPlankington? I mean, he probably could. It'd probably be better for me to have Plank in the chair for the YouTube videos than it would be to have me in the chair for the YouTube videos. Oh shit. I almost got my shit cooked. Yeah, no, that's absolutely valid. I'm merely a mortal man in the YouTube realm of things. I'm not much of a clickbaiter, I'm more of an informer. So, he's more animated. The problem was apparently that I was too animated. I don't really know. My feedback that I received for previous videos was that I stare into the camera way too... Z, look out! Was that I stare into the camera way too intensely, so I needed to stare into the camera less. And then I stared into the camera less, and everybody was like, Dusty, why do you look so shy? So I'm trying to get the balance, dog. I'm trying to get the balance. It was cuteness overload. Well, I'm just trying to figure out how to fucking record a YouTube video, dog. I don't know how to record. If people want to scrub VODs and people want to, like, get me clips and shit, then that's phenomenal. I'll cross-post that. Carl will edit them. But, like, I don't like sitting in a room by myself fucking yapping to a goddamn camera. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm yapping to you guys, not you. There's a difference. When nobody's typing, I'm just like, yes, am DustyWhy here by my... Who pulled the ad? Try to look, but not look creepy. Yeah, and all... Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, so, Sammer wins. But yeah, it's like, try to look and not look creepy, but also try to look, but not look too intently. Because I try to make eye contact. Like right now, I'm reading chat so I can keep parsing information from chat and questions in chat as I'm answering questions for other people. I'm like loading up the next question. But when I'm here and I don't have to read chat, I'm like, where do I look? Where does my eye contact go? And I'm just like, all right, me and you, buddy. I'm here. And we square up and we get it done. It's a fucking staring contest and it's not a good one. This actually looks like a challenging dungeon. I'm liking it. Keep in mind, this is pre, like, scaling rework, their goal is, as Ashes continues, continue to make elite mobs feel more and more challenging and like elite mobs. So they've been gradually working on that scaling. There is another tweak coming to it in the December 11th build. Depending on the time to kill changes, it may make stuff easier or harder in the short term, but we'll look at stuff progressively becoming harder over the long term as well. So if you slap a line of difficulty on it, over time, it's going to continue to go up and up and up. Need a mana so bad? I have scrolls. I have like an int scroll. Wouldn't help with mana. Do you have milk? Because I can give out milk. I got a whole shitload of milk. That'll give some mana regen. I do not have, I have some salves, but Crash, are you running on cinematic? Because I swear to God, I don't crash when it's not cinematic. Accuse mods that split out chat from players, and a chatter from exclamation, calls, and bot responses, stuff like that. Don't know anything about this platform as a creator. Wait, accuse mods that split out chats from the players, and chatter from exclamation, calls, and bot responses. Yeah, there's like Nightbot and stuff. So there's like, I have a lot of my exclamation commands set up through that. There are different bots of different, some more open sourcey, some more streamlined. There are some that'll let you make some of your own commands, some that are more, you know, out there. So I have a lot of different commands and try to kind of like, sorry, something in my eye. I have a lot of different commands and I try to like link those bad boys up in like an informative way. So I'll do like exclamation classes, exclamation crafting. There are some that will link to informative shit, and then there's Nin's bullshit that he got monkey buck scam for. So there are a lot of commands though. Some more functional than others. Some people have added like full plugins. Somebody that I was talking to at TwitchCon actually designed a plugin that was like an overlay for the stream that would show like a rotating world, and it would put a pin where viewers were actually watching from. So you would essentially be able to see like the distribution of where people were viewing your stream. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Is there a cap to how much you can go into debt? Oh yeah, the XP debt. You can go a full level into XP debt. So 100% of your XP bar. Yeah, by quick. Yeah, do you need stuff, C? But you can basically go a full XP bar into debt, 100% of a level. With the XP debt, you'll also notice there's debt stat dampening down at the bottom. So not only do you need to farm up the debt to be able to gain XP again, but you also need to farm off the debt to be able to not have any nuke to your stats. The stat nuke is going to be at 20% at most. Right now it's 0.7%. Negligible. So not the end of the world if you die a couple times, but it will absolutely add up if you die a shitload of times. Melbourne, yo, the viewers from down under go crazy. We have a lot of people in the Ashes com. It's really cool too, because the Ashes community is a very small community, but everyone just kind of comes over to the NA servers to chill. So fortunately, I talk to people from everywhere, bro. What's the game basically like after reaching level 25? That's the biggest part for a lot of people where the game actually falls off, honestly. Like, people typically feel as though, at the current state, right? Keep in mind, long term, you're gonna have so much to be able to do, from artisan skills being fully fleshed out to PvP systems being more on rails, rewarding, more incentivization to them. PvE systems being more in depth, more to chase in these dungeons. There will eventually be like secret hidden doors throughout dungeons that you can use a rogue to discover. And then you go into that hidden door and it's like a sealed off boss encounter just for you and your group. There is a lot that is still to come in with Ashes. Right now though, you get to level 25 and that's your existing max level. And you econ, you gather refined craft to get your gear set up, you PvE to be able to get recipes and be able to get the emblems to be able to craft your shit. But once you get your stuff, it turns into a very sandbox lean, so to say, where there's not an on-rails arena system. There's not a ton of out there content where it's just like, hey, go here and complete this Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, everybody's dying. Did you guys hit your dash before you jumped? But there are not many systems where it's like, go here, repeat, you know, complete this content, play this PvP system out. We're gonna get arenas later on, but the Harbinger system is really, that's coming in December 11th. That's going to be the first start of replayable, repeatable content. So with the Harbinger system, oh my god, sorry. I'm gonna get a drink. With the Harbinger system, that's gonna bring in this corrupted area that grows and expands in the open world. I just got cranberry sauce on my finger. And those have the events that you have to, you know, succeed or lose to. If you defeat the corruption, the area doesn't grow. If you lose to the corruption, the area grows. So, essentially what that starts to bring in is PvP with incentivization. Right now, a lot of people wonder, why would I go... Why would I go PvP? Why would I go fight for this? What's in it for me? What's my objective? And right now, the objective is PvPing. The objective is dominance. So, if you're trying to have, you know, if you're one of those people that wants to play arenas because it's an on-rails system and it's super easy to get into, and you can just go into a menu and queue for it. That'll be in at a certain point, but that's also not necessarily going to be your most incentivized form of PvP, so to say. It's more so going to relate to the open world systems for the incentivization. Guild versus guild wars and settlement versus settlement wars currently exist and will improve as Ashes continues to improve. I can deck a war on your guild. We fight in the open world. My settlement can declare war on your settlement. Citizens of our two settlements can fight each other in the open world. So then you have Error 23. Fubo! Where's the cat? Wait, Z and Fubo. I wasn't gonna make Z do work because Z's already here doing work for me. I was gonna make Fubo do it instead. Z, you're off duty right now. Fubo! Or Grey Pelt. God fucking damn it. God damn it. Alright, so from there. PvP systems. I mean, shit just becomes more replayable. With Guild vs. Guild Wars, there will eventually be winning rewards, losing... basically, like, losing, implications, I guess, would be the way to describe it. Both on the guild and the settlement side, they've discussed losing settlement wars, potentially leading to certain buildings having to be repaired or maybe being brought offline for a little bit. So there's going to be a lot that comes in with that. Settlement sieges. Sieges are going to be your highest risk, highest reward mode. Sieges currently exist on the settlement side. However, the risk reward doesn't exist. The why am I sieging doesn't exist. Right now we're testing the sieges to make them better, but the why isn't there in a lot of the PvP for people right now. That is the biggest thing with Ashes. Why am I doing this? Right now, there's not a lot of that why. Long term, you'll have plenty of why. You will have all of the why that you need. So with settlement sieges, if you declare a siege on another settlement, you and whoever you can get to sign up for you attack that settlement, the town, directly. If you win, that town... Something bad has happened. I am a rock now. If you win, that town will die. It will get nuked. It will go all the way down to tier 0. Nobody will be the mayor of the town anymore because there will no longer be a town. So, with the sieges, the attackers and the defenders both have massive implications on the line. The siege is extremely expensive to declare. And, well, right now it's actually not that bad, but there's also no settlement death. That's going to be in later. So the siege will be extremely expensive to declare, and there will also be siege weapons, siege armaments that you can put up. Oh god, Ultra RIP. At least we got the res. So you'll basically have to put in buy orders, and as a, you know, as a settlement or as a group of people, prepare siege weapons, prepare defenses, prepare offenses, and try to prep for that siege in every way, shape, and form that you can. Because if you don't invest all of your time and all of your resources getting ready for that, then your settlement could die. Now, keep in mind, if a settlement dies, if a town dies, that takes with it all of the tables, all of the trade skill tables that are allowing gathering, refining, and crafting within Ashes. All of them are fucking gone. So... you've got to keep that in mind as you're also looking at this siege mode. Now, there will also be guild castles. 5 guild castles on the map that oversee 1/5 of the map each. Each of those 5 guild castles will generate taxes on a weekly basis, and those taxes will be delivered to the guild castles via caravans that come out from the towns. Those caravans can be attacked by other players, and people can actually steal the tax money once that system is in. Guild castles don't exist yet, but this is will be part of Ashes. So you'll have this repeatable content where you can just go around to different settlements and you can try to find out the cycle for when these tax caravans are going out to the settlements or to the guild castles. And with those taxes going out to the guild castles, you'll be able to ambush those caravans and potentially take that money. Oh no. Are we losing the Z? All right, Zammer with one less cleric might be really rough. Z, have you still not got a cross? Uh-oh. Hold on. Maybe if I give you a wings target, I shall save the day. Hold on. Everything is just fine. Everything is just fine. But yeah, so there are going to be so many different loops for players. Why is all I want regarding roleplay? I want it all infused with the game mechanics. So we have a who, what, when, where, why to our actions, a story and a breathing world. That's what Ashes is built around. So, well, the world has its living lore as well. Also, hello, Achilles. If you jump and die, you war for TFR. I won't die. I don't die. I would fucking never stoop that low. But yeah, so... Oh. I believe in you, Z! I believe in you so much. You win this time around. Wings doesn't work. Uh-oh. Was it out of range? And there's 2 hounds. Do you have a mount still? Can you just like mount and then jump over the edge and send it? My mounts are dead. Oh no. Everything's bad right now. Everything's cooked. We need more vendors. Yo, Steez, hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. I got there 3rd try. Wait, yeah, what happened? How did you die? Because we might be able to have died at the lava fall. You died over here? Oh no. Oh no. True roleplay game where the role of Baker's just valid. I mean, keep in mind, Ron that comes into chat, Ron's primary emphasis is legitimately cooking. Like, he plays the rest of the game, but his primary emphasis is cooking and providing like cooked goods to people and selling those cooked goods. We'll have freeholds, which are the, you know, the standalone housing plots in the world. You'll be able to identify those bad boys on the map originally by this. So this is a freehold plot. Non-instance unit of player housing that's first come, first serve. Whoever buys this first gets this first. And then you can use this for many different purposes in the long term, from the highest end processing of goods, refining, only being available on freeholds. You'll be able to have taverns on your freehold, so if you want to go more of an RP route with your freehold, you can also accomplish that. There will be different buffs that you can put out for your freeholds. You can sell player-made goods. It's unfucking real. I wish freeholds were in for this patch. I was also really hoping freeholds would be in for this patch, even as someone that's not going to own a freehold, because it's just not my primary loop, and somebody else in the guild having it would be more efficient than me. I wish the freeholds were in, because the housing system just represents such an untapped... Yo, NX, thank you for the follow. Much love. Like, the housing system represents such an untapped part of the player market, where you're breaking in then to like your cozy gamers. And keep in mind, they're integrating the housing system with different buffs for your characters, different forms of power progression and scaling that will then have a lasting impact on not only your character, but the fucking world. It's absolutely insane. Going for that homeless RP? Brother, Dusty Poor is a term for a reason. I live in game as I live IRL. Yes. Yes, indeed. A very modest life. I dedicate my time to the people and hope that the people dedicate themselves to me in the long term. The lava falls look so much better on cinematic than they do on low. It's kind of crazy. I suspect they'll reintroduce freeholds close before level expansion. Yeah, I mean, as long as they need to take on them, because freeholds are going to have so many different functionalities to them. If they're able to just put the freehold functionality in one large swoop, then it might be up tremendous. Should we consider possibly unstucking and then going somewhere else? Do we want to go, like, check out Steel Bloom and show some AoE pull shit? Because we could unstuck and then go Steel Bloom. I'll do that. You ever play MO2? Can't help but thinking of it when I see certain systems. I have not played MO2, but a lot of people in chat that have played MO2 definitely feel like there's some familiarity there. Yo, Sin, over on YouTube, what up? There is a lot of familiarity for MO2 players, Lineage players, Arcage players, UO players. Notice some familiarity as well. So, yeah, everybody from that realm of MMOs. Keep in mind, I wasn't even in that social sandbox realm of MMOs as my original. I started in WoW when I was a kid, and then progressively got more social sandboxy as I went. I played New World for 3 years, and that, of course, went from social sandbox leaning to theme park leaning. And then I come over here, and I'm just like, wait a second. Wait a second, this is kind of fun. Also, when you die, keep in mind, you can either respawn at the closest Ember Spring, which is your respawn point, or you can set a home point anywhere on the map with any of the Ember Springs that you have, discovered so far. You can respawn at your home or the closest, and when you respawn at your home, that's going to go on a cooldown, so you can't just like death warp back to your home all the time. Unstucking used to take you to the nearest Ember Spring without killing you, but people were abusing that to go down into areas like Befallen Forge and then unstuck and reset. So they made it fucking kill you. So now you have to take a death whenever you want to unstuck. Just want to be a Tlnar cultist deep underground, worshipping the womb of the Tlnar and plotting against the gods that had forsaken us. Or are you going to be one of the furry or the scaly Tlnars? Gonna play on December 11th, love 1v1 PvP, used to play bow on New World, but I've heard 1v1 Ranger's trash, so you're killing a Ranger so easy. Yeah, Ranger and Mage are a couple of the weakest for 1v1s, if I'm being completely upfront with you. They just lack a few of the core elements that make other archetypes stronger in 1v1s. Sustain, mitigation, they have longer cast bars, they're very interruptible, but large scale, as Snake said, is Ranger and Mage haven right now. In 1v1s, either of those archetypes, they'll be pretty down horrendous. Now, you can always find matchups that you can win, but I could also walk around asking random people if they want to play 1v1 basketball, and I can probably beat every old lady that I come across in the street. So, pick your battles as you want to. Will there be larger package options on December 11th on Steam? Nah, as far as we know, it's just going to be the 4250 option. The larger options where they had like more cosmetic rewards and things like that were for the, like, you know, way back packs. I happened to get the last pack that actually included cosmetics with it, the January 2024 pack. So I have like the $375 pack from back then. There are people that have packs from way back in the day and have spent a lot of money on skins as well that were optional purchases from other packs. So there are some people that have moolah invested. And then you got me over here where I just got a pack that has like one skin with it, and then I'm waiting for the skin store to come out. So on December 11th, if you are looking for cosmetics and shit like that, there will be an in-game store that comes in on December 11th. No pay to win, no pay for progress. Oh. So anyways, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience, anything like that. It's just going to be a transmog, like, you know, cosmetic store. It'll have no impact on anything else. Thinking of getting AOC on Steam, worth getting into it now? Worth getting into it on the 11th, in my opinion. If you're somebody that is looking for something that could be a very fun MMO, keep in mind right now, because the servers are wiping tomorrow, and then the 11th, we have the brand new servers coming up. This is the most populated town on the map, Winstead. Just for perspective, there's player collision in the game, right? Watch. This is the marketplace manager. You could not get to the marketplace manager because the line, the ball around him was out to here. You couldn't get to the marketplace because there were too many motherfuckers in this town that it was nuking the town. People legitimately couldn't even walk.
Is absolutely S tier.
Because it was so populated. Sin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, this is the calm before the storm. This is the Christ Thunder. Thank you for the follow as well, dude. This is the, oh wow, look at how empty it is. Like, everybody that is going, oh, this doesn't seem very MMO-y. If there was a meteor that was announced to be hitting Earth, you probably wouldn't see a bunch of people out riding their bikes and shit. Sin, thank you for the T1 as well, dude. I appreciate that. Much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now you see people that are on break. There's an end of the world event tomorrow. Literally an end of the world event where the GMs are going to come and do an event with us and literally kill the world, and then they wipe it. And as a result, you'll see some people that come out for tomorrow's event. You'll see some people that are testing, hi, me, the 2nd to the 10th on the PTR. And then on the 11th, all hell's gonna break loose. I promise you, if you're seeing this now versus being here on the 11th and hopping in on the 11th, you are going to go, Dusty, you were so fucking right. Now, am I saying that Ashes is the best MMO in the world on the 11th? No, absolutely not. It's gonna continue to get way better. It's lacking some things. It does some other things well at this point in time. But everything that it does well, it will continue to do more well in the long term. And everything that it's lacking, hopefully it can work on getting those things sorted out before the full launch of Ashes. So there will naturally be people that do come in that aren't happy with the state of affairs, but it's got questing. It's got 22 artisan skills that are all intertwined and all function to make player-to-player driven goods that power the entire server. There is a PvE system with points of interest, open world grinds, dungeons, like pocket dungeons, grand dungeons. So there is every baseline MMO aspect that people would look for. It's just It's got to get better over time. Father Greg, my dog, Clue. It's just going to continue to get better. So there will still be much more to come. But December 11th is going to represent a huge update. It's going to be another step in progression. Keep in mind, another step. It's going to bring in a lot of returning players, a lot of new players. And I can damn well promise you that running around the world right now and seeing nobody, that's not going to be possible on the 11th, boys. You're going to want to get away from people. Zekas, what up, my friend? Really enjoyed hearing you answer some questions over the last hour. Just tuned in randomly and you're talking about exactly what we're talking about in Discord. Yo, I appreciate that, dog. If you guys ever have any questions, feel free to hit me up, man. I'm more than happy to yap about whatever. Like I always say, I'm here for 8+ hours a day. I stream Ashes full time, so I'm just here yapping and trying to enjoy the game and help some other people get some honest information about Ashes. Because I feel like it's so rare in gaming right now to not try to clickbait motherfuckers. Everybody just feels like every slight change has to be the best thing in history or the worst thing in history. It's either like this 0.18 update is gonna suck your cock while it eats your butt, wow. Or this 0.18 update is gonna murder your family in front of you. There's never an in-between of this is probably gonna be fun for some players and also some other players won't have everything they want here. I'm here to tell you that both sides of the coin can be true. It can suck your dick while murdering your family in front of you, and then you have a really tough decision to make. Family or head. Depends on which family member. So, some people will enjoy it. Some people will come in and they will see the vision and they'll say, this current iteration is enough for me to continue to give feedback and to grow out with the vision. Some people will come in and they'll say, game looks like shit, game's dumb, lighting's bad, trees are bad, characters are bad, PvE's bad, PvP's bad, questing's bad, it's all bad. Teach their own. I'm not gonna make you like my content. I'm not gonna make you like the game. That's not what I'm here for. I'm just here to tell people what's what, and if they do end up liking it, then fucking phenomenal. And I think everybody that's worried about Steam reviews killing the game, take a look at YouTube. Take a look at Reddit. If that hasn't killed the game, Steam reviews aren't gonna kill the game, brother. I hate to break it to y'all. They might spread some negative sentiment, but also the people that like it are gonna spread some positive sentiment. My prediction is reviews are mixed. I don't think it'll be mostly negative. I think they'll be mixed. I could be wrong. Maybe it is mostly negative. Maybe everybody comes in and they say, oh my god, my game isn't running and this is all dog shit. It's all personal preference on things. Pitted into the beta and played for like 15 minutes, couldn't get into it. When did you hop in the first time, Windex? Over on YouTube. Also, Boom over on YouTube, how often do they reset the characters? They try to do it as minimally as possible. But if the economy fucks up, like if there's a dupe that's discovered that's existed for a while and they haven't been able to fix that, if there is an economy exploit that is just breaking the state of the game as a whole, then that's going to be something that predicates a wipe a little bit quicker than if everything is just going smooth, right? So there's not really a goal or a timetable for character resets, character wipes. Their goal is actually as little as possible. It's worked out so far to be like a 3 to 5 month timetable, just because there have been dupes, have been exploits, have been wipes and stuff like that. There's been a lot that's worked into it. So overall, I'm hoping that we can maybe make it 6 months this time around without a wipe. I think that would be a really good goal to shoot for from the Intrepid side of things, and would represent the longest server that we've had for Alpha 2, at least, I believe. I don't think Phase 1 was longer than that, so. It was back in April 2025. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you already have your pack, I would definitely recommend checking it out on the 11th. The first-time user experience, especially that first 15 minutes, is genuinely a lot better. You also have, you have the Riverlands, which is that traditional start, but you also have the Anvils up here now, so this is more of a linearized starting experience. I'll let you know my thoughts on this from the 2nd to the 10th for the update, because they are changing these experiences. So they're trying to improve that. The first time user experience was not the most linearized, not the best hand-holding experience back then, especially in April. It was very much like complete these few quests, get your mount, and then get the fuck out. So you should hopefully notice a night and day difference if you do hop in for the 11th. I'll let you know again, because the 2nd to the 10th, they have the private test realm up for like the last sets of changes before the 11th comes out. So I'll be able to parse out starting loops, see where we want to go, see what the routes are going to be. So I'll definitely be able to let you know on that. Roger Dodger, I hate the corruption system. Unflagged player can deliberately harass a PvPer, lure them into a fight. Then suddenly stop fighting or unflag right before the killing blow. If the PvPer gets a kill, they gain a stack of corruption and suffer massive penalties. Well, the victim only loses normal PvE materials. The victim essentially wins by losing the fight. You can't instantly unflag. Yeah, no, even if you stop fighting, you stay flagged up. There's like a deflag timer. So if I'm sitting there hitting you and I'm flagged up, you would literally have to not be able to kill me for multiple minutes before my flag wore off. And then at that point, you're probably not going to kill me anyways, and I could just kill you if you flagged back. So in terms of like corruption baiting, it's way less around I am a player that has a flag and I let my flag expire. Corruption baiting is actually typically more along the lines of PvPer wants to PvP, and then player that wants to corruption bait will throw in like a mount and hope that the player cleaves it because they're flagged up for PvP. But Intrepid has also put in some fail safes through different PvP settings. If you go into gameplay and then combat, these PvP settings, and they keep changing these as well, are mostly meant to ensure that you're not going to be hitting unflagged players or entities with cleave damage unless you're holding down a force flag modifier, which is alt by default. So they've taken some steps to try to kind of like stop that corruption baiting side of things, because corruption is meant to be punishing. If you're trying to PvP and you're not deliberately trying to get a killing blow on somebody, then you know, you shouldn't necessarily be subjected to doing that. So corruption baiting's a bad thing, but it's definitely not related to the player side. Like, if I am an unflagged player and I'm harassing a PvPer and luring them into a fight, then like, I'm gonna have to flag up. If I want to hit Ultra, I would have to flag up to do so. I couldn't do damage to him. I couldn't really contest him or anything like that unless I did. I could try to take his mobs and compete for those, but that's also not going to be an element of like, I'm corruption baiting him, because he'd have to kill me. Okay, hold on. I'm going to run my plate out. One sec. Running plate out. All right, hold on. I'll be right back, because I'm just sitting here with a goddamn plate in front of me. What's your opinion on Fighter in 1v1? Hold on. I got you, Christ Thunder. One sec. Remind me when I get back. Chat, in the meantime, everybody real quick, type exclamation gamble all. That will take your credit card information. It will input it into Twitch, and then it will use it on slots. Just kidding. It's channel points that you get for free. Hit an exclamation gamble all one time for the one time while I'm gone. I'll be right back.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier. Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Good day. We're back. Who won? Who lost? Oh God, y'all following while I'm gone. Trying to sneak it in. Everybody gets thanked in this bitch. You can't get past me. Yo, CS, Aldrak. Thank you guys for the follows. Boys, if anybody else is new, I appreciate y'all coming through today. My name is Dusty if you haven't been here before. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I am a full-time Ashes content creator. I have streamed over 880 days in a row. I played over 3,000 hours of Ashes this year. So if you have played about 3,000 hours, not quite over yet, but itching right up there. We'll be there shortly after the 11th, right around though. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to hit me up. Make sure you drop the follow if you guys are not following the channel already, or you are missing a shitload of Ashes content, as I am quite literally always here every single day and will continue to be. What's your opinion on Fighter 1v1? Christ, you've been waiting for that one. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. Thank you. Fighter 1v1 can be very scary in the right hands. Fighter has a really solid amount of incapacitate into burst, providing you are able to bait out a class's CC break. Every class will have at least one CC break. If you play that ability Econ and you get the CC breaks out, then you get an in cap, then you set up. You can do some really big combos. You've got good health sustain and good sustain play. You can keep your resources in check. You've got solid tempoing with everything. So Fighter can be very, very good. Not to mention you have a CC immunity. So you're pretty stacked in 1Vs. Now, Fighter can still lose to other things that mitigate a bunch of damage. If Fighter is struggling to lock somebody down and actually get pop-off on them, then that can be rough for them as well. If people are kiting the Fighter around during their blood fusion, not letting them get any heals off, then that can be really tough for Fighter. So Fighter is, like many melees in 1v1s, really tempo-based. And if you can establish the tempo, and you can control that tempo, then it's very, very, very easy to just pressure people out and win. But if somebody tempos you, so say you're fighting a rogue, say you're fighting a tank, maybe like a really good cleric, those things will be able to tempo you quite easily. So you're gonna have to try to force the hands of those classes a little bit more and maybe try to go like out of your way aggro and you can't trade as much. Yo, Gods, hope you're having a good day, dude. New World terms are the castles that are fought over similar to how territories fought over in New World? Yeah, so the castle sieges will be your most similar to like your New World territories, basically. So instead of it being a war where it's like the territory push into the war, it's going to be a once monthly castle siege where once a month other guilds will be able to like, you know, vie for the throne, so to say. With that siege mode, that's going to be, you know, actually attacking the castle itself. That's going to... Oh, Jesus, why is that hitting so hard? Wait, what the fuck? Am I tripping or is that damage disgustingly bugged? Wait, why is lightning hitting for 35? Wait. Why is 35% hitting for 200? Am I tripping? Ultra, is your power like 700? Why am I getting 200 damage lightning procs? Wait, am I God? John, I'm really confused. Can I get a mage to answer a question for me real quick? Because I feel like I should not be doing this much damage. But for whatever reason, I'm doing a lot of damage. But yeah, so with the guild castle sieges, those do have some form of, you know, intended structure. They have also tested the guild castle sieges before. Granted, the guild castles are not currently in this version of Ashes. They'll be in later on. But guild castle sieges, there's actually a video of how the castle sieges are going to go up on YouTube where they tested a castle siege. Carla, funny enough, was in, like, the guild castle siege that was tested with the devs. So there are a lot of POVs of that. Kamikaze, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So basically the castle sieges, it's a PvX type mode where you have some PvE elements to it as well. There are like these big ass dragons and stuff like that that you can go capture and you can kill these bosses around the map for buffs, kind of like objectives to control. You attack the castle itself and siege like the throne room of it. If you're able to capture the throne, then you become new castle owner. A portion of the taxes that have been generated, I'm cooked. Oh no! Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's perfectly fine. If you trust in your clerics, and your clerics trust in you, then the world is... What is our luck? Why don't we get this on live servers? You're telling me we're just shitting out epic maps first pull like that? Brother, I haven't seen a goddamn epic in a minute. What the fuck do you mean? Well, I guess I should have spent more time over here. So anyways, with the guild castles, those will generate taxes from the settlements they oversee, of course. And then once those taxes actually make it out to the guild castle, you can use it to upgrade your guild castle. If you lose your guild castle, your guild actually gets a portion of the taxes when they lose the guild castle and they get like evicted. So if you're a guild castle owner for a very extended period of time and you're able to build up a large amount of taxes, then you're set. You may actually be able to sustain off that for a while. You may get a large advantage out of that. Now keep in mind, people can attack your tax caravans, people can steal that tax money, and people can absolutely attack your guild castle. So those castle sieges are going to be the most similar in like the exchange of power, so to say, that New World Settlement Wars had. Whereas the wars in Ashes, instead of being that, you know, that New World War type, the war terms over here are actually just open world PvP enablers. Settlement wars are going to be citizens of the two settlements that are fighting, just being able to beat the shit out of each other in the open world. Guild wars, if I declare a guild war on your guild, then our guilds can fight in the open world as well. So those will just be more of like the baseline PvP enabler structures. And then from there you have your sieges. Those will be like the higher risk, higher reward. The settlement sieges, which are, as I mentioned, already being tested in the current state, those are very fun. Those are kind of similar structure to the New World War in functionality, but not the exchange in power. The castle siege is going to be PvX with like those PvE elements to it as well. And then from there, your settlement sieges, those actually have respawn points around the outside of the settlement because you're attacking the town itself that can be captured. When a respawn point is captured and controlled, it actually provides one of, I want to say it's 4 different buffs. I want to say it's one of 4 different buffs. 2 people that basically step within the area of influence of that buff. So there's like a bubble that goes around once you capture the point. You step in that bubble and then you get buffed for stepping in that bubble. There are regen, haste, power. The fuck else is it? Is one a mitigation buff? I'm brain farting on what all of them are, but either way, there are different buffs. Now, the difference between New World Wars is that you can actually go back and on the defense side, destruction. Is that the power one? Destruction is something. Yeah. Are there 4 or 5? Either way. Either way. You get the idea. There is a destruction and a power. And those are different? Okay, word. Yeah, they're... It's a fucking lot, dude. I've played multiple sieges, by the way. So anyways... They're the same. Oh, okay. Okay. That's what I thought. But, yeah, so they're, yo, Hyperbullet. Thank you for the Prime, dude. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. So, unlike New World, where once those outside points, or those respawn points, are captured by the attackers, they're gone, you're actually able to recap those points, basically once the attacker has them. So you can send a back cap squad out, and you can recapture those points on the defense side, and then you can push your entire defense group, or a group in the defense side, out to get the actual buffs from that area. And then once you have the buff, you can push back into the town, and then you can retake the town with those buffs up. It can be a really impactful play, and it also gives you some different spawn points. If you're getting a spawn point held, then it can be really important. So these settlement sieges, once you get the spawn points, you move into, go figure, attacking the gates of the settlement. So the town's gates close, and you've got to knock down the gates, you've got to get through the gates, and then you have to go into the marketplace. So keep in mind, different tiers of towns means different sizes and different defenses. So once you get through the gates, you've got to go into the marketplace, and then right about here in the marketplace, there is a flag that can be channeled. And if you channel the flag for 5 minutes, then you become the victor. So you have to have one person channeling the flag that doesn't die. If somebody does die, you can have somebody else take over the channel to keep the channel going, but basically it has to be a continuous channel over the course of it. The flag channeler gets bonus mitigation and immunity. And let me tell you, it is the most boring fucking mechanic in human history. Anonymous, thank you for the follow. Much love. Thug, come through. Shoot me a message in game. I would love your board. It would be an absolute honor. We would always be happy to have a little bit more heals in here. We had 2 clerics, and then Z had to go to bed because Z's in lame, stupid, dumb England or whatever. It has time zones. Lame. Lame. Yusha. Thank you for the combo. That always scares the shit out of me. That's like not one of my sound notes. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's fucking raining. Jesus Christ. Are there limits to how many castles a guild can own? Nothing in Ashes really has like a hard limit, so to say. I don't know that there's going to be a hard limit in like how many castles a guild could potentially own, but there are basically logical limitations. So with the guild castle structure, each guild castle has 3 smaller castle nodes around it. Now this is unconfirmed, but this is your Dusty Craft. Dusty Crafts are theories. So this, and then this area right here will become 3 guild castle settlements, and then this will be the guild castle in the middle. This is called the Crucible. It's a volcano-y area. That's a Dusty theory. But what's confirmed is every guild castle will have 3 smaller guild castle nodes, previously called, now settlements, around it, which need to be leveled the same way that regular towns do. It levels a bit faster, but it's going to be a quest-based leveling process, and you are going to be able to progress those towns that are around your castle to help your castle and aid it in the defense and in the siege. If you don't level those, you'll have far less defenses available. So it's actually very likely that to successfully level a guild castle as a whole... Are you sure that's a guild castle? The area has a really interesting look on the world map. Yeah, it's the Crucible, which is supposed to be all volcano-y and shit. I'm not sure what with it is all coming in, and I'm not sure. Keep in mind, I'm never sure. This is all a theory, because you have the 2 neutral areas that are here, which would theoretically be able to say, you know, guild castle node, guild castle node, guild castle node with the 3rd one, because the guild castle nodes are supposed to be smaller than a regular settlement, and it's supposed to be a T3 settlement. So at most, you're looking at a village size, which a village size, if you zoom out, is basically going to be this square area. You could slap one of those up here. You could slap one of those over here, slap one of them over here. That's your 3. And then you could theoretically have the guild castle down here that would oversee 1/5 of the world. That's kind of how I'm looking at it, because if we pull up the world map as well... God damn it, I had to close my tab so I don't have the world map up. It was a disappointment to all of humanity. I gotta search up the fucking world map. Track record isn't great. Listen, I still bat a good enough percentage to go to the Hall of Fame. It's just my at-bats are insanely high. I'm not out here making one prediction where I'm like, yes, I think they should add more grand dungeons to the world. That would be the game changer, yes. Like, I'm taking some risks out here. Hold on, pulling up the world map. Pulling up the world map. Are you saying a guild could act as an empire? Could, but with any empire, you would also potentially have the uprising of everybody else that's fragmented, all of those different factions coming together, because there is no formal system that says we are in an alliance. It's all social right now. So, if you are the big bad of a server, but your entire server doesn't like you, you may very well see that being the big bad comes with its own consequences. So, with this, hiya. Kind of what I'm thinking is this is confirmed to be a guild castle out here. So, guild castle, and then there's a castle node, and then there's a castle node, and then there's a castle node. That's basically where the 3 castle nodes are confirmed to be here. So, if you take this size and you slap it here, it's actually really close to the same size. It has a very distinct look on the map, but this size also lines up really, really, really well when you factor in this island area as well, because this is supposed to be your naval siege area. There's one guild castle that's only accessible by naval siege. They've shown this exact island structure for the diagram before that they put on the wiki. So that was a diagram that was used by Intrepid. So you take this size-wise, line it up here, actually pretty spot on, and you also have to think like a 5 on a dice. You're gonna have 1, 2, 3 somewhere, 4 somewhere, 5 somewhere. Now, this already says castle when you go over to it, so it's very likely that we could see a castle over here in this top area as well that maybe has settlement, settlement, settlement. And we could see it shape up here. That would have this oversight. This would have this oversight. This would oversight here. And then you would have, you know, the rest of the influence of the map. So, with every guild castle supposedly covering 1/5 of the map and breaking that up, should kind of give some structure for it, but that's where my predict is shaping up from. Yo, Jaren, what up, dog? Ash will be the best, next best EA game release on Steam December 11th. I mean, it'll be good for some. I don't necessarily know that it's gonna be like this immediate zeitgeist to gaming, but there is a world map, but not all of the map is in yet for the entire world. So what we have currently is the desert, the Riverlands, the Junedark, the Tropics, and the Anvils. So we have a decent percentage of the left continent. Oh god, wait, what the fuck? Oh, this is bad. This is all bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. But we're still waiting on that east continent. Oh my god, wait. How did we get so many mobs so quickly? Oops! Alright, that broke down quickly. That's my bad. That's my bad. I blame everybody other than me. I was thinking Castle in the Anvils could, would be like Forge being Castle Callan more. So I don't think Forge is Castle Callan. I think Castle Callan is above Forge, maybe like represented by one of these, and then this also, I want to say on the PTR, was Castle something else. And then over here, I don't know what's over here yet, but interactions with castle zones and vassal chains will be great. We'll encourage teaching parent nodes to make sure they're within the castle tax zone and game PvP min-maxing. I'm excited for the siege system to see how it implicates like the early game development of settlements to intentionally sieging a settlement to bring that down and then shift the settlement development out to those higher level areas. That's gonna be great. Oh, he's talking to supposed to come, just blah blah. I mean, Pygmalion over on YouTube, if you don't like Ashes, you don't have to watch it. That's okay, brother. Something that's in development is always in a highly speculative state. There's plenty to play right now, and you're watching what there is to play right now, but if you're spending your time being upset about Ashes of Creation and going into random YouTube chats trying to talk down about the game, brother, it might be a good idea to just find a game that you enjoy and support that with the energy that you spend hating on Ashes. Just genuine, like, I'm not trying to Dr. K you or anything, but I would recommend just like going outside or finding a game that you enjoy. My yum doesn't have to be your yuck because there's no reason that you have to interact with it in the first place. So if you have questions about Ashes, about what is currently in, or you're curious about what's in versus what's not, and I can happily help you with that, but unfortunately, if you don't like Ashes, I can't make you like Ashes. I can yap your ear off about everything it has right now and will have, but if it's not for you, brother, I got bad news, and the news is that I can't really help with that. I do appreciate you though, man. Much love, much love. Tlnar, what up? Will they fix mob spots on every node for the EA, or will it still not be equally spread? They're working on developing it a little bit more, especially outside of the Riverlands. Now, for some perspective, also, hello. Steven actually was asked us a question similar to this in one of the dev streams recently, and what he said was something along the lines of, by design, there will be certain nodes that are more likely to level early versus leveling, you know, later on. And you will have those that are set to, you know, like the Jova Winstead question early on. It's like, where are we going to see the first Riverlands node? Well, it's going to be Jova up to T3, and then Winstead will beat it out T4 because you have Highwayman Hills, you have Steel Bloom, you've got a lot of experience opportunities out here. So with Winstead, that activates a little bit later on. The Jova does. But Jova can also be the pumper for the start because you've got so many early game areas and you're coming directly out of Lionhold for that. So with the progression, you'll have those areas that are kind of naturally going to level first through server traffic. But Steven said with the settlement death coming in, once that is redesigned properly, they're going to have that, again, more of that living world element. Right now, once vassals are established, because we have vassals right now, of course. So once those vassal nodes are actually taken, not every settlement can reach the highest tier. So essentially what you're looking at is with a vassal network, you have one tier 4, which is Winstead here. And then you have 2 tier 3s underneath the tier 4. And then you have 1 tier 2 underneath each of your tier 3s. And if you hover over the entirety of it, It lights up the whole network for you. So all of these settlements are currently capped at the progression that they have. None of these can progress in level. None of these can change any further. These are ungovernable, unbuildable nodes with no buildings because you can't put a mayor there. So with the evolving tile set and things shaping up more as, you know, settlement death comes in, instead of just having that set static element to it, you'll see much more of the living. Funny enough, we were actually talking about, or I was about to, how later on, once we have level expansions, and you know, as you evolve into post level 25, again, down the road, we'll be forced out of the Riverlands as our primary form of progression. Riverlands in those starting areas will support 1 to 30, as they currently support, honestly, full 1 to 25 prog. So you can go character creation to character completion, Jesus Christ, in the Riverlands itself without ever having to leave. However, in the long term, the Riverlands is only going to support 1 to 30, and then you'll have to go 31 to 50 elsewhere. Same thing with the Anvils, 1 to 30, 31 to 50 elsewhere. So as we're forced out of those areas, we'll actually maybe want to intentionally siege a settlement that's in the Riverlands that's a tier 5 that may be vassalling tier 4s, preventing them from being tier 5s elsewhere, or may even branch down into the Junedark or into the desert and prevent these from becoming mayorable. So it's kind of cool to think about how that's going to shape up. There's going to be so much server planning and politicking that goes into it all. And that's one of my favorite parts about it. I don't have to do any part of it. Have you been mayor before? I have, yes. I was the first Tropics mayor. So Shorefoot was the first Tropics node to actually, well, node at the time, settlement now, to level on the old server. And I won the first Shorefoot election. Had a lot of help, of course, a lot of votes. I was mayor for a little bit, went through the loop, and then realized how debilitating being a mayor is to actually having a fun gameplay experience, unless that is like explicitly what you want to do. And if it is, more power to you. But being a mayor is genuinely a public service position in Ashes of Creation, where you are sacrificing a lot of your gameplay and a lot of your time to mayor effectively. Now, you can be a half-assed mayor and not really care, or you can be someone like Zombie, who literally loses 5-8 hours of his gameplay loop once he starts to be a mayor and organizes a town daily to try to make that happen for the entire server. Now, keep in mind, settlement mayors get no payouts. Settlement mayors make no money off of that. Guilds that are in control of settlements, so to say, they do not make anything from that. It is actually a detriment for me to tell my people, hey guys, Zombie said we need these materials in the settlement. Everybody go farm these up. Because I'd rather just say, hey guys, let's go hit mobs. Let's go gather grind. Let's go do this or that. But everybody's got to contribute, and it helps the entire server, blah, 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 blah. Words. I can mob grind. With only a few days left, what's the plan for progression and leveling and farming gear early on? How can I join your guild day 1 if possible? Exclamation guild! You will, if you're playing day 1, want to be in there ahead of time, and you will want to sign up on the guild leveling sign up that we have in guild events. Get your perms, create your ticket, get all verified, sign up on the guild leveling signups if you're going to be there day 1 for the server launch. There will be a lot of information going out from officers and from our leadership about our leveling route, but basically the progression, we're starting out with a very early questing route. That's going to juice us, hopefully, depending on the changes that come in with this next week, if they are continuing to tweak the first time user experience before the 11th. Hopefully up to like level 7, maybe level 8 in an ideal set of circumstances in under 30 minutes. And then we will from there be going into the good old traditional mob grind. Questing falls off shortly after that. Ooh, item. So we're just going to be trying to get ahead of the curve as quickly as possible. And then once we are ahead of the curve, we want to hit mobs in an uncontestable area. Not necessarily that any area is uncontestable, but if we get there first and we're scaling up first, then people can't contest us. Pray for a drop. And then once that drop hits, we're good. You kill enough mobs, eventually you'll get a weapon drop. So the goal is to hit the questing prog early. Then from the questing prog, we scale that into our mob grind, get apprentice weapons, level 10 plus, and then just keep pulling ahead. Hopefully. Hopefully. Is nothing real? Well, it's not real. The gameplay that you're watching right now, is this fake gameplay? Mr. Roger on YouTube? Is it AI gameplay? Are all of these towns that exist AI? Are all of these buildings that were placed in the towns by a mayor that was elected that had to fundraise materials and get taxes from players? Is that all fake? Is the dynamic gridding that's going to be ready for the 11th fake? Or is it way more real than you'd like? Riddle me that, Mr. Roger on YouTube. Maybe it's all way too real. And maybe it's not doomable anymore, brother. Maybe. Maybe. Is it live or pre-recorded, like when you're on PTR? Okay, hold on. That's still live content. I'm still live. Just because I basically have to run the fucking Ashes equivalent of Subway Surfers when I'm on the PTR doesn't mean I'm the bad guy. Yeah, none of my streams are pre-recorded, though. Yeah, none of that. Only the visuals. The yaps, you know those bad boys are always organic. These YouTube guys, Leon, give it to him. I gotta get you perms over on YouTube. I remember Pie Software talking about being mayor. I feel like this can have appeal for big communities. I'm excited for the 11th to see what power groups will join for streamers. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You already are going to have that popularity contest, so to say, and that power struggle, but also don't underestimate the numbers that will move to vote for somebody that has already been a mayor for a very long time and proven themselves as one of the mayors. I actually think a lot of the streamers that are coming in are going to have a hard time mustering enough votes because a lot of the OG players and a lot of the OG communities will band together to try to get people elected that know what they're doing for a start off. And then if those people that get elected initially are off to a good start, you're so set. Anyone know a Discord for a super sweaty PvP guild? Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough are you? What sweaty are you looking for? Are you looking for 24-hour leveling groups? Are you looking for multiple nights of PvP scrims? Are you looking for constant guild decks and settlement sieges? Are you looking for top-end content and also a whole shitload of people in the community? Because probably discord.gg/catswithapps. I'll make it super easy for you. If you're on Twitch, you can do exclamation guild. Easy as that. Are the US servers from Ashes located in West or East Coast? Ohio! So, server lore. Previously, the servers were US Central servers, based in Ohio. Now, we are on East servers, based out of Ohio. How? Ohio! I don't know how servers work. All I know is that they told us they were going from a central server in Ohio to an east server in Ohio. And I was sitting here like pondering on stream because I'm not a game dev. I'm not a smart man. I'm shocked that I remember to start stream before yapping half the time. Zoomer play. Steven's just keeping the servers in Ohio for the fucking memes. Jesus Christ. But yes. So, how you just change the times? Well, I would assume it would be the server hosting being regional, right? Because a West server has different ping than an East server. I don't think it's that simple. Oh, Gibby's dead again. Gibby's dead again. Jesus fucking Christ. Yo, D2, good morning, my boy. Oh, shit. D2 killed me. Save yourselves. I wasn't paying attention. I should not have taken my eyes off the prize. I should not have. I should have kept my eyes on it. Where's Thug on his fucking bard? We're told we're getting a bard. There he is. No, we're good. We're good. I have bard now. Everything is absolutely beautiful. Everything is phenomenal and wonderful and great. Yeah, I mean, Gibby just keeps slipping and falling, getting absolutely got by mobs. It's tragic. I blame the establishment and the patriarchy as a whole. If we weren't just a bunch of ignorant men here smacking mobs, we wouldn't be dying. So I got titles and capes and stuff if I buy now instead of Steam. If you buy now instead of on the 11th, yeah, you get 2 titles. You get $15 in the in-game store when that comes in on the 11th as well. That's for the transmogs. Nothing else. No pay to win, no pay to progress, anything like that. other than that, you're getting 10 days of PTR access. So I recommend for most players, if you're not too crazy about a title for 50 bucks in the long term, the actual gameplay value is much higher in my opinion if you just wait and save the 50 bucks and then hop in on the 11th. Paulo, hope you have a good night, my boy. If they don't level up to 4 in a few days, what's the point of the node? You can't put an easy XP curve for Lord as the main mechanic of the game. Would make no sense even if the mechanic isn't complete and far behind to be. It's also supposed to get exponentially harder in terms of the prog of settlements as it goes up. They have timetables on the wiki. If somebody looks at the settlement tiers wiki, I believe it is, that gives some estimated timelines for what settlement progression is meant to look like. And to my knowledge, keep in mind, as we go up to T5, it's going to take much more time. Let me see if I can find it. Settlement tiers. The wiki is a great fucking resource. Anytime that I am in doubt about anything, I will just search up the wiki and I will try to find settlement reputation, settlement levels, settlement stages. That's what it is. They call it fucking stages. Tiers changed when they removed Metropolis. Yeah, RIP Metropolis-y. Metropolises will forever be in our hearts, in our lives. So basically over here you have the new 5-tier system. Basically what they did was they took Metropolis and then they squished the Metropolis into the cities, squished a little bit of the cities into the towns, a little bit of the towns into the villages, reworked how many building plots were available within each tier to make each tier of growth a little bit more impactful. So what you're looking at for estimated time to completion, you have an expedition T1 in a few hours, an encampment in many hours, a village in a few days at T3, a town in many days at T4, and keep in mind this is with larger populated servers, so this is what they'd like the numbers to be at. That'll of course be adjusted many times along the way as population ebbs and flows, as time to kill and experience opportunities and experience calcs change. They will have so many variables of this that they are going to worry about, you know, balancing and tacking on. So with that being said, city at that T5 when that does come in, keep in mind right now your cap is tier 4 towns. That was new this phase. So with towns, that's supposed to be a many days thing, and can vouch it was a drawn out race to town. It was not like a one-day thing, it was quite impactful. Now also keep in mind, once the towns are actively established, you then have to level the settlements, not level the settlements, but level the buildings in a settlement and like place the buildings in the first place. So every tier of settlement will only have a finite number of building plots. So even if you are one of the highest tier settlements, you're still not going to be able to put every single gathering, refining, crafting table down in your settlement at the same time. You will absolutely 1000% have to plot out with other towns, other settlements, and you'll have to plan that shit out. Because if you try to throw it all in one place, it's not gonna happen. Is there a day-night cycle or weather change event within different zones? Yeah, there's a day-night cycle and a seasonal cycle. Both were developed by Intrepid, so the seasonal cycle and the weather effects are already getting more of their functionality, but they did a weather showcase a bit back in the day about what's capable with the weather system. Recently, we've seen the addition of like the ambient wind coming in to go along with that. We're seeing some more changes to storms, so that's pretty cool. But they're going to have a full storm system that can come in, full weather events that can hit. So it's intended to be an in-depth system, already much more in-depth than a lot of games' day-night cycles. There are also spawns, different events that are predicated by day-night cycles. Gatherables can be impacted by weather seasons, seasonal cycles. So it's actually really cool to think about how it impacts the living world. Not a lot of games that I can think of, especially like New World. There were some spawns that were predicated by day-night cycles, but it was mostly like spawn timers. So well, they're willing to interact with the sea as well. That'd be pretty awesome. We'll see more with the ocean. Right now, the ocean is very baseline. So like there's not a ton of interaction with it. When sport fishing is in on the 11th, out in the ocean, you'll start seeing these batches of seagulls and birds representing sport fishing areas. But in terms of weather interactions, there's not much out there quite yet at this point. Yo, Cash, what up, dog? Unplugged for a bit. Has there been any beta news? Has everything been improving? Everything's improving great, in my opinion. Keep in mind, servers are wiping in a couple of days, so we're just kind of like shooting the shit, just hanging out, mob grinding, yapping. But December 11th is going to be the early access launch. Early access is just a huge update. It's a summoner update, the Harbinger update. So we've got the open world corrupted areas. We've got the summoner coming in for the primal, final primary archetype, primal. We have a complete time to kill and gearing rework. We have a movement rework. We have a few systems changes. Huge, huge, huge UI update for crafting. Uh-oh. I ran off too far. Shouldn't have gone venturing. Everything's bad. Hello. Thank you, my good friend. I do greatly appreciate you. So there are a ton of updates that are coming in for the Harbinger update on the 11th. In addition to that, a lot of returning players that are going to be coming in and getting back in with that Harbinger update. A lot of new players because they're dropping the price substantially. It's going from 100 USD down to 42.50 USD from the 11th to the 25th. No, my mouse just died. Motherfucker, I didn't plug in my mouse last night. Oh, God. Wait, we're down horrendous. I need all the heals. Me, not you. God damn it, wireless mouse dilemmas. Fuck. I forgot to charge my mouse and keyboard last night, boys. I'm down horrendous. Last night was the update, the PC night. It didn't go the greatest. Did you get some hydration? I have some hydration. I hate that my mouse is wireless now. I love my wireless mice. It's just sometimes I forget to actively, sometimes I forget to actively charge it, which is rough. But yeah, so let's see. What else? Dynamic gridding is going to be active for the 11th. What the fuck else? I wish I could summarize all of the changes, but genuinely every aspect of the game is getting impacted in some way, shape, or form. First time user experiences. They're improving the questing experiences in the biome, in both biomes that have... Wait, Paulo, are you Salve? Who's Salve? Because I also love Salve. You are? Oh, fuck yes! Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God. Oh, I was wondering who I was interacting with. I'm glad it's a fucking soldier. Thank fucking goodness. You got me with the first grab, I will say, but I had to kamikaze us both down. That's fucking hilarious. But yeah, dynamic gridding is coming in. That's going to be fully active, so you've got so many improvements that are being made. Econ impacts are unfathomable. Yeah, no, absolutely. The econ is always up in the air. They have fixed an innumerable amount of dupes, exploits, bugs related to the econ that were impacting this phase. Everything from progressionary things to literal crate dupes that impacted, you know, monetary flow. So with those being fixed, I think it's inevitable that more will pop up. In my opinion, with the econ, it's not a matter of will it break, it's a matter of how quickly can Intrepid respond when it does break. In the event that they respond quickly, I think the econ impacts can be contained a little more. It's like identify your patient 0 and then keep it from spreading there. But I'm really hoping the econ holds up longer. I feel like all of our wipes are predicated not on just like big instances of prog coming in, but right now more or less built around economic standpoints devolving so much to where the econ is no longer valid for them to get any meaningful data from. So I'm hoping they can avoid that shit. PTR is going to bring in its own set of challenges related to that, but it's all about the response time in my opinion. So that's just where I'm at. Still missing Steve Burden. Steve Burden's fucking crazy. Can't wait to see the quest they put in for the boxes. That's also very fucking true. Yeah, the boxes combined with the Destiny system. So I started to mention the first time user experience. The Destiny system, in addition to the quest revamps, reworks, redistribution of mobs, improvements to the anvils and the Riverlands both, the Destiny system is a new form of some guidance for players to follow in like different, I don't want to say menu interfaces, but you press L to bring up your Destiny menu, and then it has different forms of guidance for you. It's like your first steps, your initiate adventuring, your combat, your gathering, processing, and crafting. So it's different goal sets for you to follow that give you some light linearization and a little bit of an idea of, oh, I can go here and I can do these things and then I can get a reward for it. The rewards scale from each individual objective, giving you glint and experience. Glint you can get, you can sell to vendors for gold, silver, copper. Experience, of course, experience. And then once you complete like a certain threshold, 2, 4, 6, or 8 of those, then you can complete a larger reward that'll give you like a crate. That crate will basically contain something from maybe gear to, if you're completing the first steps, a weapon. If you are a gatherer, gathering tools. If you're a crafter, maybe like crafting recipes. So there is a shitload of reward that comes with the Destiny system. And for players that don't have any idea of like, what should I do? Where should I go? It will provide some form of ushering in the right direction, which will be great. Out of curiosity, which archetype have you seen the least of in your time of Era? The least of total? They're pretty well distributed. I mean, I personally, in my experience for group needs, I obviously don't run into needing tank very much, and I feel like there's no shortage of tanks. But people will always tell you there's a shortage of tanks. I personally feel as though bards, especially good bards, are always a shortage because you want multiple bards per group in a standard comp. You'll want 2 clerics, 2 bards, 3 DPS, and a tank for your 8-person group. The reason you run 2 bards is because bards will have a few different song stances that they can stack up, and rotating those throughout different bards, having multiple buffs up at one time, very impactful. Bards can be one of 3 primary builds. You're either going to be red bard, blue bard, green bard. Red does damage buff, blue does mana sustain, green does healing. So depending on what your spot is in a group, what your preference is, you could play one of 3 different bard builds. As a result, bards are always kind of necessary. Now, keep in mind, the bard demand will become more specified once respecs are no longer free. Right now, I can just respec everything class-wise, weapon-wise, everything completely for free. In the long term, if you're a bard player and respecs aren't free, you have to be one of the 3 primary bard builds. You can't just join a group and be like, what y'all need me as? You're going to say, I am a red bard looking for group. I am a blue bard looking for group. So there will be a very specified need for certain types of bards, and you may find yourself respecking very frequently as a bard comparatively to as a tank. I may be able to run primarily one build for most of my content if I find this good hybrid. Maybe I do respec if it's cheap and I just switch, you know, optimize to optimize things. So depending on what you're looking for, you'll be able to do a lot. When wasn't there so much information to miss out on that it makes it impossible for me to gather in a short amount of time to compete with the top? My recommendations, yes, if you're trying to come in like any form of a competitive sense, as somebody that came in December knowing, in terms of like genuine gameplay stuff, I had followed the project for a few years, right? But I was playing New World. I went full-time streaming New World, so I wasn't investing my time in learning the intricacies of Ashes other than following dev updates and shit like that. If I came in with the same mentality of, ah, shit, there's gonna be too much for me to possibly catch up, I wouldn't be in a spot where I could help people catch up now. So one thing about Ashes is that it's very community-based, and in the sense of I, a solo player, need to learn everything and do everything completely solo, you're never gonna catch up even if you know everything, because a solo player can't function in the same capacity that a group can within Ashes as a creation. So my recommendation is always, if you're coming in and it does seem a little overwhelming, that's good for a lot of people. Now, I will say, it can be intimidating at first, but looking at it from an aspect of, okay, I have a lot to learn and this is going to be an entirely new element for me. It's going to be out of my comfort range. It's going to be something that I have to invest a lot in. It's going to be my 4th wipe now. So, well, 3rd wipe technically. Phase 2, Phase 2.5, Phase 3, and then this new server. So my 4th time leveling on RIP. I have learned something every single phase that I did not know the previous phase. And if I was not going in with the mentality of I've got to keep learning, I've got to keep evolving, I and my guild would not be in the spot that we're in right now. We wouldn't be fighting on the highest end of PvP. We wouldn't be one of the largest communities in the entirety of the game at this point. And I'm not a massive streamer. I'm not over here with thousands of viewers or anything like that. we are bringing in people to this guild that don't even know I'm a fucking streamer. This is not a streamer guild. This is just an Ashes guild. So we help new players come in all the time, and we help them find the role that they want to start out in so they can learn the information in the most comfortable way, and then you hop into other content, and then you get that exposure, and then you're like, okay, let me ask questions. Me, for example, I'm a big mob grind or player grind kind of person. I want to hit mobs or hit people. And I don't really like trade skills. However, I saw the emphasis and the benefit in having gathering and one of my processing up on this character. So I basically have lumberjacking, herbalism, and hunting at the highest effective level. And then I have lumber milling at journeyman, which is the highest effective level as well. Now, you will go up to master and grandmaster in the long term, but I myself have learned a lot from my guild's crafters, where they're like, Dusty, you could have so much more money if you did this. You could have so much, so much more power scaling if you had this ready to craft. Go here and gather these things. It doesn't take a lot of time. And for multiple phases, I was like, oh shit, I don't want to do that. I'd rather go mob grind. Well, I wasn't mob grinding in a way that I was actually making money off my mob grind. Therefore, I was always behind on gear. Then I discovered how much econ can be had if you are simply taking your downtime, especially if you're someone like me with a lot of time, and AFK fishing, just casting your fishing pole and watching fish come into your inventory. If you are going and hitting some mobs and then immediately selling everything that you're getting from the mob grind and capitalizing on that and then spinning that into other things. Learning the econ is something that I have not taken the time to do in nearly any other MMO that I played because I've never needed to. Gear was always something that you could acquire in so many different ways on the highest end. Ashes requires you to really embrace the crafting side of shit. If you're not working with other players to gather, process, and craft the best, highest rarity pieces, you're not going to be on that top end of gearing. There's a certain element of, yes, I can find a legendary if I'm just out and about in the world, but I've never seen a legendary drop in 3,000 hours of playing this fucking game. I've never seen an epic, item drop in terms of gear. I saw an epic map the first pull that we came to Steelbloom, and I almost shit my pants. Because even finding that is rare as shit. Gonna join a guild? Discord.gg/catswithabs. I almost said exclamation guild, but YouTube doesn't have the exclamation commands. Discord.gg/catswithabs. Join up, get on the leveling signups. I will be devoting all of my time this next 10 days after tomorrow to figuring out the most optimal leveling start for our guild. So even if you're a brand new player coming in, you will have a full guide and a full group in place that says, hey, go here, complete this quest, go here, complete this quest. People will know, you will be able to level, and you will have some form of help getting established in the world. It's still going to be tough. Even if you are constantly in stream, even if you are listening to me yap 10 hours a day about Ashes, every single day that these servers are up, you're still going to be confused as a motherfucker when it comes to a lot of things. There's always going to be a small meta instance with power scaling where you're confused as shit, and then you'll figure it out. There'll be a build question that you have that eventually gets answered. Hey, yo, Bows, make that thing shake for me, baby. Hope you've been well, dog. I appreciate you. I think everybody excited for those leveling groups. Make sure you guys are all signed up. Make sure you guys get all squared away because the leveling groups will be moving fast. Leadership is working hard to make sure that those are all good leveling groups. Do me a favor as well, if you guys have signed up for leveling groups or you're going to get into the guild Discord to sign up for those bad boys right now, please also make sure that you're posting in your ticket with how many hours you'll be available to play the days subsequent to launch. If you're there day one, how many hours can you play day one? If you're there 3 days after day one, how many hours can you play each day? So we can put you with a group that will be doing the same thing, because my group will be going 20-ish hours a day on average until we are set up. I will probably have deep vein thrombosis by the time I am done leveling, but I will be done leveling, and then I can do jumping jacks, and then I can stream more. So we want to match people up with groups that are going to be their pace, so we can try to keep you all together and in a meaningful way. 20 hours a day? Okay, well, hear me out. When I explain why, other than me really enjoying Ashes of Creation and really liking the leveling process, it also starts to make a little bit more sense. Not only do I really like MMOs, not only do I really like playing Ashes, leveling fast, and all of that shit, but most people will take time off work to level fast. I work more hours when I want to level fast. I pick up more hours. I just work an extra shift, bro. I'm pulling a double. It's a bonus for me. Shit, 20 hours a day of actual content, bro, with how much I talk. If I don't have something to talk about, I'm fucked. Like, unironically, these streams have been the hardest streams of my life because there's not much to do. There's not much to show you guys. Everything that I'm doing right now is just fucking around and like there's combat on the screen for there to be combat on the screen. Nothing fucking matters. Nothing is actually impacting anything at this point in time. It's all just hoopla and hullabaloo. The server's wiped tomorrow. There will be a fun event, but everyone's just waiting until the 11th. Whole killed on uppers. Yo, it's sativa and some whole bean fresh ground coffee, baby. That's all we need. That's all we need. Should we take bets on how long you lose your voice for this time? I am going to be taking throat coat tea like I am a fucking throat goat. I swear to God. I swear to God. Servers wipe tomorrow. The servers wipe tomorrow, yes, but they don't come back up until the 11th. So tomorrow is the end of SHOL event. The GMs will be over here. They'll be doing a big apocalypse event. It's meant to be a very fun time. And then after that, it's the 2nd through the 10th over on the private test realm. Once the private test realm testing concludes on the 10th, we will all not sleep that night. And I will get on stream on the 11th. You will all show up and you will gift me many, many, many subscriptions. You will type exclamation donate and you will donate to the channel. And then we will celebrate our new servers coming up. Dynamic gridding will work perfectly. They will have a 1 to 25 questing experience. Motherfucker can dream, right? It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'll be here for a lot of the day on the 11th though. I'll be on well before servers come up so people can get in. I can get here in case anything wacky happens and they let us in early or my streamer client actually works for a change. But I will probably end up having to do a 24-hour based on how it's looking. We are 128. I don't have my sub count up, so I had to look. But we're 128 subs away from having to pop the 24-hour stream fully for launch. Taco Bell challenge on launch day. Are you talking about the gauntlet? Because I've talked about the gauntlet before. The gauntlet is fucking devious. For those that don't know, the gauntlet is Taco Bell in the morning for breakfast, right? And then you get Subway for lunch. And then you get Taco Bell for dinner. And then you have a late night Taco Bell snack. If you survive that, you fucking don't, first of all. But if you do, you actually become a deity. You basically transform into a Herculean being. You could lift a smart car with your cock at that point. If you succeed through that gauntlet, what's the point of Taco Bell? To ravage your insides, the likes of which Mandingo never could. Also, calories per dollar. Granted, you just pass the calories directly out of your asshole after, but calories per dollar is phenomenal. Genuinely, I could get 3,000 calories at Taco Bell for like 10 bucks, and it's not potatoes, so that's cool. Now, potatoes are also a banger, and also, depending on how you prep them, will probably make you poo less. But teach their own. I'll never ever do Taco Bell. Okay, my take on Taco Bell. Also, over on YouTube, what's your take on launch date? My guess is mid to late 2028, but I'm also of the I hope they take their time and don't rush it because there's still a lot of ashes left to come. I like the game right now, but I'm far from coping about the game and saying it's perfect. I sit here and acknowledge the things that are bad, and then I also say I just happen to have fun because I stream and have a community and like ashes and the concept of ashes and buy into the vision and believe in the vision. Not everybody will, nor does everybody have to, but I really, really, really do acknowledge that there is a lot of good in the game right now. There's a lot of good bones, a lot of good structure, a lot of good for them to build on. It just needs more time. It just needs more work. It just needs more polish. It just needs more systems. That's natural for a game that is quite literally in development. So I'm actually hoping that they take their time, and especially as a first-time product from a developer that's self-publishing, I think it's better to take your time and do it longer and get it right, and then debut with something that actually is a solid product, then rush it out and have your first-time product and what will actually, you know, make your name as a developer publisher Absolutely flop. Oh, also, someone asked what the lightning coming from my weapons is. I have enchant weapon on me from a mage. So I was actually wondering about the enchant lightning because I think it's bugged right now. It's doing so much fucking damage. Maybe it's not doing a concerning amount of damage, but it's been hitting for like 200, which is really weird to me because that seems like a lot of damage to be going out. I might be tripping, but that seems like a whole lot of damage. Yo, Black Blood. Thank you for the 48, dude. I appreciate you. Blotto, are we there yet? Almost. Almost. PTR testing 2 days. Then we get our starting loops. Just buy a 5-pound bag of rice and a 5-pound bag of beans. I can beat that. My grocery store locally, like there are a few, of course. Maine isn't that rural. Actually, some parts of Maine are that rural, but I have a few. I'm not that rural. So, one of the grocery stores does sales in the store, of course, but then they do in-app sales. The in-app sales refresh every Thursday night into Friday, and they have crazy shit like 97 cents a pound meats. They got like $2 bags of Doritos if you need yourself some junk food. I try to avoid the junk food side of things. I always get my ice cream there though because like Ben & Jerry's goes on sale for $2 a tub. So I always try to rotate what's on sale through that and then just buy a shitload of cheap stuff and prep it. Like we went to, Carla and I went to Walmart and that's not the one that has the app sales. But we were just going through because Carla needed coffee creamer and we saw that they had turkeys on sale for 50 cents a pound. And we grabbed like 25 pounds of turkeys. So now I'm gonna take one of those bitches when we run out of meat from the Thanksgiving leftovers. I'm gonna season them up and shit. And then I'm gonna put them in my rotisserie and I'm gonna have rotisserie turkey. Everyone's been saying deep fry the turkey. I'm gonna rotisserie the bitch and see how it turns out because I like rotisserie chicken. I rotisseried a few chickens at 97 cents a pound and those things came out delicious. But yes, rice and beans also fucks. Absolutely. Not to be confused with rice and beans. Ricin in your beans will literally kill you. You will not want that. Try to be cautious with that. Rotisserie sounds gas, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna do a dry salt brine for a little bit. Just draw out some of that moisture from the skin. And then before I rotiss it, I'm gonna do like basically just a dry rub of Lowry seasoned salt, and then I'm gonna do a rosemary garlic over the top of the Lowry's. So the Lowry's underneath will start to caramelize because it has some of the sugar in it. So that'll give a nice crisp onto the skin as it rotisseries. The rosemary garlic should go absolutely hard with the Lowry's as well. Only question is, how do I baste it in the rotis? Like a supercharged version of grocery pre-cook. Right, that's what I'm saying. So my one worry is, does it go dry on me? Does all of the juice leak out? But I mean, when I roast a chicken, I baste it in the oven, but when I rotisserie it, I don't need to baste it and it stays good. So I guess it's probably just more of a timing thing, and then I make turkey gravy with the drippings. Gravy? Gravy. Oh, gravy. Dude, I fucking love gravy so much. What are we doing for day 10,000? How long do you think I've been on stream? Sir, do you put an extra 0 there or you give me way too much credit? 1,000? I don't know, we're still a long ways away. What if I fucking die? I feel like you can't count your eggs before they hatch. Sounds like a poutine lover. Oh, dude, I live in Maine. Yeah, I'm basically a Canadian with a little bit more freedom and a little less free healthcare. Yeah, I fuck with poutine so heavily. I'm also a man of logic. Turkey gravy also slaps, also makes a great poutine. Turkey gravy. Chop up some turkey. Chop up some crispy bacon, real fine. Bacon bits, turkey, turkey gravy, cheddar cheese curds. If you want to go crazy, throw some corn on that bitch. It's like a KFC famous bowl, but Thanksgiving themed. If you really, really, really want to go hard, you go fries, corn, curds, turkey, bacon, gravy, and then over the top of your gravy, you can do stuffing crumbles, and then you can take a cranberry sauce, and then you can basically make like a cranberry sauce reduction, get it a little liquidy, and then put that over the top. And then you have like a full Thanksgiving poutine. Thank you for theory crafting with me, chat. That shit sounds really, 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 really good. Unironically, I might need to... Bro, I got potatoes. I got turkey. I got cranberry sauce. You're close enough, you probably get St. Albert's curds in Maine. I have seen St. Albert's curds, but I think we also have a lot of local farms around here that we get curds from. Where is St. Albert's? What region of Maine would I have heard of this from? That's a Canadian thing, right? Because St. Albert sounds Canadian as fuck. That sounds up towards, like, Madawaska and shit. Because once you're up near the Canadian border, it's all just French Quebecois shit. So I'm assuming St. Albert's is going to be up there. What about cheese curds like he's from Wisconsin or some shit? Cheese curds go fucking hard. I have a drink named Mr. D. What does it taste like? What the fuck is Mr. D? Cola flavor. Wait, so is that like a Mr. Pibb competitor? Not soda. What is if not soda? Like just cola syrup and water? They're gonna have an update video before the December 11th wipe? I hope so. Albert's in Cali. St. Albert's cheese curds are from fucking California? Oh, maybe we don't get those here. No, I know I've seen those before. Hold on. Let me look up the packaging. St. Albert's cheese curds. Are those at Costco? Wait, St. Albert Cheese Cooperative. One of the oldest known cooperatives in Canada. It's known for its cheddar and poutine curds. I think these might be at Costco. Interesting. Maybe I just start making my own curds. Maybe that's what we do on like Tuesdays. They're the go-to curds up here. Okay, okay. I mean, if the Canadians, like, if the poutine heads themselves are saying that those are the go-to curds, I feel like that's the original thing. I feel like that's somebody from Philadelphia telling you that you need Cheese Whiz on a, you know, on a cheesesteak, and you're like, oh, no, I don't like it. I feel like at that point, I just have to go with those obligatorily at some point. If I get a P.O. box, we should be cheese curds. Like the organic, authentic shits. Because I feel like it would be better if it were acquired from a local store. So it had some of the Canadian air about it. Because if it's just shipped from like US facilities, that's not going to be the same thing. Thought you were talking about the store. Oh no, you're good, you're good, you're good. We're trying to find out the cheese curds. We're in deep poutine theory crafting. Can we get cheese making and ashes? Isn't there cheese already in cooking? Isn't it like a reagent? Hold on, processing, cooking. Cheese. Sheep cheese. Yeah, you gotta milk the sheep, and then you make the cheese. So theoretically, we should have sheep curds. I have an idea for a recipe. Oh, there's cow cheese too? Oh wait, there is. Holy shit, there's so much cheese. But like a whole system? Oh, so like a wine and cheese guy? Interesting, for the bevies. Yes, somebody's gotta be able to provide the bevy consumes. You know what? Cypher, you might be onto something. And then, when I provide the bevy consumes, give me a mount skin that's a golf cart. And then I can go around and be a golf cart girl in game, and then I don't have to worry about econing because I'll make millions of golden tips every day. Because I will flirt with everybody, I swear to God. I'll put on a voice changer for that shit. Bro, if I had the boobas, I have the hips. I could throw on a skirt and pull off the golf cart girl thing. Old people are so old, they can't see anyways. If I had the tatas to pull off a golf cart girl, I probably wouldn't stream right now. I'd get free golf and I'd make more money. That shit's like an ideal job. If you guys live near a golf cart and you're looking for seasonal employment, live near a golf cart. If you live near a golf course and you're looking for seasonal employment, brother, just apply at a golf course. Even if you don't play golf. It's just chill employment. You just hang out at a fucking golf course all day. If it's a slow one, you go out and putt on the putting green or smoke weed in the woods or something. If it's a fast one, then you just make a lot of money. Imagine bullying the cheesemakers in their farms. I would totally run like a cheese racketeering campaign. Like, you have to cheese me up a certain amount each week, or I'll come into your cheese caves and I'll rough up the place. I like where you're leaning with this. We gotta get some muscle behind the cheese. It's gotta be like a cheese mafia, where anytime somebody has cheese, they've gotta check in with us. They've gotta clear their cheese, and there's gotta be like a seal of authenticity. Sorry. That should have stayed an intrusive thought. That shouldn't have made it into the conversation. So anyways, we're gonna move on. Well, it's a dairy farm and supplies milk for St. Albert, so I'm certainly biased, but I think most Canadians would agree anyways. Interesting. So, like, how large of a dairy farm are we talking? And how good is this dairy? As someone who's lactose intolerant, would I risk my innards for this dairy? Is it that good, Lag? Would you be willing to vouch? Because I will down some lactate. I pop pills, lactate pills, baby. Anytime I'm having dairy, cheese, something that's looking awfully Alfredo-y. Oh, bro, I gotta pop a fucking pilly before I eat. I gotta be making sure my tummy's not turning. Drake popped Tafazan, I popped 2 Lactaid. We were both on flights. I just didn't want my in-flight coffee to upset my tummy because I asked for cream with it. Take the pills. Bro, the pills saved my life. I wouldn't be able to exist on a daily without those things. I'm fucking blessed up. Breaking Bad, but with cheese. We pull up the floor and it's all just cheese underneath instead of the fucking money. There's no money involved at any point. We're not even laundering the money. We're trying to age the cheese. We just gotta protect the cheese as much as possible. It's an objective at that point. Fuck, I hate that. I hate that we have a gameplay loop entirely around cheese. Is that a good thing? Might as well wait. Are you excited about the cheese making now? Kind of disappointed that you wouldn't be hopping in with the cheese making system in place. I'll pass it up. I'll pass it up. I'll let them know that we have the infrastructure for it as well. So as housing comes in, you can basically have different tiers of cheese vaults. And then the 3 cheese-keteers pull up. Balance with heaps of cheese. Lactose flows are blocked by the Great Cheese Wall. That's true. That's true. Although, what would happen if belly hurty from cheese, but no booty squirty to relieve the pain? Would I just blow up at that point? Because I feel like if I'm blocked up and also lactose intolerant, then I'm going to just die. I feel like I would be Squidward when he ate the Krabby Patties, and then I would just blow up. I'm not a doctor, but I am a man who worries about my butt. At least a little bit. The lactose is the scariest of all of the raid bosses. Pigeon to Planet, he could use a cheese oil for the body oil. Oh, God. Not body oil. More of an in-the-moment sort of guy? Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We'll just get into a meeting. I'll get us into a live meeting with the ops team, and then we'll plan it out. Now, if anybody has one of the old Kickstarter packs that allows you to design an event, not only do I have a Battle Royale-based event, but I do also have a cheese-based event now. Maybe it's a Battle Royale to capture a giant cheese wheel in the middle. Wait, there's like a big hill that the event spawns on, and the cheese wheel rolls around the hill, or like on a mountain or something, and it starts up at the top of the mountain and then it's rolling down, and you have to be the one to get and hold the cheese wheel until the event is done. So you may try to bring it back up, but the cheese has physics where no matter how high you bring it, when it's on the ground, it slides down towards the ground. Get me on the design team. Somebody sell me one of those Kickstarter packs. I know somebody out there has one, just percentage-wise. I need cheese racing PvP content right now. Picking up the cheese flags you to be hit by other people. If you die with the cheese, you die in real life. Okay. Maybe we couldn't market that part. Maybe not. But the rest of it, I'm down. Oh shit, fuck. Everything's fine. Everything's perfectly okay here. Nothing to worry about. I'm just bored and pulling half of this. It might be swing by Winstead time soon and see if anybody's over there. And then maybe sail around on bow? Chat, sail around on bow for a little bit? Some chill boat vibes. Does anybody have a boat that's out right now by chance? First event of the Great Sandal Games, capture the cheese. The Great Sandal Games is crazy. The Blood God Olympics would go so fucking hard. How do you get your group window to look like the raid window? Or are you currently in a raid? In your settings, you can go game options, gameplay, party, and raid. And then it is the when in a party show allies in a raid frame. So you can go there and then you're good to go. If you have this unchecked, it'll be all the same color. If you have this, it'll show the colors. So just a few settings, but whenever you're curious with game options as well, if you were ever in game, you can, oh, I let Gibby die. Hey, oh, that's my bad, dog. That is entirely my bad. Somebody asked a good question. So anyways, there is a search up at the top. So if I wanted to check, these guys are kind of being assholes right now. They won't let me finish. I just gotta answer this goddamn question. My goodness gracious. Sorry, I'm trying my hardest, but I'm being harassed right now. I'm being gang stalked. The ops are lurking. I'll be right with you. Okay, we're fine. All right, so in the game options, you can go like frames. Oh, maybe not frames. Oh yeah, frame. You just can't pluralize it. So if you go frame, when in party, show allies, and raid frame. So if you're ever looking for something related to a setting, you can always try to use that search. And then if you can't find it there, or you just want to ask me instead, I can happily point you to where it is. I know way too much about the settings menu. I changed so much shit. Personally, I also try to remind people. Accessibility, visuals, disable motion blur, and set all of this dumb bullshit to 0. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's screen shake and that's motion blur. If you want your game to look like absolute dog shit, then keep motion blur and screen shake on. But if you're a normal human being that doesn't like getting slapped across the face visually, for your own sake and my own sake, disable those. I would rather watch somebody click abilities in a PvP montage than watch them play with screen shake on in a PvP montage. Just for perspective, there is only one thing in this world worse than clicking, and it's screen shake users. I can't approve of it. I can't allow it to happen. Yo, PugChamp, what up, dude? Quick question for you. I know that there's the 8x8 class grid that shows off the 64 classes. Something in game now, taking primary and secondaries. Primaries will all be in for December 11th. The Summoner is the last one on the primary side to come in. Then they start work on the secondaries. The secondaries will be throughout 2026. Could always go past that, but my guess, and again, this is just my guess, would be that it starts with secondaries being implemented somewhere around maybe like March, April, based on what Steven's given us for a timetable for the next like milestone update. Or not a timetable, but he said that secondaries would be in the next milestone update, as far as I can remember. And then from there, just looking at time frames, deployment times, it could very well be within the next, or not the next, but the first 3 to 4 months of 2026 if things go well. Could always be faster than that, could always be slower than that, but I feel like that's pretty realistic along the way. Screen shake and motion blur is very important. Game needs a mandatory screen shake. It's almost a deal breaker for me. Well, just turn yours on. Yeah, easy peasy. I don't want to have a seizure, so I'm gonna turn mine off. But if you want to play with yours on, don't let me stop you. Don't let me stop you. I just won't be watching your PvP montages. I will not be about that life whatsoever. Skateboard though, is it? Yo, Captain Obvious, what up, dude? I have like 3,000 hours so far. I think it's quite fun. Granted, keep in mind, right now we're a couple of days before the wipe, so population's gonna go up like mad on the 11th. The price goes down substantially on the 11th of December, and it's a huge update. So, while it is by no means the finished polished product of Ashes, you'll see a lot of new players, a lot of returning players come into Ashes and check out the new content. the new class that's coming in. That's going to be our final primary class with the summoner, and it is going to be a fun time to check Ashes if you have never experienced it before. It's very, very, very socially driven. It's got the world building through different towns that level up through player actions, and then mayors get elected to the towns that then dictate which towns specialize in which crafts and which buildings. So it's kind of cool. There's a lot that Ashes does present. There are a lot of flaws that Ashes currently has as well, and there are many systems where Ashes needs a bit more development before it truly does become Ashes, but it's well on the way. So if you're looking to come in with some interaction with bugs, some jankiness and some wackiness along the way, but know that Ashes is going to improve in the long term, then definitely think it's worth it. If you guys haven't checked out the new YouTube video, would highly recommend peeping the YouTube video. It breaks down in 9 minutes-ish my expectations for new players and, you know, some main things that I'd like people to understand before they come in. So if I could direct anybody anywhere, it would honestly be there. Just an articulation of some things that you can expect, where some of the jankiness lies, where some of the strong points of systems are, because genuinely pretty much every system that's in the game does have elements of this is good, this is bad, but there's also a lot of this is going to get better. So it just depends on how you're looking at it. Always felt the game in the shadow. Super hyped for December 11th. I think December 11th is going to be one of the best new player entry points. Well, honest, I think it's going to be the best new player entry point that we've had yet. I think the first time user experience changes are in a really, really, really good fashion. They're very impactful. And again, it's just going to continue to get better. These are not the final form of the first time user experience changes. They will have more changes coming in, more improvements coming in. Sometimes the improvements will rub some people in the wrong way and people will say they aren't improvements at all. All breaks down to how the player's feeling with it. So I'm really excited. New players that are hopping in on the 11th are hopping in a far better state of affairs than what I hopped in at, than what everybody in my guild that's playing has hopped in at. Dude, it's night and day. So I'm really excited. Hope we got some new YouTube content to watch. You do reacts?
We're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, ni hao kid, how are you? I don't really do reacts that much, primarily just because I'm like making a lot of Ashes content. If there's ever server downtime, then I like watching a video sometimes, but I also yap way too fucking much to actually watch videos. There's a meme, because keep in mind, my daily streak continued even when Ashes was down Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and it continued in the Ashes directory. I would sit here without the game up, only person in the directory, many days just talking about Ashes with no gameplay even possible. So from my aspect of it, like, I really struggle to watch a video and then not yap about it for an hour. We would have instances where one video would last me an entire 8-hour stream, 10-hour stream, because anytime there's a point that's brought up, I would start discussing it. And then after the discussion, like, chat would discuss it, and then I'd discuss it with chat, and then we'd go on a side tangent, then we'd end up in the wiki looking at something. Like, dude, it's unfucking real, but I really do like how much content there is, even to just yap about within Ashes. A lot of it's speculative, a lot of it's not in right now, but there is enough that's in right now where I can even just yap about what we have right now and yap your ear off for 10 fucking hours. It's cool, and it's only gonna get better. So I'm not much of a reactor. I'm not the greatest at reacting, but at the end of the day, if servers are ever down and there's ever a good video that fits within the time frame, then I'm down. So, yo, Wumpus, what up, dude? The hype is real. I'm so fucking excited. Do you get anything? Hold on, Captain Obvious has something on YouTube. Is there a benefit to having the $100 playtest currently over the new price point on early access? You get 2 titles if you have the $100 pack. You get to play the private test realm from December 2nd to the December 10th, so you'll get an early look at the build. But that's about it, if I'm being completely honest. The 2 titles will change how your cape looks. So if you have $50 extra just laying around that you don't care about, you're made like that, I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money. But for most people, I would highly recommend just saving the money, especially if you're kind of on the fence about Ashes. Now, if you do really end up liking it, there could always be the element of, ah, damn, I should have got that title. But depends on how much the $50 is worth to you. The $100 pack did originally open up access for people on May 1st. So it has been the pack, you know, of access for a while. With that being said, I highly recommend most players wait and just save the 50 bucks. But 50 bucks to you may not be 50 bucks to me. You may care a whole lot less about 50 and a whole lot more about 2 dope-ass titles. But either pack also includes your first month of sub time when the game does fully launch, if the game does fully launch someday. The game will be no box cost, no DLC cost. It will be $15 a month, and that's it. There will be the additional in-game store, but that is only for skins, completely optional transmogs that have no power scaling impacts whatsoever. So you get your first month of sub time, and then with the $100 pack, you get your $15 in the in-game store as well. With the $50 pack on Steam launch, no $15 in the in-game store. But again, you're saving many clams. So it all just breaks down to preference, man. Fubo, are you eating my fudge round? No, wait, don't make Fubo throw it up. I don't think I want it anymore. Don't yell at Fubo. He's just hungry. Or maybe if you fed Fubo more, he wouldn't have to act out like this. Maybe if you weren't ignoring the cat and you were treating the cat with respect and dignity. You get a cool cape and title for $100 version right now. 2 titles. So the 2 titles that you'll get for logging in before December 11th. No, Fupo, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, did this come from?
Yes.
Did this, Fubo? Was this you? Fubo, I didn't want this. Well, thank you, Fubo. It tastes just like the void. Delicious. Thank you for pre-chewing it for me, Foop. So anyways, 2 cool titles. You get the Cultist of the Eternal Fire. So if you want to be a cultist, you got that. That's like a black and red for the cloak skin, or the cloak dye. And then you get Knight of the White Flame. So you can either be a cultist or a white knight. It's up to you, one or the other. But banger titles for the people that were here before the early access launch. So are they making more servers release on Steam? Do you hear anything about that yet? If they need to, but I don't know. And again, I'm a really big Ashes optimist. I love Ashes. I don't know that we have enough positive sentiment right now to immediately have enough players to predicate a 3rd server. I would love it if that were the case. And Intrepid has said that they'll spin up more servers if they need to. But I don't know that we're gonna have that many players. I would love to think that Ashes is gonna have like 50k concurrent, but I don't think so first weekend after this update. I think that's a number that's probably later on during development, if I had to guess myself. How big is the skill tree right now? Do you get to play around with it a little bit? Oh yeah, absolutely. I can play with my skill tree more than I can play with my anyways. I also change up my skill tree depending on what I'm doing. Single target PvE, AoE PvE, 1v1 PvP, 3v3s, 8v8s, you know, mass scale. Even with this small amount of variance as a tank, and keep in mind this is just rotating a few abilities around, I do have near completely different functionalities of what the build is specializing in. Then you also have your weapon tree. The stamina tree right now is select everything on the PTR build, and for the 11th, the stamina tree will also require elements of specialization, so you can't just select everything. For example, they added in basically point requirements, so it's 2 points, 2 points, and 3 points. So I have all of the block, I have 3 here, and then I have 1 here, and then that takes up all of my points, and I can't get anything else, so. Just wondering when they'll fix the jittery combat and dodging mechanics. I mean, the jitteriness in the combat is probably because I move my mouse like a fucking crackhead, in all fairness. I'm just sitting here kind of like tap strafing because it's very satisfying. And then in terms of the camera flickies and the whippies and all of that stuff, that's just kind of how I play everything. I like spinning my camera fast. Also, as a tank, we have a lot of frontal cone ground targets where I've got a slam in front of me, so I try to make sure that I'm spinning to make sure that I'm slamming and hitting the people that I actually need to hit with the slam. Otherwise, I can miss some of that, but there are a lot of classes and people that play less crazy than me. The animations? Okay, that makes sense too. I was like, yeah, no, I'm just the crackhead. Okay, yeah, the animations make sense. Animations will continue to get a lot better. Sometimes there's also like a client stutter right now that's a little bit cooked. that's really bad on the PTR, but it's a huge emphasis for them to get taken out before the 11th, so we'll see how that is on the 2nd. In terms of the dodge, too, the dodge is also going to be fundamentally changing on the 11th, so right now it's a lot farther than it will be in terms of the distance covered than it is going to be on the 11th, primarily because they are taking out Spring Step and reworking that pinnacle ability up here, so your dodge will look more along the line of that. So a little bit more fluid of an animation, if that makes sense. At least it seems like it for me, because this increases your dodge distance by 50%, but it does not increase your dodge time. So essentially that just speeds up and extends the animation and makes it look a little bit more weird. Thank God, music to your ears. Yeah. So that cleans it up a little bit. As a melee player too, for PvP, I actually really like the dodge changes because it allows us to play as melees. So, Summoner class going to be available? Yes, Summoner class is going to be available on the 11th. It's also available for testing on the PTR before then. Inventory stuff, the inventory screen itself, yes, easy to navigate. My inventory, no. That's my bad. So, items tab, materials tab. Materials includes glint, which drops from mobs, different crafting shit, and gathering stuff. If you die, you drop from your materials tab, not your items tab, not your equipment. So, can you show the professions tab real quick? Oh, I don't want to. That's like asking me to show my cock after I got out of a really cold pool. So, the professions tab, unironically, the professions tab just got a huge revamp on the PTR. I feel like I got to show it in my stream from the 1v1 tourney. I want to say at one point I showed the new professions tab, but it is truly such a good revamp. Right now, this professions tab is gross and disgusting comparatively. It's not gross. It's just less good than the other one. So, a few quick notes about the revamp. They've restructured how this visually looks so you can actually make out what's needed, what the materials are. They've restructured this entirely. In addition to that, you now have every single recipe visible in the game through the crafting UI. They're just grayed out if you don't have access to them. Past that, once you click on a recipe, it also has a track recipe option where it'll then add that recipe as an objective on the left side of your screen, so you can keep track of exactly how many materials you may need. Refining recipes, processing recipes can also be pinned over there so you know exactly what you need. And they have a quantity slider. So if I'm trying to make prepared yardages, which can take many different tiers of refining from multiple different gathering inputs, from lumberjacking and picking flowers, herbalism, then I can track, you know, how many prepared yardages I need to make, and it will show me exactly how many of those materials I need on the side of my screen under where my objectives are here. Massive changes. Massive changes. You did, I remember. All right, chat, first one to go into my VOD. It's under my VODs. It's the day of the 1v1 tournament on the PTR. Somewhere later on in that VOD, I showed the new Artisan UI. First one to find it gets a gold star and a forehead kiss. I got you. Couldn't they just buy more server space or whatever and keep expanding? Make new land on a huge mega server? So, with Ash's structure, they could theoretically, in terms of the server structure, have a massive playable world, because keep in mind, we already have a huge playable world comparatively to many other MMOs. The New World map, for perspective, was the size of the Riverlands, RIP. So the Riverlands, the desert, the June Dark, the tropics, and the anvils are what exists right now. This is still just a percentage of the entire map that we're gonna have. Over the course of the entire map, the world is broken up into what are called server workers. So if I hit page up, I'm on server worker 24 right now. Every part of the world has its own unique partition of resources that keep it running smooth. So as they expand the world, they could theoretically just add more server workers to handle each part of the world, keep it smooth, fluid, without load screens. And then with dynamic gridding is a server technology that they've been working on developing in-house that allows the server workers themselves, those allocations of resources, to redefine like where their boundaries are. So they change their boundaries and they can call in other server workers to say, hey, I need help right here. There are too many people on me right now. So this server worker could shrink, other server workers could come in, and as a result, more resources would be allocated to a part of the world instantaneously and automatically. So this would mean that if there's a huge influx of players in one place, for example, Steel Bloom, this is going to be very hotly contested. Right now, I could go anywhere here. The first month and a half of the next set of servers, I promise you, this will be contested through New Year's. Fully contested through New Year's. Unironically, once December 11th hits, you will not be able to get into Steel Bloom fluidly before 2026. I mean that with no exaggeration. Good luck if you think I'm kidding. So dynamic gridding will probably be very, very, very active in Steel Bloom. People will be here trying to complete raids, trying to gear farm, trying to get drops. It's gonna be crazy. So, cool part about that as well for the launch on the 11th. Ken, hope you're having a good night, dude. Generic, hope you're having a good night. The cool part about it with the launch on the 11th is that queues and ashes are also not server-wide based on a max population. Queues are based on, initially, individual server workers. So what we see very frequently is starting areas will go on very long queues, and as those starting areas go on very long queues, people will have to filter their way off of those starting area server workers to alleviate the queues and make sure that people can play. Now, that's part of why our plan is get in and get the fuck out. We want to, as a guild, hit a questing loop that is extremely efficient and then mob grind far away from the starting area, so that way we get the fuck out and we're not on any chance of queues, any chance of bork server workers, crashes. Obviously, there's going to be queues and crashes and whatnot along the way, but it helps lower the risk of those queues and those crashes coming in if you are in a less populated part of the world. So we want to get out of the curve and we want to get the fuck out of there. So, dwarf good for specific stuff, or is it purely looks and preference? Looks and preference right now. There will be some minor things that come into the long term. No Diddy, no Drake, no Doctor Disrespect, no Minecraft, no Roblox. But those will primarily be, from what we've gathered, maybe some artisan bonuses related to race, some complementary effects there, nothing race class combo predicate. They don't want to have power scaling tied to race. There's also a backgrounds tab. The backgrounds tab will allow you to have some augments to some of your primary abilities based on your background. These could be visuals, these could be a damage modifier. There will be some small changes to the backgrounds, but as of right now, the backgrounds are in. They're just another element of not impacting anything, so you just kind of select one. Disclaimer list is getting way too long. I haven't even been updating it. Genuinely. Yeah, I've had to cut some people out of it. Jesus Christ, it is getting too long. Holy shit. Will Ashes be able to be played with gathering and crafting being the main gameplay loop instead of combat? Oh god, yeah. We have people in cats, like in our community, that leveled 1 to like 22 before I forced them to be power leveled by me so they can speed the fuck up solely off of gathering. Crafting is a little bit more difficult as you're gonna need monetary input to pay the crafting fees and to level your crafting, but gathering, abso-fucking-lutely, you can gather stuff and then sell stuff player to player along the way. 1 to 25, yeah, and you can get rich as shit. You would be better off monetarily gathering your way up and processing like crazy than you would be mob grinding, but it would probably be slower XP output. However, you'd get some more gatherables along the way, so that may set you up for success. So when you die, you don't drop your inventory. This is gonna be good news for the people afraid of... Oh, dude, there are so many people that are terrified that they will have somebody come up to them and just murk them immediately when they step out of town, and then as a result, they will lose all of their stuff instantly. It is unfucking real to me. Well, hello, Mr. Pickles. We've picked up another friend. But yes, genuinely the amount of non-consensual PvP for an average player is so little to literally none. Most players can play 1 to 25 in Ashes while encountering actually factually no PvP, providing you don't get yourself into any shit. There is always a chance that someone will corrupt on you out of nowhere, but corruption brings with it so much risk that it is not very frequently worth the reward of getting a portion of somebody's materials tab. So I'll kill people for shits and giggles. Generic is the alpha omega. Generic is the one who knocks. Is non-existent player housing in the game yet? Can't remember the game term for it. Freeholds. Freeholds were in the game previously in a baseline sense, and then they pulled freeholds out so they can improve the functionality and bring more depth, because they were basically just used for growing shit in your freehold plot. And then once they get re-added, we should have some more of the functionality Probably not all of it, but they're going to be used for the highest end of processing. So if you're trying to refine materials, that'll have to be done on a freehold for master and grandmaster levels, which will be like the end game levels. You'll be able to run taverns on your freeholds. You'll be able to raise livestock on your freeholds. There's going to be a lot, but freeholds have been in. They were pulled back out, like I mentioned. They will return at a later date, like the final credits in a Marvel movie. And those will hopefully also be accompanied by some of the instance player housing in the long term too, as they do plan to have multiple types of that player housing, all with unique benefits, you know, and drawbacks to each. Plus, the real estate system is going to be a real thing. It's all going to be deed-based housing, so if I acquire a freehold, I could then potentially resell that freehold to somebody else. I might be a real estate mogul, I might be a slumlord, I might be a scalper. Maybe. Maybe. 3 types of housing. 4 if you count the not taverns. They're like inns in towns. So you'll have your housing units, and then you'll also have like a baseline check-in point where you can get housing in a town super easily. What kind of boat you got? I use this one. Can I link it? Let me link, bitch. You bitch. Come on. Let me link, please. I just want to link. There we go. Yeah, that's what my bow was, and it won't let me link from my inventory. I am complaining. Code is out there somewhere. They showed us a lot in that stream. Yeah, I would love the freehold stuff. Now, keep in mind, with freeholds, one thing that I have heard is that a lot of the freehold assets were originally made for Unreal Engine 4, which was their original, you know, engine that they were on. So with oh my god, what the fuckington? Jesus Christ, brother's got that juice. With the upgrade to UE5, I don't know exactly how it worked, but I've heard that they basically had to redo a lot of the assets, and that not all of the assets are over here yet for the freeholds yet, or were over here. So it was presumably a long period of time to get all of those back in place. I'm sad about freeholds. Freeholds will be here soon. Does anything happen on the account creator side when you use your code? Meaning, does anything on our end change or happen? I get access to all of your bank accounts, but other than that, it's nothing that you didn't sign up for when you came into the stream in the first place. As soon as you clicked on the stream, you were already fucking cooked, buddy. No, you won't notice anything. There's no, like, discount or anything like that at this point in time. I don't think they plan to add anything with that. I will eventually have a custom link or a custom code. I did get accepted to the content creator program, so hopefully that custom code comes as a sooner rather than later thing, because use code DustyWhy sounds so fucking hard comparatively to exclamation hashes in chat. So yeah. Also use code DustyWhy in your Fortnite item shop if you guys are going back. So what you gotta look back to do? Yeah, that'd be nice. Now everybody does have the like the referral code that comes with their account. So once you have your account, if you have friends that are popping in, you can also give them your code, and then that'll kind of help. So a little bit of an incentive there, but oh no, the Canadian conversion rate goes fucking hard. Oh god, wait, is it that down bad in Canada right now? Can the rogue stealth until they attack, or is it time stealth? Time stealth, but it can also be re-upped in combat. The stealth break predicate is also, unlike a lot of games where it's just you get hit, you're out of stealth. It's a stealth break predicate of 5% max HP taken as damage. So you can stealth in combat, given you're out of range of everybody, nobody's looking at you. Or if you use your smoke bomb, then it's a vanish mechanic. So you can stealth in your smoke bomb regardless of those predicates. And then if somebody does enough damage to you, then they can break your stealth. Or typically what I'll try to do if I'm fighting a rogue, because there are different levels of stealth in Ashes of Creation, if I have you in my frontal cone of vision and you're close, then I'll be able to see you through a higher level of stealth than if I have my back turned to you. So if a rogue stealth near me right here and I look at them, I can see them and I can trip them and I can do damage to them and I can catch them. If they're behind me and I turn my back, then I won't be able to see them or target them. So rogue stealth has kind of like an audio cue. And I'll play off that audio cue a lot to try to time up where, or to try to like see where rogues are at. And then I just make a play in their general direction, try to fish them out. And if I do, then I do. And if I don't, I'm pissed. How cold is it in Maine right now? 38 degrees right now, Fahrenheit. It's gonna get a lot colder though. I have to burp. It is going to be a high of 36 tomorrow and then a high of 29 on Tuesday. And on Tuesday, we are getting absolutely fucking slapped with snow. From what I've gathered, Tuesday into Wednesday is essentially us going into the ring and just getting our shit rocked by a snowstorm. It's already minus 12 here. Oh, it's warm as fuck today. Yeah, today was great. We had a snowstorm come in and it was just like a little snow squall. So we were getting some decent snowfall, but it was melting pretty much when it hit the ground. So Carl and I went for a walk in the snow that was like, obviously it was cold, but like it was warm enough. Love my 90s Fahrenheit weather, summer vibes. See, Maine's kind of cool because we have 4 distinct seasons, right? So we have fall where we have this beautiful foliage and it's like this crisp fall air. And then we have winter where winter is snow and ice and it's absolutely punishing. It melts into spring and spring is a bunch of these, you know, rainstorms and flowers blooming and shit like that and mud. And then summer is hot and muggy and awful. It's fucking tragic. It is disgusting. If you try to go outside and do something in the summer, there will literally be days where you are in a bowl of hot fucking jello and there is nothing that you can do about it. No matter how hard you try, you will be consumed by the goop. It will get you. Do they give words about Rogue's potential for Cloak being a skill morph when as a secondary archetype? We haven't had too much information about secondary archetypes in terms of specificities related to abilities. They've given some indicators that a rogue secondary could lead to some forms of temp stealth, but that would also typically be a lower level stealth than, you know, what a true rogue has. Now, what I'm also curious about is like, what does rogue get? Is rogue just gonna be a master of stealth to where you can't ever be picked out of your stealth? Like what's, Jesus Christ, I'm hitting every menu. What's gonna happen there? That is my question about rogue. So I've got many curiosities though, especially on the tank side. I feel like tank is something that can be augmented so many different meaningful ways. So lighting here is cool as shit. That sounds awful. Yes. Constant state of swamp ass sounds awful. And rogue having god stealth also sounds awful. If I'm being completely honest. That's double bad. I wouldn't want either of those things. And you got Swamp Ass with a perma-stealth rogue. Ugh. Jesus fucking Christ, I would not want that at all. Alright, protect me real quick, squires. I need to fill up my water real quick so I don't die. Because if I don't have water, I lose my voice. Alright, hold on. Maybe stealth until you use an ability and can recast straight after a costly amount. Bro, they already fucking can! They can just Diddy Dart and then re-stealth. It's fucking horse shit. They got Diddy Dart, they got Re-Stealth, they got Vanish Mechs, they got 2 CC breaks, they got 17 movement abilities, and then it's just flippy, backstab. Who cares? Fucking delete rogue. Fucking delete rogue. I swear to God, if we took every rogue and just pushed them off a fucking cliff, dog, the world would be a better place. Did everybody die yet? Nope, we're good. Oh, we're so up. Oh, we're so up. Yo, 2-inch over on YouTube. This game will be DOA on December 11th. What makes you think it'll be DOA? Is it the 150,000 Steam wish lists, or is it the fact that I'll be right here streaming it and you can hate watch it even if you don't want to? Because if the game's already rent-free in your head on November 30th, brother, I think it's only gonna get worse by the time December 11th rolls around, Mr. LOL period at the end of your YouTube message. Would you like to discuss, though, Mr. 2-inch beta? Because I'd love to entertain your thoughts on why you don't like Ashes. Not everybody has to like Ashes, but my advice to people that don't like Ashes is always the same. If you want to spend your energy and your time being a hating asshole on an MMO that you don't have to interact with at all, that's on you. It doesn't bother me a single bit because I'm not you. I'm not the one that's wasting your time. I'm spending my time how I want to. So if you have questions about Ashes, I'm more than happy to answer. But unfortunately, I cannot make you like Ashes. I'm not the designer of Ashes. I just play the game and stream the game, big dog. But again, if you want to know anything, I got you. I do look at this gameplay and think bad. Okay, you want to know what's crazy? I actually do feel bad because this is the worst, most like boring gameplay that Ashes will have. I wish that there were enough people for me to run PvP scrims for you guys right now and do like, you know, 40v40 PvP like mad. I would much prefer that. It's so much more cinematic. It's so much more fun. Mob grinding is still great. Like, I love mob grinding. I'm a huge mob grinder. But in terms of like actual fun content to watch, oh bro, there's so much more. I'm actually probably going to go get a boat. I want to deploy a boat and sail around with the boys because it just went to night cycle. So anyone have a boat? I want to go get a boat and then I want to sail around. We go sail. You get a rap battle, bro? Started a yap battle. Wait, that's fucking crazy. Can you suggest being able to move, rotate materials in the material bag? To be able to rotate a 3-block log sideways would be cool. I feel like they've talked about this before somewhere. I can't remember where they talked about it, but I want to say they were asked this at one point in time and said something along the lines of like the allocation of space in bags is meant to play a particular role in it. I don't want to like completely butcher the quote because they've given some insight on this before. I want to say it was a dev stream way back when, but why do you presume I hate it? I didn't pay $200 to beta test. I mean, well, everyone's gonna assume you hate it if you come into a chat and your first time interaction is this shit's DOA on the 11th. That brings in like hating asshole energy, my dog. If I come in and my first interaction with you is like, man, I really hate your fucking hair, then you're gonna think that I don't like you. That's not gonna be an indicator that you want to have an honest discussion. Like, I will always have an honest discussion, and I'm not gonna make you like Ashes. That's never my goal as a streamer. I don't care if you like Ashes. But if you come in and you're just like, this game's gonna be DOA, then I'm not gonna give you an honest discussion. I'm just gonna troll you. So, genuinely, like, I'm not the one that's gonna force people to like Ashes. If you don't like Ashes, that's perfectly okay with me. I don't blame you a single bit, especially in its current state. But I'm here for like, you know, bouncing conversations off of. I'm not intrepid. I don't make their monetization choices. I don't make their development choices. I'm just trying to kind of stream. So I always say, like, if you got your problems with it, that's fine. I'll yap about your problems with you. I don't blame you for having problems. I have my own problems with the game despite enjoying the game a lot. I play it every day. I have a goddamn community over here. I still don't think it's perfect. Shit, watch my last video if you haven't. I literally say most players should probably wait to hop in. So, in my opinion, I think Ashes still has a lot to go. A lot of it's also stuff that's unrealized potential. So it's essentially like, man, you should invest in me as a streamer because someday I'm going to be a really big entertaining streamer. You don't know that. I might never be that. And if I convince you to give me $1 million because you believe in me, then you may never get a return on your $1 million. I don't sit here and tell people that Ashes will definitely launch. Oh wait, we should be going to the Gundark. How much wood do we need? God fucking damn it. Carpentry. Hull. 100 now? Do we have 100 timber? We need 100 oak. Extremely lofty ambitions. They clearly weren't gonna pin out. Another back to the corner, found a release early because the cash is running dry. Oh no, this isn't an early release or anything. So I don't know all of the, you know, full inside stuff on why they're going to Steam. But this is a full port over to Steam instead of going through the Ashes side. Even me, as someone who's been like backing the project for a while, I'll now be launching through Steam, and Steven announced that it's all going through Steam. So I don't necessarily know what the whole thought process on his end was with it. But the lofty ambitions, like, that's still Ashes. They've iterated. This is still the development product. This is not a change in cadence. This is not a change in scope. This is not a change in anything that Ashes is supposed to be. It's still the same Ashes. It's just available on Steam now too. So for me as an Ashes content creator, right, I came from New World, so I may have a little bit of a different perspective going through the New World trenches. I got out of New World back in December and then came over here. So essentially where I look at it, Ashes is still very communicatively far from launching. The scope is absolutely ambitious, and that has been the #1 critique of Ashes. But as Ashes has evolved, I have this half joke that Ashes is now past the scam game allegations and is now onto the bad game allegations. And you go from scam game to bad game. Yo, Shylin, thank you for the follow. Much love. You go from scam game to bad game to playable game to decent game to good game to great game. And all along the way, you're going to have those allegations, and you'll start somewhere on the scale, and then you'll work your way up or down depending on public perception. And the public perception of Ashes was, unfortunately, scam game very early on. I wish that there was any other aspect of it, though. So, as that has shifted, and as it has proven those scam game allegations to be wrong, it just kind of continues to progress. Testimony from players who play this game extensively claim this game is 10 to 25% done. I mean, early access bumper sticker is intelligence insulting. It's been 9 years. I don't necessarily think anybody here is high intelligence enough to say that it's intelligence insulting. And in terms of playing the game extensively, you're talking to somebody who's played the game every single day, more than the average American works in a day since December, and has followed the project for years since, you know, years before my entry. So I've been very up to date on a lot of the progression of Ashes. It has gone from a completely non-playable, non-viable product throughout phase 1 to something that, and keep in mind, pre-phase 1, back in alpha 1, it was completely unmanageable. Then from there, it's evolved to something that unfortunately now gets confused in people's minds as MMO resemblant, so people actually forget that it's in development. Like, if you think the game hasn't changed at all, just for perspective, the game is still a percentage done, depending on how you look at it. But I actually pulled this up earlier to show chat because it was just a little, like, funny comparison at one point in time. But the Ashes Arena Wiki has, just for perspective, since you guys were watching combat there, the Ashes Arena Wiki, and keep in mind, this is actively, you know, Ashes pre-alpha combat footage. Over the course of development, this is where Ashes has come from. This is what it used to be. This is pre-alpha combat footage. A completely different combat system. This is what they were looking at. Someone out there will be like, man, I like this more. Teach their own. But this is what Ashes was. So, for those that are saying nothing has been done, keep in mind this was a sliced arena. So this was just this instance of arena. This was an arena demo at PAX West in 2017. This was no open world infrastructure. This was Solar Garlic, thank you for the follow, much love. This was no dynamic gridding, which is tech that they have literally made in-house that is going to be active for the 11th. This was no vassling. This was no settlement system. This was no progression. This is their battle royale system. This was pre-battle royale. This was pre-apocalypse. This was just a base arena combat system. Why was the art style better? God damn it, there's always one. Pro, this is clearly not fit for any mass release, especially on Steam. First impressions, everything, and it won't be received well. It's already been mass released. Like, there's nothing stopping you from going to ashesofcreation.com now or back in December or before that and just getting access. No part of the release has been anything other than mass. Asmongold has played Ashes and talks about Ashes relatively frequently. Summit has played Ashes. Shroud has played Ashes. Pirate Software, when he had 15k viewers, played Ashes. The first impression is there for so many people already. It's not like Ashes just has this non-zero presence. Ashes just has a lot of impressions that weren't actually converted into everyday players yet. And I do agree that first impression is everything, but for every player that comes in and is unhappy with Ashes, which is going to happen whether it's now or whether it's on launch, the best time to go more public is always going to be tomorrow, because more things can always be fixed and improved tomorrow. But at some point, you have to stop saying tomorrow and you have to say, I'm ready for the risk reward of players retained versus players lost. Because again, for every player that is lost along the way, there are going to be players that are retained along the way too. As Online played Alpha 1, there have been unsubstantiated rumors, I say unsubstantiated heavily, that Asmon has been playing off stream this phase. He did an interview with Steven a few phases ago for phase 2 during the Narc drama, where he mentioned that he would check out the game again off stream to see how it goes. And then the Asmongold rule got expanded to level 10, which was kind of weird. The Asmongold rule is a PvP protection opt-in for players that are level 5 or lower. And that got expanded to level 10 as well. So I don't know if they're prepping for more large streamers to come in, but the footprint of Ashes was very large. There was someone named Asmon on the PTR, but hard to say if that was him or a fan. We had Asmongold in Cats with Crafts. Not actual Asmongold, but somebody made the character named Asmongold, and then we had that character in Cats with Crafts. So do not really see it as an Asmon rule. It was kind of inevitable. Right, but the Tuck rule is also known as the Tom Brady rule. I like calling the PvP protection the Asmon rule because it's cooler that way. The Tuck rule in football wasn't just made for Tom Brady, but people still call it the Tom Brady Tuck rule. I'm still gonna call it the Asmon rule. Was it part of the Brady Bunch? Yes, he was the father. We'd be starting in the north. To be determined. There's going to be... Fubo, do you have wood on your character by chance? Do you have oak timber by chance? Because I'm looking for 100 so I can get a goddamn boat and I can sail around. I might just shoulder this. Sorry. Listen, I'm eating stuff that just came out. You basically spit in my mouth and you won't even give me wood. At least finish the fucking job, Fupo. Be a man. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn it. How did I get to this level? Where did I go wrong? What would my parents think of me now? Been following the project for 3 to 4 years. I can't wait to play it on Steam. I think this game has massive potential. There are going to be people who come in that think it has potential and that will come in fully aware that things will improve. I am the last person to say that every person is going to come in and like Ashes. Biohazard, thank you for the follow. Much love. I'm the last person to say that, genuinely. I think there will be so many people that come in right now that have the idea that early access does indeed mean it's a product that's close to launching. Absolutely makes sense. In today's day and age, early access is a tag that's typically put on games that are trying to market that they're close to launch. That is something that players can absolutely come to the conclusion of. However, just because they come to the conclusion of that does not mean that is the case. The reality of it is that the early access tag is just a part of the Steam early access program, and to put it on Steam as an alpha product, this is unavoidable. So, with that being said, it is now labeled as an early access, but it is still Alpha 2 Phase 3. It is a continuation of Alpha 2 Phase 3 and remains Alpha 2 Phase 3, and then we will move to Alpha 2 Beta 1, and then we'll go to Alpha 2 Beta 2. Or, Alpha 2 Beta 2, Jesus Christ. We'll go to Beta 1, and then we'll go to Beta 2. Oh my fucking god, the Alpha sneaks in. Everything's been Alpha 2. Fuck. We'll go to Beta 1, and then we'll go to Beta 2. I was like, why am I saying extra words right now? Where are these coming from? It's been Alpha 2 for so long. Holy shit. It's gonna be like writing the wrong year on my papers in school whenever the year would change. Oh my god. My brain did not want to stop saying Alpha 2. Think we can safely call it early access and you'll have beta? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is now under the tag of early access to make it more simplistic. But by all means and measures, it is simply a continuation of Alpha 2 Phase 3. Nothing has really changed in any way, shape, or form. How does the combat feel now? Which MMO has the closest combat to Ashes? Oh, this is a hard one. Which MMO has the closest combat to Ashes? Some people say it gives Guild Wars 2 vibes. I think it's almost like a cross between WoW and New World's stamina mechanics, but not the freeform action combat of New World. And the only thing with WoW is it's very like tab targety. It's a tab target base. You have the action combat camera, so to say. BDO, Guild Wars 2. BDO is wild. I feel WoW. I've always felt a little bit of the WoW ability cadence, if that makes sense, with like cooldown spacing and the power of abilities and how every ability kind of has its spot and can be used in a rotation or out of a rotation if you're just mashing buttons. It's giving me WoW vibes in the ability rotations and the ability econ. The weapon combos are a very unique thing that, honestly, from a tab target system I've never interacted with before. Every weapon has unique characteristics through the combo itself, which is the amount of hits to get to the finisher in the extended finisher, which are your last 2 attacks. And then from there, those last 2 attacks apply different status effects to the enemy and can provide different buffs or debuffs depending on what's going on in your weapon trees. So on my longbow, I run Wound, which is anti-heal, and that can apply on my finisher and my extended finisher. And getting that wound out and those anti-heals can do a lot. ESO with more spells? Ooh, I didn't play much ESO. Is it ESO-y? It's got a lot of different elements of a lot of different MMOs. I think everybody kind of... One of the cool things of Ashes for me, I was a WoW person growing up. I grew up in WoW. I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4. I started playing WoW when I was 8. I was raid leading by the time I was 11. And I grew up in WoW. Then I went to Dota, then I went to Fortnite for a little bit, played some Fortnite, and then I ended up back in MMOs. I played New World and really fell back in love with the New World off of the social systems that it originally had, the, you know, the world structure, the world building of it, and the premise of, you know, all of that development. And then New World turned into New World. Streamed New World for about 3 years. Made all of that progress and stuff. So, with New World, it was always just a little cooked. I came over to Ashes after New World, very heavily linearized, very heavily cooked a lot of its content. And Ashes for me has been very much a breath of fresh air because being in something that's this social sandboxy is something that wasn't necessarily in my repertoire of MMOs, especially as my emphasized MMOs. I've taken stops in other MMOs along the way, but genuinely, this has been refreshing. The amount of content that we have to make ourselves as a community, Tincho, thank you for the follow, is absolutely something that I'm aware of. I have the pleasure of having a community, having a very large guild that is very active, that likes PvP, likes PvE, likes gathering, refining, crafting. Like, we have our crafting core, we have our crafting leads, we have every aspect of the game in place. And that allows us to create a lot more content than someone that's coming in completely solo would make. So I think one thing to keep in mind with the public perception of Ashes, one thing to keep in mind with the Steam launch of Ashes, solo players will absolutely come in and have a less fun experience than somebody that's coming in with a group of friends that hears about a guild that's recruiting and joins the guild that's recruiting and finds people to play with in the guild and then finds events in the guild and learns how to play in the guild. It's going to be 2 night and day experiences. The gap between those 2 types of experiences will lessen over time, but Ashes is such a heavily socially rooted game that I do absolutely think you have a night and day experience. I encourage every single player, as much as I can, to try to find a social aspect of Ashes, whether it's finding a pub group and figuring out who in that pub group was actually good enough to want to play with again, adding them and then pulling back up with them at a later date. Anything to start the social side of things. So, according to the alpha objectives table, what's been achieved and what hasn't, and how do you feel about it? I would have to pull up the entire roadmap, but I mean, the roadmap is shifting all the time. There are so many things that were never listed on the roadmap in the first place that ended up being priorities. Something that was a non-living document that's just a snapshot in time of objectives in one point. It's great for an outline of what's planned, but there are so many changes that have happened since then. Things shifted up in priority, things shifted down in priority, higher prios, lower prios, everything in between, right? Emergencies that pop up, unseen things with dupes, with exploits. I have 74 oak timber. Bring to Trops Harbor. All right, we're up. But yeah, if you look at a snapshot of their goals at any point in time, we could probably pick out from that snapshot of what they're working on, things that were actually followed through on, things that were delayed, things that were pushed back, things that were implemented and then had to be rolled back because they didn't work. And then from there are now being fixed for December 11th. For example, static gathering. Static gathering was a problem that facilitated a lot of issues in the economy and, you know, the gathering system as a whole in this particular phase, this set of servers. So they had attempted to fix static gatherables a while back, but that got borked, and the repopulation of where the rarities of spawns were coming in at was fucked. So they had to roll back that change to prevent everyone from getting legendary everything day one because it was completely fucked. As a result, instead of trying to throw in another quick fix, they were like, hey, we're going to readdress this and then we'll have this in at a later date. They originally wanted to have back-to-back-to-back updates, all of which included 3 gathering changes, and that got derailed completely. I actually put a YouTube video out about it where it was like, is this Ash's biggest update yet? Because if they could have pulled it off, it would have been huge. Some things they've been able to pull off in the time frame, some things they haven't been able to, but overall, I think that's the course of development. And I always relate it back to New World for me, because in New World, everything was truly on fire. Everybody talks about first impression and the public perception of Ashes. I'd like to point out, Ashes has, as of one of the last public figures, Riggedy, thank you for the follow, much love, like 150,000-ish wish lists, unless that's substantially changed. And wish list conversion to sales is roughly 15% from what I've gathered. So with that being said, first impression is important. However, coming from New World, where the first impression was made to 913,000 concurrent players and 8 million copies sold, that would equate to an ungodly amount of wish lists from that 15% conversion. I don't even want to know New World's wish list numbers before its launch. So in terms of first impressions, I've been through so much worse. And even with going through the worst of the worst with New World, one thing I always point out is if you look at New World's actual sentiment now, despite AGS plug pulling it, which, by the way, I knew was going to happen, that's why I left New World. The sentiment of New World was that it was actually on the right path. It just needed more time. New World ran out of time. New World actually had a very healthy burst to its player base, and sentiment was really good about the new update. If New World had another year of time to actually push updates, it wasn't going to get back up to a milli concurrent, but maybe you see it pulling an average player base of 50K. Maybe it stabilizes after being at a dip of 4,300 in September. I don't think it was ever going to be restored to its glory as what New World could have been, but the road to recovery could have been paved with time. However, it ran out of time. So the sentiment about New World and why I like to use it as my mark is because it was that project that had the grand scope. It had the large vision. It had a lot of the social politicking. It had the combat system that was meant to be kind of a one-of-one. And it had a lot of elements of it that attracted people from many different MMOs. If I asked chat to type what MMO you were playing before you came to Ashes, I bet it'd be a lot of different MMOs. It's a really similar situation whether you like that or not. The difference in the situation is that Ashes is in development and New World was doing it post-launch. I think if New World had 3 years in development where they could have started the game with the Night Haven update instead of being an open world survival PvP for so long and then shifting to an MMO so late in dev, maybe they would have actually been able to stabilize a portion of their player base. So at a certain point, you don't necessarily have to believe in Ashes, but everyone's going to find something that resonates with them for some reason. For me, I like the current gameplay. I like the social loops of it, and I really like the vision of what it could be. And I personally, in my 11 plus months as a daily streamer here, haven't seen enough for me to lose faith that development is continuing and that progression is being made. We're going to be going about things in a similar, albeit very different way this phase than we were this last phase, even a few months ago, with a completely different goal set once we hit max level. We're going to be looking to get very active in the Harbinger areas. Do we want to succeed with the Harbingers and help them grow, or do we want to stop the Harbingers? I haven't decided yet. But you bet your sweet Bippy will be gearing up to get out there and wreak some havoc. So it's going to be a fucking blast. Now, again, I always use Ashes and New World as those comparative marks because both have very similar feedback cycles. In Ashes, what do solo players want more of right now? Questing, first-time user experience, narrative loops, and solo ability. What did New World really lack when it first came out? Oh, wow. Isn't that crazy? Only difference is we're going through it now instead of on launch. Oh, New World didn't have OPR on launch. Outpost Rush, the literal most played form of content in New World. What'd they do? They added Outpost Rush. Oh, Ashes doesn't have arenas right now, so you don't have repeatable PvP content. Guess what's in the scope for arenas before it fully launches? Or for Ashes before it fully launches. Spoiler alert, it's arenas. Wow. For me, it is very much a matter of, is there a table to craft the hull? No, you're so right. But yeah, so for me, I see a lot of the similarities in that feedback loop of what people really didn't like about New World, and then the evolution of where people started to shift, and people were like, oh, New World's kind of cooking right now. I saw and streamed through and lived through a lot of that evolution. I got the fuck out last December when I came over and started making Ashes content. Last December was like the big fall off after the last update. So I left here and came over to Ashes towards the end of December. So again, I don't necessarily think New World should be used as a, you know, if we're post-launch, if we're in the same exact state as New World, we're cooked. Just the same way that New World was, just straight up. However, being at this state of affairs, this state of gameplay, this state of progression, at this state of development, with as long as we have in front of us. Now, granted, nobody really knows how long is in front of us in terms of the development cycle. Some people may tell you that Steven's tweet definitely means we're going to beta in 2026, rain, shine, or anything different. If you ask me, I'm gonna say that we're not launching or looking towards a launch until mid to late 2028. It all breaks down to who you ask, man. And honestly, it's never even guaranteed the game does launch. Maybe it just doesn't at some point in time. But what I can say is I have had 3,000-ish hours on stream, and I've enjoyed pretty much all of my time on stream while I've been here. I continue to learn more about Ashes. I continue to see more systems improve and more systems come to completion, not completion, but like come to fruition and get implemented over here and then improved upon further after they're implemented. So for me, I'm seeing more than enough to just hang out and see how it plays out. If somebody doesn't, then that's fine. But Zimpachi over on YouTube, what up, my dude? Are we having a good day? Confirm game sucks up hours. Yeah. I mean, you can put in so much time. Genuinely so much fucking time. If Tarkov can do a 1.0 release, this game 1,000 words I get. Also, people want to talk about Steam reviews. Tarkov's fucking massive. Do we want to talk about Tarkov's fucking Steam reviews? Because if we think Steam reviews just ruin a game, sure, Tarkov could probably be bigger if it didn't have any controversy around it whatsoever. But brother, you're never gonna have a game that satisfies 100% of the player base, no matter what, even upon completion. It can still be just fine in the long term. Been waiting for this since 2019. Yo, you're gonna stay waiting longer for the full launch, but December might be a good point to hop in if you're excited about play testing. It's still got a long way to go, Robert, but it's getting better every day. I'm waiting on wood to potentially come up. I think Ultra's trying to assemble some, and then we're gonna hop on a boat and sail around the Yompics for a little bit, because the tropics are dope as shit, and sailing's kind of chill. The tropics are also very, very, very... I don't know, I really like the tropics personally. I was a mayor out in Shorefoot back when times were simpler, and I had a pink griffin that I'd fly around on, and let me tell you, it was cinematic as fuck with this night sky. Back when I wasn't bound by these goddamn legs and all of this gravity, and everything was beautiful. Pink chicken, it was the best chicken. It was great. It did everything it could to transform. I'm getting emotional. Oh fuck, I can't even talk, dude. I get shaken up just thinking about it, man. I miss it. I miss it, Nin. Someday we'll be reunited. They didn't miss much from the Phase 3 roadmap, TBH. Just looking, and a lot was added that's not listed. Yeah, the roadmaps genuinely are not that far off. Do you eat it after? No. No, I did not eat it. It lived a beautiful, glorious life, and I handed it down. I'm gonna cry. To the next mayor. Because I forgot to sign up for the election the next month. So I'll have you know, the Asmongold rule is the PvP protection up to level 10. The Dusty rule is all of the very thorough outlining of the mayoral election process, where it specifically says voting begins, X begins, Y begins. It used to just say election begins in X hours. And I thought the election process included candidates signing up, and then the voting process started, and then the election happened. Turns out, you're supposed to register as a political candidate before the elections begin. I learned a lesson that day. Now, fortunately, after feedback, there were some amendments made to those notifications that says registration for mayor is now open. I've improved the state of ashes for everybody after me. Fuck ass mayor. Zombie forgot to pay his taxes and then lost mayor. Bro, I swear to God, I don't know why people keep voting cats in to run settlements and shit. We suck. I forgot to sign up for mayor. Zombie forgot to pay his fucking taxes and then got kicked out of mayor for fucking tax evading. Emu just randomly snuck into mayor of goddamn Sunhaven somehow for the flyer. I don't even know what Emu did for Sunhaven out there. I'm pretty sure Emu was trying to solo grind Sunhaven. Maybe we just make Emu mayor. Emu might be the only good one left. What about your PC? Oh, what are your PC specs? My PC specs are a 4080 Super and a 7800 X3D. Exclamation specs over on the Twitch side, but for whatever reason, my brain doesn't want to talk. Zombie is good at marrying. If somebody reminds him to pay his taxes, yeah, he's fine. If no tax reminder, no. Not at fucking all. It's a risk that we all have to take. The Nemo race tournament tailoring in the last days of SHOL 1.0. I'm pretty sure. Emu clutched the fuck up. Emu was transporting mats like crazy. Ugly hell, how are you, my boy? How does gathering work now? Well, you should be terrible. Trying to get iron or whatever. Oh, you're talking about gathering for like minables and shit, Riggedy? That was a few minutes ago, by the way, but just came across again. Sorry, I had to eat the rest of my fudge round. Do I still have my Microsoft Paint from this? I don't think I have my diagram at this point in time. Hold on. Oh, wait, I do. Haha. I have a diagram for everything. This was in my files. So, basically, you thought I wouldn't have a paint diagram for this? I have a paint diagram for this. It was in my files. It's labeled mining. So basically what you're looking at here, the old system for mining, you had every node type as a standalone. So you had your rocks, and then you had your gems, and then you had your metals. All of these were standalones. And what happened is everybody would just say, hey, yo, fuck those rocks, bitch. And then they'd go yoink, 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 yoink. And then what would happen is this spawn waiting would take over for respawns. And you would be much more likely to see these respawns coming in. Up here. That's black. Up here. You'd be much more likely to see this 70% weighted spawn. And again, the 70 is just for frame of reference to show that these are much more common. But over time, you would see this, your first run through, come back in, and that would be now circles. And then somebody would come through and they'd pillage these two, knock out one more, and then somebody would come through again, and they would pillage this one. Ads? Why? Chat. If anybody out there is looking for a really good time to drop 100 gifties, now is the time. The people are down horrendous. Some would say the best. Not the fucking tax man. The tax man would not say that Zombie is the best mayor. Actually, maybe the tax man really liked Zombie for mayor because the tax man got to evict Zombie from mayor. Is anybody in an ad right now? Or is everybody out of ads? Are we out of ads? May we resume? Pretty hyped for the new start with the summoner, liking the crafting and XP improvements. The grind was daunting for a test. Oh, Zimpachi, you checked it out over on the PTR? Yeah, I'm excited for the 2nd to the 10th as well, because the end of the SHOL event is tomorrow. They're gonna do that over on the live server. Then from there we go the 2nd to the 10th on the PTR. We should see in that time the questing and first time user experience stuff come to a better state where it's more ready for the 11th. I was a big fan of it. There were a few continuity problems that I ran into with the bonfire side in the anvils. Out in the Riverlands, there were also a few, I think they're called like corridor quests, but I call them bridge quests, where it basically says, hey, you've completed this area, please continue to this next area and talk to this person, and then that introduces you to new chains. There were a few of those continuity issues that I pointed out that I hope are sorted out before then, especially for new players. I do like that there are also off the beaten path options where, you know, for example, harbors. You can do some shit at harbors to get a nice bump of XP early on. There's actually a good amount that you can discover throughout the world. And if you know, then you know. And if you don't know, then you gotta figure it out at some point. And from the 10th, from the 2nd to the 10th, I'm gonna be trying to figure it out because everything's getting changed. So it's gonna lead to a whole lot of exploration. Drops felt way better. Oh my god, have you checked out the Destinies tab too? On top of the drops from level 1 to 10, the Destinies tab is fucking huge. My first time user experience route right now for the guild is shaping up to be level 7 to level 8 in about 25 minutes with the completion of the first steps tab. So we're getting like the con scroll, we're getting a chest piece, we're getting a weapon, and then we're getting some glint as well. So do we know if XP is changing yet for the Destinies? Nothing confirmed, but I would think that they'd tweak them a little bit. They've already done a pass on it once. I don't necessarily think the Destinies are supposed to be huge chunks of XP, but I don't think that they're supposed to be nothing either. So I would expect some more passes on that as it continues. They'll also presumably be at some point adding in higher tiers to that too, because we just have like the novice tab right now. And then once we go into apprentice tab, that'll presumably 10 to 20, well 10 to 19. Journeyman would be 20 to 29. So if they're able to add in even the apprentice tab, that may be enough throughput for players to feel like they've got something to look forward to. And right now, if they add an apprentice and journeyman, that covers us with those destinies all the way through current progression. Might be a big ask, but if that's in, that's huge. So there'll be still hopefully a lot more to come with those. I do really like the structure of that though. The additional gear that people are getting, the consistency of that. Oh my goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, I'm really excited. Gotta be fun to test this week coming up. It's gonna be exciting. There is always a little bit of a buzz in the air when there's any form of a launch associated with an MMO that you're playing. Whether you're a streamer, a community member, a player, whatever. There's always this excitement about it. Even when I was in New World at the worst of the times that New World ever had, there was always an excitement around these launches. And for me, I'm very happy because I fortunately am, I don't want to say I'm sane, but I'm aware of the state of how Ashes is. So I recognize that this doesn't mean that Ashes is now perfect. This is a step towards Ashes becoming what Ashes wants to be. This is the last of our primary archetypes, so now they can start working on the ranks to archetype abilities, and they can also start working on secondaries to bring in our fully completed classes. This is the start of the story arc system, which will put every server in a unique independent state of affairs. This is bringing in more true PvP with these Harbingers, and it's PvP that actually has an objective. So anybody that misses June Dark PvP, you're gonna love this because it's going to be more incentivized PvP than just sitting out in the Goondark waiting for somebody to come out and hit a boss once every 30 minutes. The Harbinger system presents endgame replayable content. The new movement changes take some getting used to, but for me as a melee player, I fucking love them. Time to kill, probably the hottest point of contention right now. I think it's a step in the right direction, pending how they bring in the adjustments for the next week. I hope they tune down the tankiness a wee bit, and then open up that door for explosions, but not too many explosions. So, I think there's a lot of good, I think there's a lot of bad with it. But I think that the good outweighs the bad, if I'm being completely honest. I think most of the bad that exists with Ashes is because it just needs more time for more systems to come in. If we look at questing, questing's not bad because the quests that exists aren't rewarding. Like, the quests that exist are very rewarding right now. Questing's bad because questing ends and you just run out of quests because they haven't built out the narrative enough. So, 11th they released a beta version. Does it mean all my progress gets wiped? No, so it's still not beta quite yet. It's just the early access version. Beta is going to be a little bit in the future. I would say a bit in the future, honestly. But there's a full wipe beforehand, so no character progression or anything like that will ever carry over. So it's going to be a new set of servers on the 11th. Big update coming in. There will probably be more wipes along the way before we go into beta, because I think it's going to be probably 2-ish years until we're in beta, but you'll see a lot of updates along the way. All right, it looks like my boat's on the way out. So real quick, we'll hit this. Prior to the changes for mining, you had all of these standalones. So rocks, gems, metals, and people would go through and they would just pluck out the high value ones and then they would just leave everything else. So what Intrepid did after was basically took these gem and metal spawns and they made them procs of basic rocks. So now you'll see a lot more basalt, a lot more granite. There are still some rare spawns that can be standalones that are that like, oh shit, I see this, and then you run over and grab it. There are still recognizable ones like that, but there are a lot of the gemstones and the rocks, or a lot of gemstones and metals in the rocks that have been obscured by that system. So now you'll be a lot more likely to run through, hit, and then that's going to help the world repopulate naturally. Because previously everyone would just go take these gatherables, and across the 70% threshold, you go through the first time and you're gonna take either 60 or 80% of the 5 that are here. So bam, 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 gone. That's your 70%. Second time, boom, and then third time, boom. Now it's all just basic gatherables. So then you have a shortage of iron, you have a shortage of everything. Now people come through, bing, bom, boom, 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 bop, bam, and then it repopulates in a meaningful way. So this is a huge improvement. There have been other improvements as well, especially to mining. Now you can take those rocks that you're hitting in the first place and you can gamba those rocks. You can break them down into sand, and sand has a chance to give you different like precious metals and shit like that. So you can take basalt, you can break that down into sand, and that has a chance to give you copper, zinc, tendonite, or coal. I want to say for the 4. Am I fucking that up? Copper, zinc, tendonite, coal? I don't do mining, just for perspective. I think that's a 4. Anyways, did Steven say about the stat changes that still need to come? Are we expecting them on December 2nd? Steven came by, and fuck, I wish I had his chat history. Hold on, I'll see if this works. Steven! If he's in chat, he'll usually say like, what's up or something. I don't think he's here though. I need his chat history. He came in at one point and gave an indicator that there would be another TTK pass coming this week to the PTR. Let me deploy my boat! How can I get his chat history if he's not in here? Chat, where's Aslan Gold where I need him? When I need him? I need to figure out how to pull up someone's chat history. Jolly! Shit, I'll take it. Yell for Steven, get a Jolly. Nice. Jolly, what are you doing on December 11th and why is it me? I mean Ashes. Stat changes from data obtained via the 1v1s are coming to PTR this week is the long and short of it. I'll show you the short of it. Yeah, that was basically it though. He came by and said something, because I was bitching about the TTK. I actually wasn't bitching, I was having a discussion. I don't mind the TTK. But we were talking about the TTK and he said there would be stat changes coming in based on the 1v1 tourney and the data that they got from that. Now, keep in mind, 1v1s are not the emphasis. But 1v1s pointed out some fucked up shit. Also, I pointed out some fucked up shit. You're welcome. So, there will be a TTK pass this week. When? We don't know. Gotta click their name in chat as far as I know. I know, it's fucking tragic. Ashes, yes? Wait, Jolly. Are you? Are you all set up in the guild Discord? Are you signed up for leveling groups? You must be. Did they ever showcase sport fishing? They didn't showcase it in a dev stream, but it is doable on the PTR right now. Well, not right now, but when PTR's up. I have sport fished a bit. It is a very fun and engaging minigame comparatively to the AFK fishing of times past. Basically, there are just different movements that the fish makes. You have to go to the spawn in the water. There will be like seagulls and shit around the spawn. You put your chummies in the water. Thogli, come sail with us. And then once your chummies are in the water, then from there, you cast your pole, fish will bite your pole, and then you have the battle against the fish. Fish moves in a certain direction. You pick one of your 4 fishing abilities to move your pole in a direction, and then you basically do damage to the fish. Eventually, fish dies, and if fish dies, then Thogli with the RP walk. You have to go out into the water to loot the fish. Did Thogli just fall in? Oh no! He fell off the fucking dock. Ultra, come through, my boy. It's time for another character screenshot. All right, so you go into the water and you grab your fish. Once you grab your fish, you put it on your back like a crate. So arcade sport fishing, literally arcade sport fishing. Yes, literally arcade sport fishing. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I didn't even play arcade, but I damn well know that it is heavily inspired by arcade sport fishing. Yes. Been married so long, nobody's bit my pole in a while. Brew, this could be your chance. You and your boys just get a big bucket of chummies together, and then you bring it out to the water, and you could have a fishing raid. You could have... Keep in mind, they're improving the boats as well, so what we're on right now is a Caravan. This is a mid-sized boat intended for about 8 people. We are getting the Corsair, which is a smaller, faster boat. The Corsair has 2 net ramps on the back of it, here and here, where if you interact with the net on the back, you go into this like kind of bear crawl animation on your character. It's a new animation for the PTR. And then there are also ladders on the side of the boat that you can interact with to kind of climb up the ladders. It's a little bit smaller, like I mentioned, but you can also put a radar on your boat, which will then have a beacon around you that's showing other boats in your UI. So you can go around with a radar on your boat and figure out where other people are. You can go hit their boat. That's going to be huge. Then there are fish tanks that you can place on the boats to have more fish capacity. So you fish up your fish, you either put it on your back as a crate or you put it in your fish tank on your boat, and then you can drive your boat or waddle your ass back all the way over to the harbor, and then you can sell those at the harbor and you can catch some money for it. So Is it worth doing for big, big? The dollary dues are absolutely insano style from it. Yes, the clams. I mean, I don't want to say absolutely insano style, but from what I've tested, the smallest size of fish in common rarity, which is, keep in mind, the baseline, was selling for like 50 to 80 silver a piece. That's really not bad considering you can have multiple fish on a boat at one time. You go over, you make a few gold a run. It's really not the worst. And keep in mind, that was with the smallest fish. That was with fry as a size. And that was with common as a rarity. So I'm assuming there's just like a, I don't know, like a fucking giant squid level fish that I can catch in legendary and then sell that bitch for 1,000,000 gold. Yo, Window Liquor, what up, dude? Thinking about buying this game when it comes to Steam. I don't know much about you, but based on your name, you'd be a pretty good fit for this community. I think you'd fit right in, dog. No other questions. If you're looking for an MMO, you know you're in the right place. This is Ashes of Creation. We are an MMO. It's a massive multiplayer online RPG. We have abilities and combat and town building and groups. You can play with multiple people, so then you know where to go because you can just follow them. Really good for people like us. So if you have any questions, dog, feel free to let me know. The price change is a really good hopping in point for new players. Has it changed much since the beginning of Alpha 2? Oh, God, yeah. Oh, my fucking... I mean, I'm on a fucking boat. First things first. This bitch wasn't into the start of Alpha 2. It is changed from the core element of progression. Granted, Ashes is always going to be mob grinding, right? So when I say that, I don't want to just say, like, this is, you know, night and day different. It's still Ashes. But the actual progression of Ashes and the actual work towards executing on the vision has 1,000% progressed since the start of Alpha 2. Bugs that existed in Alpha 2 do not exist anymore. Like early Alpha 2, P1, early P2, everything. It's come a long way. Good PvE, good PvE. I'm just cautious because it's either people love it or the game is trash. No, bro, honestly, I actually like this, dude. So this is one thing I talk about a lot here. I'm a daily Ashes content creator. I just dropped a YouTube video about my takes for new players or returners. So if you haven't popped over there to check that out or you haven't seen it, make sure to ! socials, pop over to the YouTube side as well. I multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube daily. It's Ashes all the time, 8+ hours of Ashes a day. So my YouTube video is my honest thoughts for new players that are looking to come in and just like a breakdown. No, you can yas here. No, that's fine. You hit me with that yas. No, that's fine. I don't drop YouTube videos very frequently. That's yas worthy. Yeah, no, I'm down. I'm down. So, I break down my thoughts a little bit more over there. Also, Oracle, thank you for the 3-day. But my honest feedback is that, personally, I'm in the middle of things. I'm someone that says there are good elements to Ashes and there are bad elements to Ashes because, at the end of the day, there are. I have about 3,000 hours this year on stream, and I happen to have the luxury of playing with the community. We have built a community from scratch over here. The guild is now one of the largest guilds in Ashes at this point in time. We do every bit of content in the game, from top-end PvP to having casuals and first-timers in the guild, and open the door for recruitment to literally every single player. So, on our end of things, we, and myself in particular, have a much different experience than solo players would. So I try to always keep that feedback from solo players and the people who aren't having the most fun in mind, in terms of the grand scheme of Ashes. So I talked a little bit about the positives and the negatives of what you're going to be looking at for the 11th in the video. More or less, just to give you perspective into my progression route, I'm going to be hitting a very efficient questing route. Excuse me. I'm going to be hitting a very efficient questing route to get started out, because questing has improved a lot since Alpha 2 started. A lot. Questing is now going to be your most efficient, probably like 1 to 8-ish. And then you break off in other forms of content. However, depending on what they do to the first time user experience, may take you further than that. So with that being said, questing is going to continue to improve. The solo experience will continue to improve. It's just being in a group is always going to be more efficient in Ashes. So with solo playability, it exists, but every system... Oh my God, I'm dying. Hold on. I need tea tonight. Every system is going to continue to get better. So basically, like, questing exists from a, you know, adventure to questing hubs, interact with NPCs, pick up quest, complete quest level. Sorry. My voice is already getting shot and I haven't even done the 24-hour yet. I need a lot of tea, boys. So, anyways, questing does exist from that standpoint. It does fall off a bit earlier than a lot of people would like it to, but that's primarily because it just hasn't expanded to further questing hubs, expanded to other biomes yet, and it's going to do that at a certain point. Now, once that questing falls off, you can, however, go to towns. You can pick up commissions there. There's a lot that you can actually do. Do you like being PvP'd non-consensually? I mean, I personally don't give a shit, because if somebody comes up to me and hits me, I'm just going to turn around and smack the shit out of them and then take their shit. I personally think, like, corruption is a natural element of something like this where it's going to happen. I'm not somebody who's going to just walk up to somebody and, you know, corrupt on them or gank them or especially mob train onto them or anything like that. I'm much less of a, you know, opportunistic ganker type beat, but is definitely some people's preferred methods of gameplay. I don't necessarily think that just walking up to people in non-consensual PK is like PvP, so to say, as much as I, you know, agree that walking up to somebody and shooting them is not mixed martial arts, but to each their own. People can have their own thoughts on things. I'm just not much of a, like, non-consensual PvPer in terms of, do I want to jump somebody? I'd get more fun out of them knowing I'm there, us jump checking each other, and then fighting. But that's also just personal preferences. There will be times where I jump somebody when we catch them inopportune. You'll absolutely see me on December 11th during the leveling grind. We will settings check groups, and we will absolutely cook them if their settings go up. Core element of the game, being able to non-consensual PvP and take their stuff. I enjoy that. Well, keep in mind, non-consensual PvP isn't going to lead to you actually taking valuable things. If you're non-consensually killing somebody, not going to get their items. You're going to get a small percentage of their materials, and you're going to risk losing your items. So it's not going to be an element of, I'm non-consensually PvPing for profit. You're going to non-consensually PvP for loss. And Steven's iterated, it's always going to be a very, very, very core loss gameplay loop if you are trying to just PK people. And there's really not going to be a way to consistently avoid that. Now, the best thing you can do is try to have a corruption squad with you where you have at least one person that's not actively in your guild, and then they kill you once you corrupt, and then they grab your stuff and try to distribute it back to you once you get it. But that also runs the risk of somebody else seeing where you're at. That also runs the risk of somebody seeing where you're at and then coming over and yoinking your loot before your friends can get to it. So there's a lot that can go wrong with it, and it's absolutely a core element of the game. Don't get me wrong there, but will I corrupt on somebody and risk losing my shit for 25% of their materials? They'd have to have a lot of materials, damn near guaranteed. So, Edmaster over on YouTube, what up, dog? Been hearing about this game for some time, but never looked into it. How would you describe it, and is it comparable to anything else in the MMO space? Very inspired by ArcAG, like ArcAG and those general social sandboxy leaning MMOs. A lot of people that were like Lineage players, that were like MO2 players, UO players, get a lot of familiarity from that. Combat wise, it's a tab target base with, I have my UI off right now. It's a tab target base with stamina management systems included in them, so I can dodge, I can block, I can sprint, and all of those will impact evasion, mitigation, movement stats, and shit like that. So in terms of the combat system, it's a little bit modernized comparatively to a traditional tab target. You can also hit comma at any time. You can go to like an action combat camera. It's not a physics-based projectile camera, but it's a reticle nonetheless. Still a target lock reticle, but still a reticle. So systems-wise, you've got this very large world that has a lot of different towns. Towns are leveled up to different tiers through player progression. You're leveling your character. You're also leveling your server. As a town levels, it unlocks more building plots in the town. Each building plot can have a building placed in it. However, you have to specialize your towns in certain elements because, like, not every town can support all 22 of these trade skills that are already in the game. So you have to communicate with multiple towns and coordinate with your mayors across multiple towns to execute all of the proper building, and you have to grow the entire server so the server itself gets access to gathering, refining, and crafting so everybody can kick the shit out of each other with the best stuff. Then you're going to PvE to PvP. You're going to mob grind to level to get baseline drops before crafting's available, and then you're going to mob grind to get recipes. Those recipes you'll give to your crafters. Those crafters will make you your best shit. Once you have your recipes on your crafters, you're going to want to gather and refine the materials that you get in high rarity. Anything that you see that I'm wearing that's green or blue was dropped. Anything that's heroic or legendary was crafted. The highest rarity stuff and the best shit always comes from crafters and ashes unless you have the god luck. Now, even with the god luck, you're not going to get a full set of legendaries, epics, or even heroics. You will be using crafting if you want the best gear. So it's all very player to player intertwined. Everything from consumables to gear to caravans to the boat that I'm on. Player to player made. Everything in Ashes is intended to be player facilitated, player made, player driven, social sandbox leaning game. Now, there is a little bit of linearization with it, and as more systems come online, there will also be more of the accessory systems. So, like, we'll eventually have an instant, an instanced arena. So with that arena, we'll be able to get arena matches. That'll be great. We'll just be able to play arenas against other groups for PvP. Right now, it's all open world. So if you want PvP, you've got to go around and you've got to try to find it. So essentially what you're looking at there is right now there's nobody on. The wipe is coming very soon. The new servers come up on the 11th of December. Tomorrow is the end of this server, and then it goes kaput, and then it's down for 10 days as we test the changes before they come in for the 11th. So it's a very quiet set of circumstances before the new server actually comes about. And this is a calm before the storm. Being able to sail around the world with the boys and not get cooked and not get absolutely fried and boarded right now. My good golly gosh. Good golly gosh. How big can a group PvP be? How big can a PvP group be? Raid sizes are 40, but through a few different systems, you can honestly go to an ungodly high number of players. The highest gameplay system right now, as chat said, is 100 versus 100 for settlement sieges. But keep in mind, it's open world, so there's no limit on the size. So what you're looking at is settlement versus settlement wars, enabling PvP between citizens of those two settlements within the boundaries of those two settlement areas. So if I'm a citizen in Winstead, you're a citizen in Miraleth, and we declare war on each other, then we can fight each other within those two areas. If I'm running a caravan and a bunch of people opt in to defend my caravan and then a bunch of people opt in to attack the caravan and then a lot of people just keep showing up, you could very easily surpass that 100 versus 100 number for open world PvP. Very easily. Now, Ashes is every bit an element of a Zerg possible game, but there are also anti-Zerg mechanics. There's no fast travel. There's no teleportation. There is no just blipping around the map instantly. So if I have a Zerg, but my Zerg is all around the map doing their own shit, and I try to get them all in the same place, there's going to be a response time. There's like a Minuteman militia element to it. You need to be able to have a lot of people. Your people need to be geared and need to be good at the game, or they're just going to be free farm. And you need to be able to have your people localized in the right place at the right time so you don't get caught out. Because if you get caught lacking, it doesn't matter if you're the strongest guild in the game or the worst guild in the game. Things can change very quickly. You can always get jumped because there is a guild versus guild declaration system where another guild could declare war on you. So there's a lot that can happen. One person Zerg is another leader's army. Yes, Sirski. Yes, Sirski. And in Ashes, you will very frequently find that guilds are willing to all call just to have a little more comfort in something. Because the second we start to lose control over an area, if you try to come in and contest my guild in like Steelbloom or in Carfin, and you come in with 2 groups and I have 1 group, I'm gonna call 40. And I'm gonna make sure that I have enough people where you're discouraged and you're not feeling like calling more. Now, once I call 40, you could also say, hey, let's go do another POI and find Dusty's other people and then jump them. Because we're gonna have 40 that are grinding elsewhere. You could play the game off of that. You could see that we have multiple guilds and declare on one of our off guilds and try to jump our backup players, like our alts and our casuals. And then we have to respond with our own guild versus guild deck from main guild. So a lot of guilds will have multiple guilds within their community. The highest guild size right now is 200, but there will be crafting guilds, there will be PvP guilds, there will be multiple guilds within the structure of a comp. So if somebody decks on our crafting guild, you bet your sweet bippy we're coming back ASAP with a deck of our own on their main guild, and then we're also going to keep that in the back of our mind and jump their crafting guild when it's opportune for us. We will absolutely get our get back at some point. It's just a matter of when. And that's part of the beauty of the open world system. The storyline and the content can actually generate itself the more that you are on the server. A lot of people will come in and they say, why would I play arenas? What am I going to fight over? Honestly, as much as I'm excited for arenas, that's the question with arenas. In the open world, you're always going to fight over something. You're going to fight over a mob, you're gonna fight over a gatherable, you're gonna fight over beef because somebody hit your caravan or somebody said something wrong to you. Arenas have leaderboards in most games. Yeah, and in Ashes, keep in mind, arenas will have leaderboards associated with the PvP seasons. There'll be 6-month-long PvP seasons where you can get rewards, and there's all that, which is great. But in Ashes, one thing that I always try to explain to people too, we're not an instance-heavy game over here. We're not gonna, as players, have a lot of instancing at all. Arena's reward for us is being able to say, I want instance content now and I want PvP now. And get it. Because that's where you're gonna... Ultra! Ultra no! Brother fell off. Is he drowning? Oh no, he's good. Okay. We had a man overboard. I think he's good. I think everybody's fine. I see... How many do we have? Is he... Did we lose one? I don't see anybody in the water. I'm gonna just keep going. People got mounts. If they don't have mounts, that's their own fault at this point. I see no body. I stop no boat. Game looks so beautiful. Bro, the number of people that come in and they're like, Dusty, this game looks like fucking dog shit. I'm not even kidding, bro. I'm playing with my settings. Are you in the water still or are you good? There are genuinely people that will just come in and be like, Dusty, this game looks like ass. Why do you play this game? And I'm like, A, it's in a fucking alpha. Relax, dog. B, give us some time. But yeah, this is with cinematic everything except for global illumination. Global illumination is on high. Global illumination also can be a bitch on your frames. So if you're ever running super harsh, you can turn global illum like lower. And that'll help frame scaling a lot. But cinematic really hasn't been that taxing to run. I will say the one thing about cinematic that pisses me off, I don't normally run cinematic settings. I have been, so... Did y'all just see that World Odyssey right there? Hold on, I'm throwing this ship in reverse. Don't mind the fact that I'm reversing a ship right now. A sailboat, in fact. I don't want you guys to worry about this physics at all. I just want to look at what just happened with the water here. That was some weird render. Beep, beep. They should make me look over my shoulder when I'm backing up the boat. Also, if anybody was actually immersed, I want you to know, I can't see jack shit. I am legitimately... Are you steering that thing solo? I am steering this thing on vibes alone. I can't see. I am staring directly at the fucking wheel. I can't even reach the top of the wheel, dude. I'm down here at the bottom of the fucking wheel just trying my best and hoping we don't hit anything. I have no fucking clue what's going on right now. I'm shocked the boat's even floating still. Everything's fine, though. We need step stools. I've always thought they should make, when a dwarf is trying to drive a boat, they should make me stand on another character's back. So like somebody else has to piggyback me or like get on their hands and knees and it's like a team up interaction. There's gotta be something though. Cause like this doesn't even look legit, bro. I am actually just staring at the fucking steering wheel. Just get a crate to stand on. What if they just make me kind of like, oh. What if they make me hang off the top of it, where I like grab the top and then I'm like, just trying to spin it really fast with my whole body. That could be valid as fuck. But yes, this is ruining my immersion. Dog shit game. Not ready for Steam early access, bro. I swear to fucking God. It's crazy. Oh, also, just for perspective. Just for perspective. The game also starts looking better with the update on the 11th too. Who this? What the hell? Oh, it's Gibby. The lighting gets a substantial pass with the PTR build. There are some texture passes as well, I believe, but the game starts looking a lot better with the 11th build. The PTR build right now is just fucking beautiful comparatively. And this is already, I played a lot of different games in my time. I have grown up and spent my entire life gaming. I know that sounds nerdy to say. Brother, I play video games full time. I embrace it. I am a fucking nerd. I am absolutely 1000% a nerd. This is a beautiful ass game. I know I'm just sailing around the world right now, but for an alpha title that has not put their emphasis on that visual polish yet, and them to just be like, oh yeah, this is just a step along the way. Everything from like how the water is actually splashing off the front of the boat and it's like coming off the side with these small little splashes. There are just so many small elements of Ash's graphic design that really, really, really encourage me for the future. If they're already going this hard with certain elements, sure, there are going to be things in development that don't look the greatest. We have legitimately fucking assets that are just not finished yet. Of course, when the June Dark came in, all of the trees in the Goonie were like 4 feet tall, bro. If I was walking through a goddamn jungle in the Goondark, I would have had to go like this to get through. And then everybody was like, hey, can we get these trees a little bit taller? And they put a patch note out that was like, hey, we literally made all the trees taller. Well, things get better. It's unfucking believable. Unflappable. It is phenomenal. It's just wild. Boat shouldn't have reverse. This boat has reverse. We have a lot of momentum over there. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. For the people that are worried if there will be PvP, there will be a shit ton of PvP like guild versus guild. All PvP people will go to the PvP guilds. So in war times, they can run around and hunt people for the drops. People aren't gonna drop a lot though, in all fairness. And if it's a PvP guild during a PvP, like during a guild war, they're gonna be fighting other guilds. And PvP guilds also only have 3 decks at a time, and then those go on an 18-hour like declaration recharge. Settlement wars are always going to be subject to happen, but also keep in mind from that sense, Jordan, over on YouTube, if you are a citizen of a settlement that has a war declared on it and you don't want to participate, you can just leave your citizenship, like just renounce your citizenship and no longer be a citizen of that settlement, and then you're not involved in the war anymore. So there are a few opt-ins that you can, like opt-in, opt-out systems, where you can adjust the amount of PvP that you do actively get. There will definitely be a lot of PvP in the world, but there's also that element of like, if I am walking through a city and I see 2 homeless guys fighting for a cigarette, that doesn't mean I have to fight the homeless guys for a cigarette. I can just let them have their cigarette, and then I can just keep walking. If you see 2 PvP guilds kicking the shit out of each other, you might stay and watch and record it and send it to bum fights, but you're probably not going to get involved unless you really want that cigarette that they're fighting over. And then you might try to throw in, you know, a couple punches here and there. Phoenix, I hope you've had a beautiful day, my friend. It's like $600 worth of RAM right now. Bro, RAM is more expensive than my Honda Civic at this point in time. I swear to God. How's performance? Performance is usually really solid. I mean, FPS wise, keep in mind, I'm on full cinematic right now. And then you also have the element of global illumination. Right now, I'm running like 70, low 70s. If I put my global illum on medium, that's instantly going to bump me up to 80 plus. And then if I were to adjust the rest of my settings, like I usually run 144-ish, just because I cap at 144 in my display as well. Oh, well, I'm supposed to be. That reset. Then in my NVIDIA software, I also run 144 cap, so I don't push up above that. I like to run stable 144. I could push higher if I wanted to, but I run low and medium settings most of the time. But right now, even with Global Illume back on high, I'm sitting mid 70s FPS with all of these assets rendered in. Now, the worst thing about the build is that there's a little bit of a stutter here and there. It is Intrepid's highest priority, well, one of their highest priorities, to get the stutters worked out for game feel prior to December 11th. I've received direct word from them. So, what's our CPU and GPU? Exclamation specs for a full list. I run a 4080 Super and a 7800 X3D, but exclamation specs will get you a full list of the behemoth. It's not that great. It's kind of like a Honda Civic of a PC as well. How many Firefox tabs can you have open with all that RAM? Jesus fucking Christ. Brother runs Chrome. All right, hold on. I'll be right back because I have to pee again. And I'm going to fill up my water one more time. Un momento. Did we hit anything? All right, hold on. We're back. We're so up. Exclamation ashes for good. I appreciate you next. Our gauge from 2013 has better water texture. Shit, I didn't play Arcade from 2013, but if they got a better water texture and that's what makes or breaks the game for you, then enjoy, brother. Now, I will say, this water texture is a whole hell of a lot better than it used to be. But it's also going to continue to get much better as it goes. Something changed. What changed? Do I look high? Dude. Do I smell like weed? What? You making me paranoid. Always. Where waves? They're shy. They sensed that you were going to be a meanie pants. So they went away. They were here before you got here, though. Apologize to the waves and they'll show back. No, there'll be more like water textures and shit. Very flat, no waves. It's all a myth. There are no waves. I'm actually in a bowl of jello right now. No, so, Ash's water is, like, you see there are, like, some little tail waves back there. But it doesn't have passive, like, waves washing on shores. But there are also different, like, water flow I guess, like levels and shit as well. So right now we're out in the open ocean. So there's not necessarily a current that's just making it, well, actually, kind of. But there's not really like this massive element of like high tide, low tide stuff going in quite yet. It's more so the water exists, so everything is good. When you go down to the rivers, though, you can actually see, especially in the riverlands, where some of the rivers are very like windy and have a bunch of bends and curves, that there are different rates at which the water flows, and you can see different directions of everything along the way. So that's cool too. But it's all preference, dog. Nice freeze. It's a stutter. They're working on it. So, can I ask you a question? Do you just not like Ashes? Would you prefer to play something other than Ashes? Because, I'll be real. If you have questions about Ashes, then I'm happy to answer. But if you just don't like Ashes, then no one here is going to force you to like Ashes, dog. I'll talk about all the problems with you. You ain't got to bring hating ass bitch energy in here, though. Like, if you actually have questions, I'm more than happy to help. But if you just want to come and be like, wow, Arcade was better, then go play Arcade. I don't care what Sorrow IRL does. I don't fucking give a shit. Go do what you want to do, man. I want to be over here playing Ashes, so I'm going to play Ashes. If you don't want to play Ashes, then don't play Ashes. If you think it's ugly, then that's fine. If you think I'm ugly, then that's fine. I don't fucking care. They're launching the game on December 11th, so I want to see what they're launching. Well, you heard the wrong thing. The game is getting an update on December 11th, and it's now launching through Steam, but it's still going to be in development, so it's not a full launch. So, I know it's alpha, but it looks fun. I guess all I hope is the percussion is good, and there are things to keep me playing after the 11th. I think from the system standpoint that is currently in, if you're cool with progressing through multiple means at different paces, right? So if you are someone who's coming in for a first time and you want to explore and you want to do different shit and you want to gather and refine along your way and try to craft some things and find random quests that are out and about, and you want to help build the towns and you want to be a true first-time player, you will unironically have a few hundred hours of content, even with as much lacking as is lacking from Ashes. The progression right now will leave you in a state where you find quests early on, and as you progress through those quests, the quests will eventually taper off and you'll find fewer quests available. And then, from there, you'll shift to more of a mob grindy state for now until they work on more questing. Now, mob grinding is also probably going to be more efficient, especially once you get a baseline gear set and you can kill efficiently, and if you get ahead of the curve through questing. So, a glimpse of my progression and what we're planning for my guild. We're going to have multiple different 8-person static groups that are going out and are leveling together to try to pump as fast as humanly possible. So, we're going to be starting out with a questing progression to get up to as close to level 8 as we can efficiently. If we can get up past level 8, then that's phenomenal. The higher the better, but we want to be basically in and out in under 30 minutes and then off to mob grinds. So once that starts, our goal is to just stay ahead of the curve and pump up to 25. That's going to be our entire emphasis. Again, that's just the most brain dead brute force way to do it. Quest, get ahead, pump mobs. GG, well played. Now you can also level through gathering, processing materials that you did gather, and crafting shit. However, that's going to be much slower than mob grinding. You can find commissions that are in towns, which are basically town boards that you can run. If commissions are completed a certain number of times, then you're able to get buffs up for the town as a whole that work for everybody in that zone of influence. So there's a good amount that you can actually do that will be different rates of progression. It's just a matter of how quick do you want to go and how much do you want to just no-life it, right? So my progression with this being my 4th time leveling on a server start is way different than my progression my 1st time leveling. I know more, I have optimized more, and my personal intent and goal is to optimize more and more and more as one of the heads of this community to help represent the PvP side, where we can then get more people involved in PvP and the top end content of Ashes, and hopefully help our guild just continue to develop. Now, we also need people that are no-lifing the crafting. We need people that are no-lifing gathering and processing and PvEing and logistics and running caravans and crates and planning the settlement. Ashes needs it all. and we're building for it all. We truly are. So it's a cool thing for myself, and it's also a cool thing for a lot of people in the community to have that full community sense already. So with the Harbinger update, they showcase their foundation to create some world impacting quests. Oh yeah, the story arc system is going to be phenomenal. And one cool note about the story arcs that I really like is it brings in unique sets of circumstances. I see you on your ship. I'll be loving my ship, Cairo. I'll be loving my ship. So, are you playing Skull and Bones? The first quintuple A MMO ever to come out. I swear. We're gonna be up to a sextuple MMO. Holy shit. You won't let me get off the game this time? Yeah, no, you're grinding. Carla's quitting every other thing. So, to add, you can get rich easy if you focus on breeding mounts, but your leveling will be too slow. Okay, well, let's also clarify you're not breeding the mounts yourself. Let's just, I will always throw out this disclaimer 100% of the time. You are not the one that's breeding the mounts. You will hunt mounts. Breeding's not even in right now. You just hunt them and then you give them to the animal husbandrist. You're not doing anything to the mounts yourself. You just... This guy just mentioned Skull and Bones. Oh no, said Vito. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, also, since we're talking about Skull and Bones, cool element of Ashes too. The aquatic mounts will give underwater breathing. Well, already do give underwater breathing. So say I'm out on my boat and I have a bunch of fish in my fish tanks. You could basically pull up with Summit and the rest of the fucking pirate crew, and then you guys could just jump onto my boat from underwater and then steal my fish and then make off on your underwater mounts with my fish on your back as crates and bandit my shit. And then you could just have a getaway boat somewhere nearby. There will absolutely be that element of gameplay going out. Now, low key, I think I have a good ass idea. Ask Steven when the ladders will be done. Ladders are already in. Yeah, they're on the Corsair. So the Corsair has 2 ladders in the back right here and then ladders on the side that you can interact with and climb. The ladders on the back are like these little rampy ladders, and when you interact with them, your character goes into a bear crawl and crawls up them. So it's nice. Yo, shows, what up? Anyone know if anyone knows it'll be free monthly sub until the game will be released after 11 December? Will I need to pay monthly sub? No sub until the game's fully out. Yeah, what Soggy Waffle said. Soggy, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. No matter how long the launch goes as well. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, Soggy Waffle sounds like a goddamn incognito name. I swear to God, that's gotta be like LeBron James or some shit. That's not just a randomly inspired name. And that's too knowledgeable of a response. A first-time chat that's actually correct information. I'm on to you, Soggy Waffle. Who are you? What are your powers? None of the game had Sea of Thieves heisting. Yeah, you can't draw a cock on somebody's map yet, but this is going to be a big start of it. Now, you'll notice right now we just have the cannons on the side of the boat. This is going to be the first pass on the... Just you're looking for positive content? I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for answering question 2 while I was mid-yap. Sometimes I get off on these big yaps. I appreciate you coming through, dude. Wait, are you LeBron James? You didn't deny being LeBron James. Chat, what are the Lakers doing right now? What the fuck? Chat, it's LeBron James. Potion launcher? You shut the hell up. It's a goddamn cannon. Yes, it's a potion launcher. But with the 11th, they're bringing in... This is the Caravan. It's like a mid-sized ship that's meant for roughly 8 people. The Corsair is a smaller ship meant for fewer people. And then from there, they're also bringing in a rowboat. Obviously, another level of smaller ship. Rowboats are much smaller than these and much slower. However, the rowboats are fucking adorable. Let me just throw that out there publicly. It is scenic as hell to see somebody just on one of the rivers in the Riverlands just rowboating around slow as hell. Dude, it's so cool. I saw the rowboats on the PTR. Yo, Raging Rana, thank you for the follow. Much love. I saw the rowboats and I was just like, I smiled. It was so adorable and so aesthetic. If I'm not doing much, I'm literally just gonna like row my ass around. So Lakers are enjoying having Luka. My map shit the bed there. At least they got Cooper now. And at least they're not trying to run Cooper at fucking point like the Bucks did with rookie Giannis. Holy shit. Bro, I swear to God. Keep in mind, I'm a main boy, so we love Cooper over here. Cooper is our king. Cooper will be just fine. You guys will get good value out of my Koopy. Grand Theft Auto, Ash is a creation. Yo, if you could steal somebody's boat, it would be absolutely insane. But you're also getting more boat augments that are coming in. So that's kind of what I was getting at. So right now we only have the potion launchers. We have a boat radar that's coming in. So this is all stuff that's going to be in for the 11th as well. So the boat radar is going to scan and reveal other boats that are nearby. You can steal rowboats. Yeah, that's true. Bro, I swear to God, Bard, get off the stage somebody and then steal their rowboat. But yeah, so you'll have the radar that's going to scan around you and reveal other boats that are in your area. You'll have your fish tanks that you can put on. What else is there? You have to like make the different components as well right now. So they're getting a little bit more in depth with the boat crafting. Right now it's just make a hull and then you're good. But they're introducing sail types. They're introducing different hull types. So they're getting much more in depth with the boat system. The boat system and the naval content is supposed to be a standalone. Any idea if they're going to let you upload images to have on your sails like Arcade? There's been discussion of it, but every time there's discussion of it, I always bring up the fact that penis. And then we always say, yeah, maybe not. Because, like, definitely penis. So unless you have somebody manually reviewing all of the sails, then, like, you're gonna have some heinous shit. You're gonna have, like, penises and a bunch of other things and people writing shit and, like, yeah, probably not a good idea. I wouldn't be able to actually sail around the world with the odds of a peen. They'd probably have to charge and have someone manually reviewing. RIP to that person. That person's gonna have to wade through more cocks than an Omegle session, bro. Oh no. Uzi, thank you for the hydrate. What are the mechanics of summoning and desummoning a boat? If I'm on my boat fishing and I see an incoming boat, can I desummon the boat in water and summon way underwater on a water mount? You cannot. So you have to dock your boat at harbors throughout the world. So harbors will be denoted on your minimap by a neutral area and then that little harbor icon. So in the tropics, you have one here and then up here. In the anvils, you'll have one right here next to Kaltorum. There's one up here on the top right-hand corner of the desert, one here inland of the desert, and one here in the Riverlands. So there are, oh wait, there's one here in the tropics, or in the June Arc as well. So 2 in the June Arc. So there are plenty of harbors throughout the world. And these are neutral areas that'll have a caravan person, a boat person, and then they'll also have storage people there for you. So you can do a little bit of everything out of those harbors. It's not necessarily set up like a full town is, nor is it player ownable. But if you get within range of those harbors, then you can dock your boat. Other than that, can we use near harbors or in shallow water? I want to see if I can get this to dock outside of a harbor because it says in shallow water, but I've never got it to actually dock outside of in shallow water. Or, sorry, outside of harbors. I wonder if I could maybe get this weird, but I don't think the in shallow water actually does anything at this point in time. Pretty sure you've got to just go to the harbor itself. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're cooked. Boats also have a little bit of an inventory to them, so you'll be able to put some crates and shit there. There'll be some natural storage. Can't on shallow water. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to make sure nothing was being weird with it. Because I always like to verify. Just as a short? Right, right. Well, because I looked at the thumbnail and it said, can be used near harbors or in shallow water. And I was like, weird. I don't remember the shallow water part of it. So I wanted to just triple check real quick to make sure that we weren't missing anything. Because that would have been a new evolution to everything. Instead of dying and turning to ash, you should show up as a dead body so you can see all the dead bodies floating in the water. So, question. Would you rather Intrepid sell a transmog, a skin in the skin store, that is an on-death effect whenever you die or whenever you kill somebody? So say it's like on-death effect, Phoenix comes up from your ashes or something like that, or it's like confetti. Would you rather have it be on your death or when you kill somebody that the effect happens? Me personally, I would buy an on-death effect where when I killed somebody, it made their ashes pop like confetti. That would be very nice. Because I usually kill somebody with like a very cinematic ability. My death, kill somebody, allow me to plant a banner into the ash pile. That would actually be kind of clean. The ash pile just has a banner with your name on it or something, or like your character portrait. That'd be kind of clean. Something to try to make people feel bad when I die. So are you suggesting a Fortnite take the L emote? Because mayhaps a take the L would not be the worst thing in the world. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe we don't go down this route. When I kill, I don't die, so I'd never see it. Yeah. I haven't seen you yet. I would definitely rock both. Although they wouldn't be able to do both. They would only be able to do one type. So what do we think they would be better off selling? Do you think they would make more money from a when you kill somebody else or from a when you die? Because I would still buy a when you die, but my when you die would probably be different than when I kill somebody. When I kill somebody, I want like a big cinematic thing. When I die, I want it to be low-key as shit. Can I not turn into ashes when I die and just like be invisible? I like the New World Crouch. Have you seen the ashes teabag? Oh my god, you fucking drop it down. Hold on, look. Yeah, you get 1000% teabag and ashes still. You drop that shit right down on their foreheads. It is violent. So you can still get them. You can still give it to them and show them what's up. Griefer? Oh, dude. If I kill you, you're gonna hear about it. Abso-fucking-lutely. And if you kill me, you're gonna hear about it. Yo, Mergen over on YouTube, what up? Are there any race bonuses? There are no racial bonuses right now. There is a race and a background portion. So the racials will be tied to something in the long term that will be more of a complementary bonus somewhere along the way that won't tie to character power. And then your background tab is more of a, you know, diversification past races. Those will have impacts on your abilities, augmenting some of them either visually or maybe functionally, but that's more of an out there in the future thing. As of right now, it doesn't impact anything other than if you are a Dunir or a Nakuin. Dunir males and Nakuin females can flip. So that's kind of a racial bonus if you really break it down. Nobody else can flip. So if you like flipping when you jump, would definitely recommend Booba Nakuin Dwarf. We have Titty Slider, albeit relatively small one compared to Aeon 2. I was making some chesty characters and then Aeon 2 came along and completely reinvented what it was to be a titty game. So 07 to Aeon 2 really smacked us around there. However, way less predatory monetization over here, surprisingly. Given how volatile some of the reactions are, monetization over here really isn't that bad. So it's because they needed the natural movement to roll down the anvil safely. Jesus Christ. I want my death to be a phoenix and my enemy's death to be a pile of worms going into the ground. I would want like a confetti death if I killed somebody. I think that would be the coolest one. If I could pick one, what else would I do? I really feel like a confetti death would be cool as shit, where it's like a like you have like the party noise that goes out and then it's just like a pop from like one of the party horns. I think that would be what I picked. People probably wouldn't like that for Ash's immersion though. That would break immersion so fucking hard. Like a phoenix would go along with their world building. Mine's just so out there because I'm an idiot. And I think like big puffs of confetti are satisfying. I think it'd just be a cinematic way to dunk on somebody. My immersion, I know. Exploding ducks? See, that's where it all goes downhill. Once people start exploding into ducks and confetti piles, people's immersion is going to be gone. Somebody asked Steven if skins would break immersion in the long term. And he said something along the lines of, we're going to have fun seasonal stuff. Like they have Santa hats in the game right now. Which I don't have a Santa hat on this character, by the way. Kind of pissed off about that. Anyways, they have Santa hats, so that's cool. They'll do more holiday stuff, but he said you weren't going to see people running around in shorts and a hoodie and just vibing that way. So it's nice that they're valuing the immersion a little bit. I think that may lower my chances of seeing an on-death confetti effect at some point in time, but god damn it, I'm willing to sacrifice it. Hoodies is Rogue Drip. Don't fucking lie to yourself. Rogue Drip is a Cheeto-stained white t-shirt that's 2 sizes too small and a pair of sweatpants that you haven't washed in 6 days, mismatched socks, and then New Balance shoes. Don't you fucking lie to yourself. You wear the right goddamn Rogue Drip and you'd be happy about it. That's under the hoodie. The hoodie's to cover the Cheetos. You get more Cheetos underneath in the hoodie pocket. God damn it. We need pirate hats. Cats with pirate hats is going to be our naval combat guild eventually. Because our community is just going to keep expanding. I'm going to be completely honest. We recruit every new player that wants to join regardless of what your goals are. PvP, PvE, casual, competitive, anything. We accommodate every form of gameplay. We will unironically, by the time Ashes launch, I pledge to you on this day, have cats with pirate hats that is a guild fully with the intent of going out on boats and shit. It will be a pirate RP-ass guild, I swear to God. Are there raids and stuff in this game? There are currently 2 open world, what are called grand dungeons, which is like our largest build out of dungeon. There are a lot of points of interest and there are a lot of pocket dungeons. Pocket dungeons and points of interest are usually 8-person served, unless it's something like a Steel Bloom, a Carfin, or a Forge. However, there are also world bosses. There are going to be the Harbinger system coming in. The Harbinger systems basically bring in these open world corrupted areas that are force flag lawless PvP with these huge events where you have to fight back against corrupted bosses and, you know, different mob types, elite mobs, mini bosses. You can delve deeper into the corrupted areas. If the corrupted area, if the corruption event succeeds and players don't stop it because people are PvPing or they're just not killing shit, then the corrupted area expands and consumes more of the open world. So that'll require a raid pretty much all the time if you're trying to go there. So pretty much anything can be done in a raid, but it's all open world. So there's an element of I can bring 40 people to whatever, but is it worth it to have 40 people? That's a big thing. Super out of the loop. I just saw this being released on Steam. Yeah, I got you. So basically what we're in right now is the last phase of the alpha. And what that essentially means is they're trying to get the game feature complete before they ship into their betas. The betas are going to be 2 short betas that are built around a final coat of paint and polish. So you'll hear alpha being talked about a lot. Right now, just for the full terminology, we're in alpha 2 phase 3. This is the final phase of the alpha that doesn't really have an end date. It's an until it's done type set of circumstances. So when they get the game near feature complete to the point that they want it to be at, where they feel like it's almost ready to ship, they'll announce that we're moving into the beta. The betas will also be covered under the early access canopy. Early access basically just means the rest of development at this point in time. So we're still in dev and we still have a lot of Ashes left to come. There are core systems that represent a big chunk of percentage that still need to get fleshed out, but there are also some very important core systems that are already in and are functioning quite decently. So everything will continue to improve, everything will change, more systems will come in, but we already have a very large playable world. I am right now just sailing around, hanging the fuck out. We're just doing a little chill route with it. So this is just, you know, the calm before the storm. This is going to be the chillest gameplay that you could possibly have, and there are going to be no people on right now because there are brand new servers coming out on the 11th, and those brand new servers are going to bring a big update and a whole lot of people. So what's the content available now? So right now, not a ton other than getting in a boat and just fucking around for funsies or transporting crates on your boat, but the ocean does make you force flag lawless, like PvP state. So on the December 11th update, they're bringing in sport fishing. Sport fishing is a new, well, I guess you could fish at sea, but sport fishing has these spawn points throughout the ocean and throughout freshwater areas where I'm screenshot farming. Yo, I love that. I love that, Ultra. Sport fishing brings in these like spawns that'll have boats and stuff populating the area around them. and you chum the water there, and then you fish from those areas. It brings up like a mini game type fishing mode where you've got to counter the fish's movements to do damage to it, kill the fish, swim out, get your fish, put it on your back as a crate, and then you can sell those fish at harbors to vendors. You can also put multiple fish on your boat in fish tanks that you can build for your boat. So a little bit more boat customization. They're bringing in actually 2 more types of boats. So that's going to be the start of the naval content. There will also be naval world bosses that are coming into the long term. That'll be like open world bosses. There is Urabua, Adobe, as I call him. That's the Kraken. And then there is another ocean world boss that I'm just going to pull up the wiki for because I can't say it on stream. You'll understand why when I actually show you. But I'm not going to say this word on stream. This will also be one of the ocean bosses. I'm not going to say this, though. Clips can cut off words at any point in time, and I'm not taking that chance. I'm too smart for that shit. Nope. Not even going near it. So, Fishman will also be a boss. So, there'll be the Kraken and the Fishman. The Fishman will also be in the naval combat realm of affairs. So, you will be able to... Oh wait, there's a preview of Utaboa.
The waves, something vast and
did they put? Oh yeah, Utaboa.
You'll know it when you see it.
That's our Kraken world boss.
Unless it sees you first.
So that's not in yet, but that was a preview that they gave us for one of the promos for one of the dev streams. So then you'll have Fishman. Those will have elements of naval combat to them. Oh, you also have a fucking harpoon launcher on the new boats. So, yes. Yo, bro, Dirt, what up, dog? When the game goes into early access on Steam, I'll always be available to play up until launch, or is that going to be on and off? It'll be up until launch. There may be like downtimes for updates and shit, as any live servicey game will have. And there may also be instances where they say, hey, we want an emphasis on private test realm testing for this big upcoming update. For example, our new servers start on the 11th. They're taking down live servers on the 1st and then saying everybody on private test realm from the 2nd to the 10th. So they want an emphasis on testing the new update before the 11th instead of people just fucking around over here. So there'll be sometimes ebbs and flows depending on what they need the play testers to do. But the emphasis is always on the live server, and their emphasis is on trying to have as few wipes as possible and keep it as continuous as possible. With that being said, it is inevitable that we will have more wipes in between now and launch. Best case scenario, beta 1. Realistic scenario, much before beta 1. When? I don't know, because it's predicated by so many other things. If the market in the econ is good, then the server will likely stay up for longer. If the econ is bad, then the server will likely get cooked sooner. So far, we've been on like a 3 to 5 month cadence of wipes. I'm hoping they can push 6+ with this. So I expect wipes and downtime for stuff. Oh, yeah, then you're chilling. As of right now, the game's 24/7 accessibility. It is up every day. We previously went through phases where it was like weekend testing originally. Then it was, then it went to like every day except Tuesday, Wednesday. Then it went to 24/7 or as close to 24/7 as possible uptime. Any downtimes are communicated in the Ashes Discord as well. If you haven't joined that up and you're going to be hopping in for access, !Ashes if you haven't made your account yet, but also go to discord.gg/ashesofcreation. They communicate all downtimes, everything there. Huge point of information there, and you can stay up to date with it all. From there, also !Guild. If you guys are not in the guild yet, if you're coming in for the 11th and you're not, you're going to be missing out. We have leveling signups for the 11th if you're going to be here for the day of, and you're going to be pumping. If you're a new player, reach out, get signed up, and we can get you all set up in a group that's going to have some established players so you have some idea of what to do and where to go. We'll have a questing write-up where you know exactly which quest to get, and that'll help you get established and ahead. So, this game of good PvE gameplay, or is it mostly PvP oriented? There is a lot of PvP implication on the world, but all of the PvP is rooted in PvE progression as well. So it's a full PvX gameplay loop where if you're PvEing in an area and you're trying to progress through that, and I walk up and you're not big PvPer and I'm big geared PvPer, you may have to go, whoa, Dusty, sir, you can have it, right? I may shake you down for your spot. If you don't want to get shook down for that spot, maybe we fight. However, while I can kill you even without you flagging up for PvP. That's not going to happen a lot at Ashes. It's so punishing if somebody does non-consensually kill somebody that it just doesn't really happen. So that's called corrupting. Very infrequent unless you're doing something wrong to somebody. With that being said, most players can operate in a very primarily, if not exclusively, PvE capacity. There are a couple of systems that can help with either getting more or less PvP depending on what your goals are. If you are a member of a guild that is super active in the PvP scene and you are always, always on, always active, you're very likely going to see your guild get guild versus guild wars declared on it. So if you're a part of our main guild, then you will absolutely be expected to show up to guild versus guild wars and, help us fight. That's why we also have our casual guild for people that don't want to go that route. So many people can just come in and hang out and progress as they want to. As a gamer dad, I just want to vibe and have a good time with people. Yes, okay, perfect. That was what I was just getting to. I wasn't sure which side you were coming in on, so I always like to start from the top and work our way down because I came over from New World. And New World had a lot of accessibility problems and also a lot of limits on how many people you could actually include in shit. So with Ashes, we have multiple guilds within our community structure, and our top end guild is for the sweat lords, the people that want to go hard. Then we have a casual guild and a crafting guild where people can just come in as they are, play however they want, and if you're leveling casually, you can just chill and be a part of the comm. If you want to gather and just refine along the way, you'll always have people that want to buy your gatherables. And in the event that we're running a guild event, because we run nightly guild events 7 nights a week when everything's kicked up, multiple nights are PvP scrims. If you ever want to dip your feet into PvP once you get to max level 25 is the current max, then you could show up to a scrim and just give it a try and see if it's for you. So there are a lot of communities that will focus on one thing, whether it's PvE, whether it's PvP, whether it's, something in between there. Our community focuses on every aspect of it. So crafting system similar to New World. Different than New World with the perk-based system with crafting and gear. More based in a rarity standpoint. So essentially, crafting is still omega important. But this Beast Warden's prod, this is a very specific item that drops from a named mob that is in Communion, which is a pocket dungeon in the desert. So this weapon only drops from this one place. So we had to, well, actually, somebody else had this and then they quit and I stole it from them. So they had to go over to Communion, kill that mob until they got the weaponsmith that they are working with, the recipe for it. Because a weaponsmith has to know the recipe for it before they can craft it. Once you have the recipe, you're good. But get the crafter the recipe, and then you've got to go out and you've got to gather all of the materials to specifically craft this item. This is Beast Warden's prod. It will always roll with these stats. It's just what the rarity is and how strong the rolls are. So gear rolls are specific. If I roll a Steel Bloom ring, it's a Steel Bloom ring. It's not like I'm just making X generic piece and then locking in 2 perks and then shotgunning hoping for a 3rd perk. It's more... I need water, sorry. My voice? It's more deterministic. There's a lot more controllability to it without having to matrix a craft. So it's much more important as well. If you are mob grinding, if you are killing mobs and trying to get drops from those mobs, you're going to very likely only find gray, green, and blue, the bottom 3 rarities. If you're a crafter, you can make heroic, epic, and legendary as long as people have the materials for them all day long. Crafting is everything in Ashes, especially in the late game. So I play 2, I have a full-time job, and I've got to level 25 every reset in phase 2. Hey, yo. And Ultra's a gamer. Ultra shows up to PvP and everything, too. It's definitely doable. I think Ashes is definitely a game where if you're looking at the grind as a, oh my god, there's so much to do, I'm never going to be able to do it, you're kind of right. But even if you're somebody that's playing 18 hours a day, it's going to be hard to do it all on your own. There's a lot to do, and there's only going to be more to do as everything continues. So in my opinion, looking at it from a standpoint of how can I find a community that will complement the things that I don't want to do, while also affording me the gameplay loop that I want to have, it's pivotal for coming into Ashes and having fun at any point. It is a very, very old school MMO that is built on multiple people working together to accomplish one common goal. And if you got a comm that wants to do that, then you're so up tremendous. If you are trying to take that all on your own, good luck. It's doable. You can absolutely econ as a solo player, make enough gold as a solo player, get enough items as a solo player, and exist. But good fucking luck, dog. Good luck. As a gamer dad, I still put in over 50 hours a week on the game and keep my wife and kid happy, and gym. You sound like you make a lot of money. That's probably the recipe there. I'm assuming over 6 feet, over 6 figures. Cheapskate. Alright, so you make enough money, but you don't spend anything. Not even close. Am I wrong in both aspects? You're like 5'2" and broke as shit? Damn, my bad, dog. You should have just rolled with it. You could have flexed. I respect it. I'm gonna want... See? I don't live a life of luxury. I always try to explain this to people because I've had people be like, Dusty, how can you stream full time? You're like a small content creator and you don't have a ton of subs. Like, my sub goal is for 1,000 subs. There are streamers that get that in a fucking day, right? So I am very frugal and I grew up very poor. I grew up in Maine. I grew up in a mobile home. Uh-oh. Wait, is stream shitting out? Save me. Oh, no. We're down horrendous. I believe. We're back. Refresh. Everybody refresh. I think we're back, right? No? Oh. Alright, sorry. Sorry. We're back. We're back. We're back! OBS Studio is a fucking op. My bad. It wasn't even my internet. I never got disconnected from the game. It was literally just OBS Studio being a fucking op. God damn it. Any primers in the chat? Thank you, Carla. Carla and spam. Can everybody Dusty W booty to celebrate me being back? Wi-Fi going poop after saying you don't live a life of luxury. That's actually demonic, by the way. Yo, alright, we good? Yeah, we're back. Okay, we're back. Alright, so anyways, as I was saying, like, I don't make a ton of money, but like, oh, Carla, nice. I don't make a ton of money, but I also don't spend a lot of money, bro. Like, I buy my groceries on sale through my grocery store app. I manage my spending and minimize and budget as much as humanly possible. And I just kind of vibe and make the most out of what I have because I never had shit growing up. So it's definitely helped me. Chipotle and Subway every day? Bro, that's way more money than I'm willing to spend. If I am not buying my groceries on sale, I'm not doing that shit.
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni
I
hao,
swear
ni
to
hao.
God. Yo, ni hao, customer. All right, everybody back. Everybody back. We're good. YouTube's back. Twitch is back. Everybody's back. We're back on top. Everything's just fine. Just get the BOGO Subway. I mean, the BOGO Subway slaps, yeah. I mean, the buy one, get one's good. The 2 for $12.99 is also a banger. Absolutely right. But, hear me out. If I'm getting turkeys for 50 cents a pound, if I'm getting chickens for 97 cents a pound, and I can just rotisserie those, and then I can have enough meat to make 72 million
reaped.
Subway sandwiches. Idiot. You're the idiot. Then I'm up. Don't want for anything, still broken in debt, but I got games. That's the fucking vibe. That's the vibe. See, I'm broke and I've worked very hard to not be in debt. I paid off my car, which was the first vehicle that I ever bought new, earlier this year. And then immediately was like, all right, well, I missed the debt. Time to try to save for a house. So I'm trying to round out 2025. Yo, Ratchet, thank you for the follow. Much love. I'm trying to round out 2025 with a couple banger months on stream, so that way the tax people deem that I am more worth giving a house loan to. So, did Big Internet turn it off? Yeah, I'm convinced New World hit me there. They saw that we were going crazy, so can I get the first time out of the session? Did anybody get timed out today? I don't think anybody got timed out today. I think everybody was good today. I don't know. I don't make the rules, but I'm pretty sure everybody was chill today. It's kind of weird. Everybody stopped freaking out about the Steam Early Access stuff. Also, if you guys are freaking out and you're curious about Steam Early Access, please go check out my latest YouTube video. I posted it today. I post one YouTube video a year. You guys better fucking enjoy it. I'm happy to deliver for you. So, it seems like a lot of the hysteria has passed, if I do say so myself. And we have now moved on to more of a point of general, I'm still hesitant, I'm still ooh-woo, but I recognize that it could also be good. I feel like that's where people are going right now. There's the excitement. And at the end of the day, the doom can only last so long and the cope can only last so long, because the light in the middle that is DustyWhy will always continue to shine through both sides. You gotta acknowledge the bad with the good and the good with the bad, and if you don't do that, then you're biased as shit, and I don't fuck with biases. Don't worry, because Steam paid for the whole game up front. This game is coming out regardless if you bomb on Steam. I don't have inside information on their, you know, their money status or anything like that, right? I'm far from insider info intrepid person. I just chill in my own lane and vibe. However, I also don't necessarily believe the take that everybody's saying where it's like, we're completely out of money, everything's bad, it's all on fire. Why would they be lowering the pack cost by over 50% and running a sale then? Maybe to generate more revenue. But if we do the math, even if every single wishlisted pack, or every single wishlisted person bought a pack, that's still going to be a drop in the bucket of Ash's development. If we're running out of money, this isn't the move. Steven's better off running a fucking car wash outside of Intrepid Studios. From what I understand from other videos, he paid for the game's development. Any money taken in after that is speed production. Yeah, I'm not necessarily certain. I know he said that he had invested at one point 55 million of his own dollars with the expectation of 110 million on the full launch of the game, which is an incomprehensible amount of clams to me. That's just absurd. But that's A, a lot of money, B, also not a lot of money in game dev. So no matter how you look at it, like, it's a business and they absolutely have to have incoming funds. And I would definitely love to think that everything is just taken care of. I also like to keep it in the back of my head that there is a non-zero chance that everything does go kaput. The running joke that I have is that A, Steven's going to lose all our money on the Baccarat tables because he's going to go to Vegas to try to double it up, because if we have 250 employees and he goes to the Baccarat table and doubles up, then we could have 500 employees working on Ashes instead and development speed doubles. Or if someone has enough money to say, I'm spending $110 million on anything, someone also has enough money to say, fuck you guys, I'm leaving and retiring and never talking to any of you pussies again. I'm rich, I'm going to a beach. Both things could happen. You remember the Coney 2012 movement where the dude was trying to stop the literal African warlord that was training child soldiers and then lost all of his momentum because he ran through the streets with his dick out? What if Steven has a mental break and runs through the streets with his dick out? Anything could happen. I try to point that out. He could just not want to work on the game anymore. He could just be like, fuck it, you're all fired, I'm out. What does he care? He's rich as shit. I don't know how rich men's minds operate. I don't know how much loyalty is there. He could always just say, fuck y'all, I'm out. He's rich enough for whatever he wants. Dude, he could go to like Iceland and buy a house that's like nestled at the bottom of a fjord with a bunch of sheep and just retire with him and GM John and relax and play whatever MMO he wants incognito with his millions of dollars. I feel I joined at an odd moment. We're discussing Ash's future. And manic breaks. It's never guaranteed. Tomorrow's never guaranteed. Or he could want his vision to come to life. Well, yeah, that's also on the realm of possibility too. Like, there's the boring side of Ash's launches. or Baccarat with... We've got to acknowledge both sides, Phoenix. Like, he could definitely and probably want the game to actually launch. But maybe somewhere along the line, he's just like, this timeshare is looking really fucking good right now. Crazier shit's happened. Okay, Cool Burn, what up, dude? How does a casual gamer afford to keep up with the community in terms of getting rare craftable equipment you spoke about? What can they do to make money? As a casual-sided player, I would say your best bet at trying to keep up with that level of prog would be initially supplying the goods to the people that will spend the most, and then following in their footsteps almost. So I kind of relate this to how my brother and I used to make money on ladder starts in Diablo. I grew up starting, when I was 4 years old, playing Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction with my brother. And we would do ladder starts. I was always a Summon Necro, still play Summon Necros up until this day. And he was always a Sork. And our mentality was anything that we found that was best in slot, we would immediately sell. If it was a bis roll of something insane, we'd sell it for even more. Anything we found that was good in slot, that was good enough to fill out a baseline gear set early and find the best in slot and sell the best in slot, we would wear. And then as we sold more bis, we would then start, keeping that money hoarded, and then we would be farming up more best in slot as it went. So what I would recommend for somebody that's casual, that's coming in, that's going to have the mentality of trying to gear, there are a few different tiers of gearing to keep in mind with item level 20 gear. Ash's Codex. Let me bring up Ash's Codex real quick. So I can illustrate this pretty easily with a couple different pages here. So let's go with Skin Stripper. So here is Goblin Skin Stripper. Goblin Skin Stripper is an item level 23 weapon. So naturally, it will be the lowest tier, as every level requirement tier, all of those 10 levels, have 3 sub-tiers for the item level within them. So with Skin Stripper, as a legendary, the highest it goes is 3369 to 3835 power scaling. Now keep in mind, as it goes up to legendary, you just need copper and you need a basalt weapon mold. So with this in particular, this will be a very popular early craft, because if you go to the crafting calculator, this will allow you to input the materials and see what the rarity output will be. You'll notice the only 2 rarity inputs that can change are the copper and the basalt. Therefore, these are weighted evenly. So if I have, we'll say, 1 legendary basalt weapon mold, that's going to bring this to a heroic. Or if I have 123 legendary copper ingots, this also brings it to a heroic. So you'll want to supply stuff to the people that are crafting this. Once these are crafted, you'll notice a lot of these in the economy. The price of the materials will go down once the crafting wave actually passes, and eventually people will move on to glory bound stuff. So with a glory bound, where's my glory bound great mace? Where the helly? We'll just grab the great axe for now. With the glory bound great axe, you'll notice this goes up to an item level 26. So as an item level 26 craft comes out, you're going to need a 3rd input of materials here. So you'll have more copper ingots, then you'll have iron fragments and a weeping willow board. Now a legendary only brings it to blue, so you'll need more of those high rarity inputs. Once people start to get their item level 26 stuff, and as you notice, this item level 26 in legendary is 4164 to 4740 comparatively to this in legendary at 3369 to 3835. Then from there, we'll go up to Dreadwake, and then we'll go Dreadwake Great Axe. Wait, not Dreadwake. What the fuck was the Great Axe that I was using over on PTR? Either way, we'll use Dreadwake as an example. Dreadwake is Coolburn. Thank you for the follow. Dreadwake is an item level 29. So this is going to be your highest tier of item available. This is going to require the most materials, and it brings in emblems, which are just another level of farm that is extremely inconvenient. Night Reaver? No, Night Reaver's item level 26. Glassville, Storm Current. Storm Current! You're so fucking bis for that, thank you. Storm Current Great Axe is kind of funny if you just want to power scale your nuts off. Glassville Greatsword is obviously better if you can get your hands on it, but Storm Current Great Axe hits so fucking hard. But Glassville Greatsword is what a lot of people are going to want for a two-hander. However, I predict most people are going to be going one-hander and a shield. Glassville Greatsword has really solid max HP, but it's all going to be about the max HP scaling. So yeah, Glassville's great. You do have the Fizz Crit Evasion, which is kind of mid, but the max HP scaling, especially going into the next meta, that's going to be nice. So you'll notice here, the emblems are added in, and then you have the 4 inputs. Still need even more rarity scaling to effectively make that into a higher rarity itself. So I would recommend for a casual player, try to trail behind. If the server is on item level 26, be on item level 23. If the server's on item level 29, try to be on item level 26. And the cool part about this is if you look at this in the long term, keep, delete. Here's the difference between a legendary item level 26 bow and an epic, which is the rarity underneath it, item level 29 bow with the current scaling. The fizz power is within 24 fizz power. That's nothing. 2 fizz crit power difference, 2 strength difference, and then the rolls are very similar throughout. So this is going to be roughly honestly, probably like 1/20th of the cost to craft comparatively to this, and a whole hell of a lot less effort. So me on my tank right now, I have Glory Bound on. This is an item level 26. However, it's legendary and it's a pumper. So this was more than enough for me to be comfortable not needing to make an item level 29. However, if this item level 29 also goes up to legendary, you'll notice that it is substantially stronger. But again, the cost to make this a legendary is exponentially more. It is a lot for the actual power scaling reward that you're getting. Next meta, it depends how they end up adjusting the TTK, but mitigation, HP, and block scaling are going to be pivotal in PvP. I go into it a little bit more in I have a VOD that's from the day they gave us a 1v1 tournament where they let us stream on the PTR, and I became an unmovable object, and many other people also became immovable objects. So it was eye-opening for a lot of people. But I showed off some of my stats that day. So I had 78% Fizzmit, 63% Magic Mitt just immediately coming off of the damage. And then for my block mitigation, whenever I blocked an attack, keep in mind you can just guard and then you can block all frontal cone attacks. I had another 72% mitigation on my Fizz and then 63% on my Magic. So I was blocking about 90 to 95% of all incoming damage as a tank. So people just couldn't hit me hard at all. And then I was still scaling up enough power and HP to be beefy as shit. People literally couldn't deal with it. It was so funny. So I'm going to be trying to abuse that as much as I can, depending on like what they're actually bringing in for scaling changes. I have a very heavy, skew towards where I'm going. When's the wipe again? December 11th. Well, the wipe is tomorrow, but the new servers are December 11th. If you're wondering when the servers come up. What time are they killing the server event thing? Let me see. Is there a post about it? GP, do you know at what time is the server event tomorrow? All right, we're talking, boys. We're talking. Welcome back to the Riverlands. Hold on. What time is the server event? News? Is there something in the news tab? 1v1 duel tournament. Where are you? Uh-oh. GP, thank you so much. I appreciate you. It's 6 to 8 p.m. EST. Okay, 6 to 8 EST. Interesting. Yes, tomorrow 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. EST. So it'll be a 2-hour area. 3 Pacific. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. I will be here all day though. I start my stream around 2 p.m. EST, and I usually stream 8 to 10 plus hours a day. If we hit that sub goal up top, which we're getting eerily close to, I have to pop a 24 for the start of the early access servers, and I'll probably pop another 20 after that one. I'll be in trouble. So make sure you guys are here, but it'll be a fun server. They will also have boost NPCs available there. So there's a separate time slot for EU. Oh, word? What time are they doing EU? What are you streaming after server end? Ashes. The PTR. So I'll hop over to the PTR as soon as it's up and it's available. There'll probably be a little bit of carryover where we'll just yap about the server, talk about what we're doing on the PTR. But you can stream PTR. Yeah, I can. They let me do what I want. No, I'm kidding. I have to cover my screen when I'm streaming the PTR. 1 p.m. EST. Ooh, maybe I'm on early tomorrow then. That'd be exciting. That'd get me out of bed. Terrible at time zone conversions. Warning. I appreciate you. Probably better at math than me. Much love, GP. Thank you. Thank you. But when I'm streaming the PTR, I can talk about whatever I'm doing. I can discuss it. I can even draw you pictures of it. I just cannot show you actual visuals from the PTR as those are visually NDA'd. So, thank you, sir. With the PTR build, I'll be parsing out all of the... I gotta sit so far over, brother's halfway off. I'll be parsing out all of the best starting loops that I can get my hands on. Oh, I'm also halfway off in the back. I gotta scoot forward a little. I'll be trying to get all of the leveling information, all of the early progression information. The cape flowing is so elegant right now. Wait. The wind kicking up right now is a paid actor. Jesus Christ. The cape looks so good. That's unreal. I love this game's visuals. Cape flow in this game is crazy nice. Bro, and look at the textures of the cape. You can literally tell it's a leathery cape. That is a realistic ass leather texture. I don't know what's going on with it, but that's giving me big leather vibes. Yeah, their physics go fucking hard. And then you've just got the big ass tree behind us. Like, people tell me this game isn't beautiful, and I'm very confused by it. Are these legendary materials normal drops, or do they only drop from raid bosses? Just to understand, if I can't make through equipment, then I can at least get the mats to raise the money for it. Exactly. So legendary materials come from just normal everyday gathering. So if you hit a tree, it has a chance to be anywhere from common to legendary all along the table. And then in each of the player towns, once they hit level 3, they have a marketplace within, and every town's marketplace is completely unique. So Winstead is typically going to be your player hub. So if you want to sell stuff and move stuff very quickly, then you're going to want to maybe bring all of your high rarities, heroic, epic, and legendary, over to Winstead and then post that on the player market, and that'll very likely flip to other players. So that's super high rarity. If I'm out and I get legendary, I might sell that to somebody else, and then I might keep heroic and epic for my stuff because I only need the heroic and epic. It's all about what you're trying to get, but you can absolutely econ your way up as a solo player, even as a casual player, any step along the way. It's just how you're spending your time. If you want to focus on econ and making money, I would very highly recommend going the route of gathering and just sending as many high rarity gatherables out to players as you can and selling all those. Max level's 25. Max level's 25 right now. Yes. Yo, Sparta, thank you for the follow. Much love. Max level is 25 right now. It will eventually be level 50 before the full launch of the game. The full launch of the game is not December 11th. It's far, far, far past December 11th. So there is still a whole lot of ashes left to go, but we'll see expansions at some point soon. TM. Soon TM. That's not a legally binding term. That is not an actual time frame. Be better if it was on fire. Be nice if it was on fire. Do you have any idea of the current player counts? I'm just star for a good MMO and been following this one for a while. Current player counts, like at this point in time, low as shit because the server's getting ready to wipe. In terms of our peak confirmed numbers so far, back in phase 2.5, Steven gave an indicator. That was a phase before these servers. Steven gave an indicator that we had reached 8,100 plus concurrent players on one server, and that was the previous high, and that was a single server Unreal Engine 5 record at the time. I don't know if we've beat that throughout phase 3, but we will have a more accurate idea of how many players are actively playing Ashes with the Steam launch on the 11th as well. At the very least, it is a fully open world game, and you will have a shitload of people that are populating the territory that's actually in the world right now. It's a big world, but there's no instancing to get away from. There's no outpost rush like when I played New World, where I'm just playing 8 hours of OPRs, then going into my instance wars. There's none of that. You're going to interact with a ton of people. Unlikely we beat it is the sort of thing Intrepid would mention. Yeah, but what if Steven didn't want us to know? What if? Yeah, no, I don't necessarily think we beat it. Although, maybe between the two servers, but I don't think a single server peak would have been anywhere near 8,100 this phase. I do not think. I just don't know what EU was looking like at the start of EU. I think we get much past 8,100 with the Steam launch. My predictions are between 15 and 20k. I'd say 15 to 25. I would expand it to 25 on the top end. I may be wrong, but I think 15 to 25k concurrent players for first weekend. And if the first weekend goes well, then maybe it goes up in the long term. But are there going to be Asian servers too? Right now, I only see US and EU servers and streamers. Assuming if Asians try to play on those servers, pings will be deadly. The pings will be bad to start off, but they will have more servers coming as player base expands. It's just right now the player base is relatively small comparatively, so they tried to force a lot of people over onto the two main servers just so they can test their social systems, so they can test their server worker infrastructure. But as the game continues to expand, they plan to have way more regional coverage for people. Regarding the ping, a lot of players that will try it from different regions to NA will actually say that their ping, you know, compared to what's expected, is much better than anticipated. Not to say that it's perfect, but a lot of people from, you know, we have EU guilds that play over here. EU players will actually be coming back over to the NA side. We have EBC and Amnesty, who are OCE people playing from fucking Australia and New Zealand. So they still play the game in a functional capacity. They say that the ping's noticeable, but it's not crippling and game breaking. They can still play. So if that weekend goes well and streamers get on it like Aswan, could be big. Gonna be a lot of pressure to live up to the hype. I mean, in terms of streamers that are already coming over, like Summit has played before. Summit has talked about it on stream, and I think he'll likely end up coming over. Shroud has played before and has mentioned it. Esfand is bringing his community over. Pirate Software said he's going to be coming back. So even then, if just those streamers come over, you're looking at enough viewers. If we look at the overall Twitch browse directory, viewers from high to low, and we take their average viewership, Ashes of Creation is right in here. Ashes of Creation with just those streamers over would probably have more viewers than Dota 2 and would be up in this realm. Now that's also if we don't get Shroud and shit like that. If we get Sum right now, Summit's at 21k because he's arc rating. If he's over in Ashes, he's probably going to be 10, 11k. That's instantly going to put us up to, just with Sum, Apex Legends, Elden Ring area, Dispatch area. That moves us up very substantially. Then from there, you've got Pirate Software coming in with a couple thousand average more. You've got Esfan coming in. You've got potentially Lyric coming in. If the stars align, we could unironically see Ashes of Creation up in this area of Twitch. We could be up there with Egging On if we really put our minds to it and the stars align. This is shit that game developers have only dreamed of. When Steven set out to make Ashes of Creation, I bet he never even conceived the day where him and Egging On would be in the same realm of competition. And if he knew where we were looking to be, he'd probably fucking cry tears of happiness right now. Also, what is Egging On? Because this looks kind of lit. Just random side tangent. I'm gonna need to fill in on this, because this looks kind of cool. Anyways, it's definitely going to take a lot of stars aligning to bring that many streamers in all at the same time. But if I'm being completely honest, I'd just take bumping up past, you know, a couple hundred viewers in the directory. Shit, I'm going to be real. I'm already happy as a clam just having more than myself streaming most days. This is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Much payment, I'm going to be playing it. Bro, please bring in anybody that wants to play it. I welcome every single Ashes streamer that wants to actually come over, man. And you're allowed to stream for now too? For now. I hope that I can continue doing that. But who knows, man. All right, lads. I am going to go get myself some food, go get myself some rest, and then I'm going to get back tomorrow because we have a long day of events. And that long day of events is going to lead to a whole lot of fun. So, we're going to go raid this Russian guy. I don't know shit that he's saying in his title or anything else in his stream, but we're going to go raid this dude. So, is a fighter not favored at dungeon parties? Just don't stand in shit. Fighters are fine and they have good self-sustain, but if you stand in shit like a Goomba, then people are going to start to get angry at you. You'll be fine, though. If you don't, no, sir. No, sir. I'm just saying, chat, keep in mind. Keep in mind. If you guys are new to the channel, if it's your first time today, we had a lot of new people coming by on the YouTube and the Twitch side. Make sure you drop the follow on Twitch, the sub on YouTube. I did just have a brand new YouTube go out today. Let me get an exclamation socials in the chat real quick on the Twitch side, if you guys would for me. Go check out the YouTube video, breaks down my thoughts and everything leading up to the launch coming on the 11th. If you guys haven't checked it out on the YouTube side, make sure you do. I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed now 885 days in a row. I am a full-time Ashes content creator, so all the support means genuinely everything. I will always be here. I will always be pumping content. I will always be yapping, discussing that with you guys. So thank you for showing up today and every day from the bottom of my heart. Genuinely means the world to me. I will be back tomorrow. We'll get these end-of-the-world events in, and it's going to be an absolute fucking banger of a day. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Duker, thank you for the follow. Much love. Last one of the night. Thank you for being here. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.